Hey, what's up? Looks like I see someone pretty cool over there. I think I might see the Duncan man. This is the toy store owner from Home Alone 2, from Escape from New York. He is here. I'm hoping that he was mistaken in the fact that he believes there's a Bezos attack going on. I couldn't believe that he would antagonize us this early on. That would be crazy. What's up, Duncan? I hope that you know that your toy store is awesome and that you are awesome. And that's the truth. I think I should probably go making sure and check on seeing what's going on over here and making sure Bezos is leaving us alone. But it's good to see you guys. Here we are on Tuesday. And today's different, I gotta tell you. Today is special, if you will. It's very serious. How's it going? And how are you? I'm just checking on Bezos over here. So far, it seems like no frames are dropping, but Bezos still might be giving us the business. There's no telling. I hope that you guys are doing very fantastic on this Tuesday. Gotta tell you, I personally am excited. And I would love some more information about what Bezos is up to. Or if he's up to anything. It's good to see you guys. How's it going with the fireman? I shared the stream on YouTube. I'm doing my part. Thank you, Fire. Starship Troopers reference. Wonderful. It's about time we start referencing Starship Troopers around here. It's very important to focus on the priorities of things. And I hope you guys are doing well. Keep me informed as to what's going on technically over there, as long as everything's coming through nice and clear. You never know in these worlds. We did some antagonizing last time with our whole hippie epidemic, so I have no idea if Bezos is taking his revenge. This summer, Bezos takes it back, baby. Hey, what's up, Miss Pac-Man? How are you? The arcade queen. I need to make sure that there is the proper recognition of the great Miss Pac-Man in there. And there it is. And it's good to see you guys. I hope you're doing very well on this fantastic Tuesday. I have no idea what's going on out there technically, but I do know that over here I'm pretty fired up. I'm wandering fire keepered up, I'll tell you that. You guys are amazing. So, keep me informed on what's going on over there. Dropped frame-wise or Bezos-wise if he's busting up the stream or what he's up to. But over here, I just would like to say hello. And I hope you guys are doing well. That stream was like a fever dream. I don't really remember what happened. Oh, what stream are we talking about, Fire? Are we talking about the hippie takeover? Because that was pretty wild. It looked like you guys were hanging out with this hippie. And you were rolling around in the hills, smoking doobies. And you guys were waving scarves around your head. And just kind of gyrating to the music. Something like that. Yeah, what's going on, Fire? It's great to see you. And I hope that you're doing well on this fantastic Tuesday. I'm pretty fired up over here, I gotta tell you that. I'm ready to get going and get some things popping. And I hope that you're doing fantastically. I gotta tell you, I've been, just kind of analyzing what went on. It was a bit of a fever dream on Friday. And it definitely meant to me that we have to make some serious things happen. That's for sure. So I've been trying to put my head into some critical thinking and think about ways in which I can improve. I feel like sometimes I might just kind of run out there and think the improvements are just going to happen, but I have to put in the work too. So I try to put in some serious work and patience, and it's good to see you guys. I hope that your weekend was fantastic. We all were living the free spirit life this weekend, and that was a bit crazy, but here we are, and we're ready to get serious. I think we had a lot of fun on Friday, but now it's time to shift into seriousness this summer. It's good to see you guys. I hope you're doing well. I'm just going to take it slow over here because you know how it is. Sometimes when I start up, I come out the gates a little hot. So I just want to be patient, responsible, do the right things, you know? But it's good to see you guys. I do hope you're doing well. And how was the weekend? I hope you guys did some good things. Maybe took it easy. Maybe did some chores. I don't know. Maybe you were on the island and you were participating in some long dark. That could have been cool. We got Aretha over here anticipating like always. She starts to carry on even while I'm setting up over here, which I got to tell you is a bit distressing. I'm over here like decoding a bomb and then you got this cat howling at you. It's pretty intense. Yeah, my life is real intense, but it's good to see you guys. It's time. You take it easy. You got to wait until your friends get in here. What Aretha is anticipating is, of course, the hookup that she usually gets here towards the beginning. It doesn't take long after the beginning of things, so she's already assuming that she's going to get hooked up here. She's a bit of a piece of work. I gotta say that, and she's carrying on behind me. So, keep me informed, Fire, about how things are going technically. If things are looking solid and stable, that'd be nice. Just want to make sure that everything's on the up and up over there on that end. But it's good to see you guys. I'm excited, I'll tell you that. I think that I had to refresh. Oh, you had to refresh. Well, it's good to see you, Duncan. I always come in too late for the treat. Well, Fire, you're not too late today. And as you can tell by the... Oh, thank you, Fire. There it is. The main reason this amazing cat always assumes that it's going to happen at the beginning is because of people like you, Fire. Thank you very much. You know what time it is. It's time to party, baby. It is time to party. Ocean whitefish. Flavors of shrimp, crab. You guessed it. Tuna. This is her favorite treat besides her deluxe one that she gets on Fridays. And this is kind of, an over-the-counter brand. But she does not object at all. It's kind of like Chick-fil-A for Aretha. Thank you very much, Fire. Now she's partying, baby. So this is it. Again, I think it was fun, but it's time to shift gears. Got to tell you, we've been practicing this Nagoa for a little bit here, and I think it's time that we step up and level up and make some serious stuff happen. So let's get a little. Let's take it serious, baby. So, the next level. Oh, there it is, Duncan. Yeah, I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. Oh, we got the Fireman YouTube looking good. Thank you, Fire. Thank you for hanging out on all levels. An appetizer. Oh my gosh. Man, this is like the coolest. This is like the real of the real right here. You guys are amazing. Oh, YouTube hips, baby. Thank you, Fire. This is amazing. How are you, Arcade Queen, Miss Pac-Man? It is fantastic to see you. I hope that everything's going well in the business world and that the coding and all that stuff isn't going too crazy. But I want you to know you're amazing, Miss Pac-Man, and that I hope the quarters are flowing and that everybody is redeeming, maybe the bouncy balls at behind the glass. And coveting the top shelf stuffed animal. I remember when I went we had a place called Chuck E. Cheese. If you went in the States, it was kind of like a place when you were a kid, you got to go. There was arcade machines, and you would earn tickets if you kick butt at the game. So I was one of those kids, even young, that didn't want to just get the impulse items just because my tickets were burning a hole in my pocket. So me and my family actually saved up all of our tickets. Eating pizza from a rat. Oh, Yep. So we saved the tickets and we got the big ticket item, which was a big dinosaur. And it was one of those moments when I was a kid where, you know, it was like business knowledge that I was starting to gain a little bit, where I didn't just get excited and buy the thing I could afford after one trip. We had a plastic bag full of tickets. We saved them and we kept coming back over time, and we got the dinosaur. And I was very proud of that. I don't know what I'm talking about. I said I was going to get serious, and now I'm talking about crazy stuff. Eating pizza from a rat. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's get serious here. So, we're doing some big things, and we are back, baby. Now, I know everybody is thinking, yeah, we're going to be responsible, Fire. That's it. I know that you guys are thinking some things. There's two things specifically I heard just kind of subconsciously from you guys. Here's what I think. I think that you guys think what's going on here is short and bright. But you know that's not true, right? It is not short and bright. It's long, dark, baby. And we are back! And we are playing the long dark. It is the best game ever. You are stuck on an island. It's a fictitious island, but it's amazing. And it is in Canada. It's freezing cold here, and it's crazy. The animals come after you, and the animals come after you even crazier if the northern lights are out. There's no power here on the island, and all you have to do to survive is scrounge for things, live off the land, and fight off the bad guys. We're going to try to do it big today and be very responsible, like Fire mentions. So, let me show you something. We are doing one thing. We're doing some Nagoa Light. You can see this on the TLD-Challenges website, and it's an amazing tournament. It's a tournament that pushes our skill set to the furthest end. Come on down to Dave's Cave. Our pizza is also from a rat. Oh, that's crazy. That is exactly it. And we're doing some Nagoa over here with rat pizza, baby, to fuel us and give us what we need. It's too bad we don't have any rat pizza to regen our health, because we're going to need it. Because in this Nagoa tournament, you cannot regen your health during sleep. So you have to do everything you can to make the right move at every turn, because if your HP drips, you're not getting it back unless you get some birch bark tea. So, what we're going to do today is extra serious, because last time we went wild. We started on a run that was about 25 days long, estimated, maybe a little bit longer. We had been on the island for about a month, and we were just getting into hunting time. Yo, what's up, teacher? How's it going? It is amazing to see you on this Tuesday. We are just getting started over here and kind of getting resettled in with what's going on, and I'm just kind of talking about what happened last time. So what happened last time, teacher, was we had a long run of about 30 days going. I was a bit worked up in all of the hippie hoopla, so I basically kind of went off the rails a bit. I know it's hard to believe. We got mauled by a bear or froze to death when we were trying to avoid a bear over there in Pleasant Valley. I remember pushing the limit to what we could do with really low HP. We got caught out in a blizzard, and it was our last journey. After that long run concluded last time, we had a slew of runs just getting my butt kicked. It was just start here, pass away in a day, left and right. We even were able to acquire 2 can openers last time in one of our runs, but it was for naught. We did not make that run happen as much as we'd hoped. And we're going to have to reacquire those can openers or feel the weight and shame of not having them. We didn't forget to get the key to a farmhouse. Surely not. Yeah, that's true. We were over there in Mountain Town looking for keys. We were trying to make nature call. But I am coming to you today with new fury and excitement. What we're going to do today is get extra serious and push the limits. And I'm going to tell you that we did do a few things to try to get better at this thing and maybe gain a little bit of knowledge. So, I'm going to tell you something. I don't think we should mess about. I do think we should get right to it. So let's do it, baby, because we're playing the long dark. Oh! I'm so fired up. This is one of the most fired up I've been We're starting a brand new run right now. You're getting in on the ground floor, and you're going to see the most progress and the most. You're gonna be blown away. Your hair is gonna be pushed back like you're sitting in front of a giant speaker, and you're gonna be saying, "Wow, this is progress manifested." I want to beat the Dark Walker, so I'm just around for tips. Well, I'll tell you, teacher, I'm around for hips. So, it is perfect. We're both around for things that rhyme, and we're ready. But if you're around for tips, you've come to the right place. They come from basically every other source other than me. So if you just hang out here for a few minutes, you will be surrounded by pros who will fill you with the knowledge you need to defeat the Dark Walker monster. Thank you, Duncan, for those rose hips. That's what I'm talking about. We are here, and we are serious, baby. Let's do it. Oh my gosh. Okay, new. Custom. Enter the code. So we're going to put in the code for the tournament over here, and I'm going to make sure that you guys have the tournament over there for you as well. And that is for the tournament that we're in right now. Furry Then Silence Tournament, the Nagoa Light. This hunting tournament requires 50 days of survival, minimum 50 bow shots, calculated, no health regen, all this craziness. I know I can start at Bleak Inlet for the grace period for timber wolves. Well, you are a braver teacher than me, I would say, because I actually try to avoid some of those scary towns as much as I can. But I will tell you that today you're going to see exciting new developments where we might just move forward further than we normally go. All right, let's get in here. All right, Lower Great Bear. Okay, so this is the point when I got to tell you guys what I'm thinking about. Hey, what's up, NL? How are you? Oh, you are derping on this Tuesday. It is fantastic to see you, NL. And you are derping in the best ways right now. It is so wonderful to see the derpy energy on this Tuesday, because that's what we usually come in with. So we're facing the mirror knowing that we're going to derp, but we're going to do it admittedly, and maybe we'll just find a way to not let it affect us. So I got big things to talk about. First, this is what the plan is. We're starting in Desolation Point. We're beginning this whole tournament run here. We got to get serious. I got to evolve into a new stage of things. Had a lot of fun freeing my spirit and rolling around in the hills, but I would like to today actually get my act together a little bit. So, hey, what's up, Blaze? How are you? Team MVP in the building. Well, guess what, Blaze? I heard that there are going to be a lot of lockers with red locks on them today. I was thinking about getting a pry bar and opening, you guessed it, Blaze, exclusive lockers today. All over the place. New run hype, exclusive locker access. Tuesdays are for Dave's Cave. Yeah, that's it. That is it, baby. So, let me tell you guys what I think is going on. I have established through painstaking research that I seldom do when I'm not in the mix with my friends, where I actually try to learn some things. Here's the first thing I wanted to learn. I wanted to learn how many spawn locations there are if I start this tournament and start it from Desolation Point. You guys will be happy to hear that there are only 2. There's one that starts next to one of the mines, and then you run straight into the mine for salvation. And then there's one next to a lighthouse. Let me tell you guys about the lighthouse one. That is the one. So, if we get the 50% chance from Raph, and we start next to the lighthouse, we're inside before any drip happens. Maybe 1 to 2 HP at max. So that's best case scenario for our starting. 50% chance we're going to get it. Then it gets even more 50%. Many men, some people would say. We go looking in Hibernia Processing, the big whale factory there in Desolation. This is the town we're thinking about down here. This town right here. If you go to Hibernia, there's a 50% chance you get a hacksaw. Now, if we get a hacksaw, our entire run goes completely different. So basically, that means, I don't know how math works in probability, but I'm guessing if there's 50% chance we spawn in the right place and 50% chance we get a hacksaw, then that means I think 25% chance probability that we're going to get the start we're looking for to get things on the right track. I got to tell you, it makes all the difference in the world if you can get both those two things kind of lined up. Lighthouse and hacksaw in Hibernia. I'm very conflicted about the start of the run if I don't get those two things, because it completely changes the trajectory of the entire run. So I just want to appeal to you guys, should we attempt to get that start? Because I think if I get that start, lighthouse, and then once we go inside in the lighthouse, wait for the temperature to stabilize in us, and then we sprint to Hibernia. If I find a hacksaw in there, we can basically stop all the problems from happening in these runs that happen just by RNG happenstance. So I'm really thinking about trying to get that 25% chance, since it's not that hard, and seeking that type of start. We only need two 50% odds things to happen, and they happen pretty early. So that's one of the things I've been thinking about, looking for lighthouse and hacksaw. Then we deduce which loot pool we have, and then we can go to each location for all the things we need and maybe get our forge done really early. I got to tell you guys, I've never nerded out more than I have recently about trying to get this down. Hey, what's up, Bean? This is not our first time trying, but let me show you what it actually is. I put it in there just a second ago. It is the Nagoa, and it should pop up there on the screen, but it's good to see you, Bean. It is probably the most excruciating tournament out of all the tournaments you could see, and it absolutely destroys you. Hey, what's up, Sam? Oh my gosh. Okay, so this Tuesday is going fantastically. We have all the cool cats in the mix. Don't cause a scene this time, and if you do, remember to blink at Larone afterwards. That's some cat talk right there, as we all know that cats blink as a way of showing affection towards you. I don't know if you saw it, Sam, but Aretha actually sent a lamp tottering over last time. She was sleeping over here in the corner of the room, and then the wire was underneath her feet. She jumped down from there and sent the light going. It wasn't the light for the stream over here, so that was nice. You did see it, Sam. It was crazy. Time to attack all the lamps. Well, I could say this. Lamps are actually a good source of scrap metal, and that's the type of nerding out that I have done. Beyond this, I have really tried to optimize and maximize. I've done a little bit more min-maxing than you would ever believe. Just learning knowledge, learning that scrap metal comes best from pry bars. Yeah, I know I get mocked for carrying around extra pry bars, but they're one of the best sources of scrap metal because they give you the best return for scrap versus how much time you spend to get that scrap. And as I'm saying this out loud again, let's just say, it is the nerdiest thing in history. I will admit that. I know I'm over here talking about ptarmigans and scrap metal and everything, but maybe we'll get better. Who knows? Hey, what's up, grown up? Isn't that what you have been doing so far in DP? I have not re-rolled at all. And I'm down for re-rolling. That's it, Fire. That's what I'm saying. Should we try to re-roll? My problem is I have great affection for each and every one of these Will Mackenzies out here. I don't know if Will is going to evolve to William, the business Will, who goes out there and makes moves and re-rolls and understands the loot pools and actually what he's doing for once in his career. I don't know if that's the case. What's up, Thor? How's it going? How are you, Thor? And how are you doing today? Nerdiest thing in history is Star Wars. Well, that's up there. It's a pretty famous thing, but it's definitely nerdy for sure. And from the outside, I can imagine a lot of people would not get into Star Wars because it's got a stigma of nerdiness to it. Oh, Sam doesn't like re-rolling. Thank you for those hips. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm a bit conflicted because it's tough. My love for these guys is serious, but I know in my head that I can't delete the information of I'm putting myself at a disadvantage right away if I just get one of the two opportunities that isn't the lighthouse. If I get the one that's over by the mine, it's going to take a lot more of a drip on our HP, and there's no question the lighthouse is an advantage. So it's like, why would I start at one I know I could easily get correct? It's a conflict for me. This is something I never knew would happen in my TLD endeavors, and it's happening right now. Hacksaw Start has traditionally been the HP bleeder. It's the bedroll that keeps the HP high. Okay, I don't know what that means too much, Duncan. Hey, what's up, G? Your local ghost hunter is here. That's what I'm talking about. Just like Michael J. Fox and the Frighteners and Bill Murray and Slimer. It is good to see you, G. I hope that you're doing fantastic today. You are the most amazing ghost hunter ever, and I'm lucky we don't have ghosts around us because it's the real deal. And I know we don't have them because G is here. It's wonderful to see you guys. I love people nerding out over TLD. Nice, Bean. That's what I'm talking about. I have done more nerding out between Friday and today than I ever have. Unbelievable. And I loved it. That's the crazy part, Bean. It means your longest runs have had bedroll to start, and you will get wild and crazy when you start with the hacksaw. Well, Duncan, we're in a new era here. We're mature now. And I got serious ideas. Re-rolling is the thing I dislike about tournaments. Unfortunately, if one person does it, everyone has to do it. Yeah, that's true, Sam. And I'll tell you, if we were in a tournament where nobody re-rolled and I didn't know that information and maybe it was a little less fixed, then I wouldn't re-roll. Let's say if there was like 10 spawn locations in Desolation, then I would say there's no chance we would do it because we'd have to do it so many times. But literally, there's only 2 spawn locations this summer. I changed my ways. He said he was going to get better, but everybody knew he wouldn't, and it would be the same old crap. This summer, he is the stagnant jabroni. Get your popcorn. I've done so many rerolls, Larone. I recognize where everything is. DP is my second home.
You filthy criminals.
Oh! That's it. I can handle my hips. I can handle hacksaw starts. I'm a changed man. I swear, Astrid. Yeah, that's it. So, let me tell you guys what my plan is. If I get the fire or the lighthouse start and then the hacksaw at Hibernia, this is what the plan is. There's a trick where you can go through the abandoned mine 5 and you can actually keep the drip off of you and travel through Desolation from the east side to the west side. So you start Lighthouse, Hibernia, Abandoned Mine 5, you go to the west end of the place and you get out of there. The best case scenario is we get one of those 2 loot pools after landing at the lighthouse. That puts us in Hacksaw World. If we get a hacksaw, it is on. We start by getting the guts, the maple, and the birch within the first day or 2, and we get those things curing all the time. Basically, if I stop for 2 hours, I'm dropping those things, and I'm just micro curing them as much as I can all over the place and making moves. There's a hammer that we can acquire in Mystery Lake, probably, because we're going to strike out most of the spots in Coastal. That's what my determination and I don't even know the word I'm looking for. That's what I'm thinking will happen, is that we'll find our hammer in Mystery Lake, and it's not going to be easy to get it. I also did a little bit of practicing with nature calls on ptarmigans. I realized that if you have stink lines, it's a problem, and they'll attack you because they'll be more interested in all the goodies you have in your backpack. So, you go up to ptarmigans, you crouch, and you let nature call as best you can. It's not an easy task, because sometimes they'll go for a bird, and they'll chase it, and it'll fly away. The wolves have to do their part as well. So it's kind of an odds thing if they actually attack the ptarmigan properly. but you can make it happen pretty consistently. So we have all these things going on, but it's got to be like this. I know this is deep, by the way. We have to prioritize the bow making things. So the hacksaw, the hammer, the guts, the maple, and the birch. With all that going on at the top of the list, we also prioritize warmth and different things like that. And the way that I have decided to loot is just allowing what organically my travels take me to as the places I loot. Nothing more. I don't need to venture further away and different stuff. And I just need to be poised. So all this being said, I think we can handle this if we can get that lighthouse and the hacksaw right away, ascertain our loot pool, and then it's completely on. I'm hoping we're going to get the one where the hacksaw is in the Abandoned Mine 5, and that we only find a pry bar in Desolation. If we find the bedroll inside of the Hibernia, that means we're not going to get a hacksaw, and it's going to take us a ton of extra days before we can get our bow stuff cured, and it's going to put us behind the 8 ball. Is the spawn point set to a specific place or random? Well, Bean, you can pick any town you want on the whole map. So we've narrowed it down to Desolation because it's pretty small and it's easy to get inside since you start with the blizzard. So if you look at the stuff they have for this tournament, it's actually pretty crazy when it comes down to the starting conditions. So it starts you off in a blizzard and it's dark and it's crazy. So the really only chance you have of keeping your HP from dripping at the beginning is you can get inside within the first minute. And that's where the lighthouse comes into play. So we've said a lot of things over here about all this stuff, and it's going to go probably off the rails instantly. That's my MO. But if we can do something different and make some moves, then maybe we can make it happen. So I will say that I'll be a bit disappointed if we don't get the lighthouse start, and we might want to think about putting ourselves at an advantage by starting again. I will just say that if we all love Will, it's going to be tough for us to do such a thing and just leave him out to dark. It's tough. So if we start over here in DP, there's 2 spawn locations. One of them is the lighthouse, and it's the greatest thing ever. Okay, so we get no of feats or anything like that, and we have no trader. This is serious. Serious one. Holy crap. All right, here we go. First things first, are we at the lighthouse? That's all we need to know first. The edge. Okay, so we're not. So this is when I would talk to you guys and I would say, hey, this is not an advantage for me to be over here, and I'm going to lose a lot of HP if I don't do this the other way. Because this is the one that takes us to the cave. So I have to again say to you guys, can we do this? We're already faced with this Sophie's choice, or William's choice, if you will. Because I have to go all the way across town, and that HP, there's about 0 chance that it's where it's at right now. Yeah, I'm already morally conflicted, I have to tell you. So what we just did was ran inside. Are we going to do reroll simulator? I don't know. It was so easy when I was thinking about it, Miss Pac-Man, because it makes so much sense to re-roll this will. It really does. This is the Braille deck start. It sure is, Fire. And I gotta tell you, I know that I'm at a disadvantage right now, but now that I'm in front of you guys, I don't know that I could just send this guy to his grave so unceremoniously. You know, it's tough. I feel like I need a lot of support here. I think what I'm looking for is for you guys just to give me the answer I want. The answer I want is, yeah, it's okay for you to do it. But, you know, he has feelings. He has Astrid he wants to reunite with and all these things, you know? Like, how could we do this to him? We've never even seen this guy's face. I don't know who this guy is. Well, he has feelings, Fire. Here he is. He's got a red shirt. He's got that same sad, depressed look. He's got blue jeans, underpants, you know. 3 Celsius warmth bonus. He's got a face. Look at that brown hair he has. He's got a red shirt. So here's what happens. Once the blizzard dies, we run across town to get to the lighthouse in Hibernia and stuff like that. But there's 0 chance that you can stop your HP from completely draining by the time you get over there. So you're kind of rewarded from odds. Now just take the improvised ptarmigan pillow and put it over his face. I'm having problems, Duncan. You don't have to kill him, just delete the save. Well, that's what I need to hear, Bean. Because I'm having a tough time getting rid of this guy. Just because he happened to spawn in the wrong location. Star Trek nerds will tell you a red shirt is bad news. Oh my gosh. I appreciate you guys' superstitious assistance to helping me just delete this guy. But what I believe we're going to see here is a guy who's going to freeze trying to get to his destination. Not even that far to the lighthouse. Okay, we're at about halfway on the temperature. And we're about pretty close to the lighthouse here. So here we are in Desolation Point, a brand new run. We have dreams of improving in this game, and already our emotions are getting involved. So I am foregoing the lighthouse, knowing that the real loot is over there at the Hibernia. What's up, Alpha? The bearded wonder. What is shaking, Alpha? How is your Tuesday going? And how are you? We're just getting settled in over here and trying to see what we can do with this guy. Oh my. You want to talk about a time waster? What an unfortunate wolf that is. Okay, so now we take the HP drip, and there's little we can do about it. Hollywood Moose took the day off, it seems. Yeah, he's probably over there somewhere. So, what we would do is if we start at the lighthouse, it's pretty much right next to where we are, and we could just run right inside, and then once we're fully warm, we run to Hibernia. For us, we did the cave and then straight to Hibernia rather than the lighthouse, just to get to what we need. Once we get to the Hibernia, we start to go down the checklist of if the hacksaw is there, or the pry bar, or the bedroll, and we can ascertain pretty much immediately the loot pool we're in. And there's 4 sets of loot pools. And hoping for a bedroll, it's crazy, Bean, but we're actually hoping for the opposite. We're hoping there's no bedroll behind the green boxes. And that's, if we can find a pry bar in here and no bedroll, then we're on the right loot pool. And there's also one more hacksaw related loot pool start. So I'm pretty happy with the lack of HP drip right here. We actually got some decent weather. And again, this is all very nerdy. Okay, let's immediately go for warmth. We're going to focus more on not letting the HP drip. In terms of HP drip, it seems like it's not a big deal to start at the mine. Yeah, Duncan, that was a bit of an anomaly. Either that or we just discovered that it's not too bad. So you might be right. We seem to survive. Okay, so we immediately start with thirst and temperature, staving off the drip for that. But that's a big part. HP drip is the key there, Duncan. That's what we're trying to do. I'm going to pause when I start running my mouth a little bit more. And I'm not going to just drip my HP all over the place because we can't. We're not going to get it back in this tournament unless we have birch bark. So if I can get through a couple towns. Yo, what's up, Yinzers? Pause. Yes, PAWS. Like Aretha's paws with her little toe beans. She's actually got multicolored toe beans, Yinzers, and it's lovely to see you. I hope that your shift on Sunday wasn't too bad and that they had the temperature right in the office for you. I know it was quiet in there because you were one of the only people there besides maybe the custodial workers, but it was important that you were there. And it's great to see you, Yinzers. Memorizing loopholes is incredibly nerdy, and I'm here for it. Love the dedication. Thank you, Bean. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, because we have a good time. And we had a big hippie takeover on Friday, Bean, and it was lovely. And I had a great time mellowing out, man. But then I realized this weekend that I'm obsessed with this game now. And my love for it just is on a roller coaster that's just going up the whole time. I just absolutely adore everything about it, because when you play survival mode in this game, you can set the sliders to unbelievably difficult, which is hard to find in games these days. And I just love the whole PvE experience that you can really set yourself up for. That's it, Yinzers. Okay, so as all this talk about being serious. Okay. So we have to keep an eye on that temperature and not let it drip at all. We start out looking for fire starters and not letting the HP drip at all. Running back to the bed if we can't get a fire starter right away.
Never would have thought to look here.
Sometimes there's a torch there. It doesn't look like today. So now we got to run back to the bed and sleep for another hour. Because that temperature is about to be at the bottom and start dripping our HP. And the temperature is the #1 HP drainer out of all the stuff. Some trusty brand matches would be great right about now. That's it. This game is absolutely incredible. That's it, Bean. And I'm just kind of in my honeymoon phase a little bit with it, and I'm just absolutely all about it. And for some reason, getting my butt kicked on Friday actually fired me up more, and I just feel like I have a serious, like, go crazy for this game right now, a thirst for knowledge. Is there any health regen at all in this challenge from sleeping, stims, or birch? There is from stims and birch, but no sleeping, Bean. So anytime we drain it, we're going to have to go get that birch from the ravine or places if we plan on getting it. So our route for how we go is going to go very simply like Desolation, Coastal, Ravine, Mystery Lake. And that's where it all happens. And I have even something crazier that I've been thinking about. Foraging in Broken Railroad might be in my future, just because every time I go to Forlorn Muskeg, I end up walking home on a foggy day, getting lost on the ice, getting mauled going on the wuss route across the lake. I mean, it's just crazy. So I might even forage in Broken Railroad, but I don't want to put the donkey before the steed, and I want to just focus on the first thing right now, which is the hacksaw situation, because I get a little fired up. I hope that you guys are doing fantastic. And yes, we are nerding out. Big time. Alright, so I really want to find a light source and look for that hacksaw and everything. Here we are in Blue Outline World. Sometimes you'll see a hacksaw back in this area right here. And if we find a pry bar right here, it's a good sign. Man, I also need a light source, huh? Here we go. Alright, now we find one of those cedar fire logs from underneath this tube area over here. Should be right in the snow here. There it is. Oh my gosh. Look at this nerd knowing where stuff is. Is this not the craziest thing ever? Okay, now we need tinder of some sort, and we don't have sticks. Or newspaper. Now we have to run upstairs, take a 1-hour nap, and then get our tinder addressed.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Cardboard on the floor. Nice eyes, Duncan.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, that's it, Neo. What an appearance by the Neo Man. Hey, Neo, does the Matrix have you this Tuesday? That's the real question. Are you out of the Matrix? Or are you in the Matrix? And what is happening? How's it going with the Neo Man, the main man? Do you know Kung Fu by any chance? It is great to see you guys. And I'll tell you something, we're fired up over here. Aretha's got the windows open. It's a beautiful day as spring is sprung upon us and we are headed into summer. It feels like spring has barely gotten started and we're already almost into summer. So spring needs to keep on. Oh, Neo the man. Thank you, Neo. Holy crap. Neo, you're the absolute man. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, the Neo man. Thank you. Thank you so much, Neo. And you tell Lawrence Funderburg thank you as well. And give my regards to Trinity and tell her that her potato salad was wonderful at the picnic the other day. That was really great. I really liked her potato salad. Keeping folks in the mix. Thank you, Neo. You are an absolute legend, and I appreciate it, my man. We're just getting started over here, and I have been nerding out way too much. There's been talks of hacksaw spawns and just foraging and all kinds of stuff and min-maxing. You know, we're really getting crazy over here, Neo, and we're trying to enter the code and really become Matrix experts. Thank you so much, Neo. Thank you, my man. Unbelievable guy. Whoa, Sandra, don't slow down the bus. Okay, we're not going to slow down the bus either over here, Neo. We're going to try to rise to the occasion of being serious by staying off the drip, getting tinder and cardboard and things. Astute point was made about the cardboard on the floor. And now I just need to find that cardboard. Okay, this stuff all looks like metal right here. I'm not sure where the cardboard is. Maybe it's downstairs. There it is. Good call, Duncan the man. All right, we're going to eat these sardines, and you can see the thirst goes up a little bit, and that was kind of the hope there. Because this will take 27 minutes. That'll be double drip if I do that. So in the spirit of trying to be responsible, I have to actually think about things before I do them. That would have taken 27 minutes if I just went ahead and did that. Okay, I'm already, my mind is blown right now. I can't start the check for the things I need until I get these vitals addressed.
Too cold to think.
Okay, so the drip is back for temperature, and it's a real one. It's too much to think about, but we're trying. Okay, so that temperature really doesn't give us much in the way of a grace period before we need to get back to sleep. So unless I get sticks, I'm gonna have to cut up that cardboard.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up again.
Put your hat on, you found. Thank you, Dunk. Alright, we're gonna have to go to sleep for more than 1 hour with our Summit Soda in our belly so that we have enough sleep in us, or temperature in us, so that we don't have to do this every 10 seconds. Close on that top bunk. Yeah, I'll get him in a sec, Dunk. This is just tough at the beginning right now. Alright, we've lost about 10 HP. We're gonna drink the coffee for thirst, and then we're gonna go immediately cut down that tinder off the cardboard. And so, as you can tell, our HP has dripped about 10 HP already. That's just by the little stuff that we've done. Very serious stuff. Oh, Blackbeard's chest. Neo has rewarded us with some cool zip-zap action, baby. Here we go. It looks like a really cute waving koala bear with a bat. Oh, and that would be perfect for our 7th inning stretch situation. The koala with a bat, baby. It says batter up. Thank you, Neo. Unbelievable. My man. Oh, we got Brian Gold, stay on target. All right, let's get back down to that cardboard and start off this thing and check for our essential situations. So use the flare to start the fire, the tinder plugs, and the regular book that I seem to have forgotten. Okay, I'm gonna go grab that book. Yeah, I hope you guys are having a fantastic Tuesday. I don't know what your weekends entailed. My weekend entailed a little bit of nerding out about the Long Dark. Sometimes it doesn't have too much Long Dark in the mix. Not this weekend, let me tell you. It is the Long Dark weekend, baby. I'm just fired up. I really like this tournament. I think it's kind of pushing our skill set to the limits. Skill set or lack thereof.
I would do anything for a drink right now.
All right, so now we can get some water going. That's going to help some things actually happen for us. And we can start looting. The most important thing is that we ascertain which loot pool that we are on. Sometimes you'll find a pry bar right there. Okay. I'm really hoping for a hacksaw. It's pretty much the key to the whole thing. For early game Nagoa action. Okay. So there's no hacksaw in those locations. We have a pry bar. Trusty brand matches, baby. Maybe we'll grab some reclaimed wood from these spots. Sometimes you'll see it back here. And there's always one right here next to this pipe. That's your brand, Duncan. yeah, I hope everything's going good down with the lumps over at the IRL Dave's Cave. I'm still waiting on those guys to get you a nice dartboard in there. You guys deserve it. A nice cork dartboard, you know? I mean, if they're going to have the guy who created the East Coast Association of Darts in there, they're going to need to step up their game. Okay, so pry bar is the only thing we've found so far, which is sort of a good sign for our loot odds. What we're really hoping is that there's now going to be a hacksaw in the abandoned mine number 5. You know what else I'm happy about? I'm really happy if we find a hacksaw there and we didn't have to re-roll. I'm also happy we stuck it out. So pry bar's here in all 4 loot pools. I'm not sure, Dunk. I'll have to check in just a sec. I've been prioritizing lockers over desks for looting, just because I'm pretty sure most of your outfit stuff comes from lockers and things. It's basically like bow, warmth right under that with our priorities. And I can't let anything for the warmth supersede the bow, especially early game. Sometimes you'll get caught up losing focus of the priorities you should have. It's my birthday today. Nice, Richard. I'm 20, man. Oh, happy birthday to the Richard man. Over there on YouTube, our card dealing hero. He's trying to stay alive, defeat the Latvian mafia one deal at a time. Happy birthday, my man. Happy B-Day, Richard, the card dealing champion. Hashtag survive Latvian mafia. I don't know if I did that right. Hey, what's up, teens? How are you? You know, it just got a little lighter in here. And I should have known that the great Tina was here to hang with us. What's going on? We're just celebrating our boy Richard, the card dealing champion's birthday over here, Tina. And celebrating with a little bit of nerding out. False. Oh, survival is measured in how many rose hips a Will has hoarded. Thank you, Miss Pac-Man, for that comment. On top of that, I am going to need some rose hips. So let's not hesitate to submit some of those rose hips, and they can be sent to Dave at Dave's Cave. Oh! Unbelievable. So, no, I don't think the pry bar is here on all 4. Thank you for those rose hips, Duncan. That is amazing. That's what I'm talking about, baby. And we're going to spam our cooking level up. C/O William at Dave's Cave. That's it, Miss Pac-Man. We're going to be serious. William is the guy who gets things done. His friends can look to him when they're in trouble, and they can say, you know, I can rely on this guy a little bit. He's got a suit on, and though he's got rosacea issues, he is the man. Tell everybody in Twitch that they are the best. Well, you guys heard it. Thank you for those rose hips, Miss Pac-Man. You guys are the best. And Richard believes it. You guys are amazing. That's it. We are celebrating with Lawrence Funderburk and Christopher Walken as Frank White. Yeah, it's getting serious over here. Okay. So what are we up to? I think what we're hoping is that we're just going to find the pry bar here, and that will mean that we find in the abandoned mine 5 the hacksaw. If that happens, then our run is destined for greatness. I was just checking to make sure I didn't miss any cool giant torch up here. All right, I'm gonna go get those goodies. Keeping an eye on that thirst vital. We got some water boiling up on the fire barrel. So this is a secret little area if you climb up that tube. Also, let's talk about this. Antibiotics, painkillers, all that stuff. Another one of my main focuses has been shedding weight from my backpack. So all this stuff like antibiotics, painkillers, I might as well just keep a cup of reishi tea on me rather than the antibiotics. No painkillers because I'm always hoarding rose hips. I got to start to maximize my backpack a little bit too. And start to really carry around only the bare necessities. This is all very serious, just like you to know. Okay, thirst, not a problem, so we'll just boil a little bit more water here. We got all kinds of great foods. I would like to... Oof, ouch, my necessities. Necessities? Oh, you bear now, Duncan? Okay, so we got a safe over here, and we're thinking about opening it pretty soon. So if you guys think I'm going to get a Mackinaw out of there, here is the time when you say, yeah, you're going to get a Mackinaw, maple syrup, and a letter from Astrid telling you how much of a cool guy you are. Is that so? You guys think I'm going to get a letter from her? Those simple bare necessities. All right, 35. And 50. Maxall dreams. What else you'll find is a really cool Mackinaw thermos in here sometimes. And that helps you not have to stop over at the Riken. You know, I notice sometimes Raph likes to do these cheeky little combinations where he'll go counterintuitive on you, you know? But I heard you guys saying we're going to get a Mackinaw, a thermos, maple syrup, and a letter from Astrid. Definitely not nonsense stuff.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Oh, it was nonsense! Okay. Well, you can't get everything. That's for sure. You got it, Neo. You broke into the Matrix. Let's go Mackinaw. Yeah, we got Mac-a-nothing, Bean. We got a Summit Soda, where we'll obey our thirst. And cash, which isn't the worst, I guess, at the beginning when we need tinder. Saves us from having to get sticks. We got nonsense. Thank you for those rose hips. Okay, so I think what I should do is add a little bit more fire and pull this out and search. I'm going to do the last little bit of looting upstairs, and then we're going to take off for Abandoned Mine 5 Hacksaw Celebration. But if you guys think about the start that you can do in Desolation, it's pretty solid. Your HP only drips about 5 to 10, depending upon your negligence. And even if you're the most negligent survivor, you can keep it minimal. So I don't see a hacksaw here or at that bench right over there. That's the spot that you'll see it if it's not in those two spots. So that's why I think for sure that we have a great opportunity to get one over there at the abandoned mine. Macca nuts. All right, we're pulling torches and we're leaving this place. Since the weather feels pretty good, I'm not sure if I'm going to mess around too much looting anything other than the lockers right outside this place, and then we're headed to the mine. There's a birch spawn opportunity right before you get into Abandoned Mine 5, and you can even pop those bad boys off if you get one in there. Just circling back about 10 feet. Exclusive locker access, baby. So, I feel like we got, oh, nuts and stuff. Or as we named it before, D's Nuts. We could even, oh no, it's Tuesday, I need to take it easy. With this loot table, could there be a bedroll in the wolf cave? There might be, Bean. What I'm hoping is that there's going to be just a hacksaw in here, and it's going to be like loot table 3. But the pry bar doesn't tell you much. Since we didn't get a bedroll or a hacksaw, we kind of... And I will say that again, this is very much... Oh, no weapons! Inside baseball. So if you're not a TLD nerd, just try and bear with us, because I know we're talking a lot of technicalities over here. Oh no. Ah. Hey, what's up, grown up? The man! If you didn't find the lantern either, then you're on Loophole 3. That's what I'm hoping, grown up. What's up, Sil? I think the problem is that Bezos didn't get the situation over here. So I need to help him out, because he's probably upset for not showing the stinky streamer girl and stuff. I get too enamored and focused on our excitingness. I'm sorry, Neo. Bezos is after us. He's trying to keep us down. He doesn't want us to thrive and survive. I don't know what his problem is. Unbelievable. All right, I'm just going to give it a second to make sure it stabilizes. And I know it's on Bezos' end because we're not dropping any frames here in the software I use to stream. Bezos partied too much at the Met Gala last night and is taking it out on us. Oh my gosh. You think he's just hung over on his phone? Just thinking, oh, look at these guys in here having a good time talking about loot pools. Unbelievable. No, that's it. I'm going to half his action. Send all of his friends away. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. All right, I'm going to give him a second. And I'm going to do Bezos. And then we're going to right the ship here. All right, be right back. I hope that he's gotten all of that out of his system. And then he's done giving us the business. He says we've only been going for 5 minutes, but we all know that's not true. This is one of his patented moves. Okay, so we're headed to Abandoned Mine 5, and we are hoping that we're going to be on Loophole 3, like Grown Up mentioned there. That's best case scenario for us. That means that we're able to get immediately the guts and the saplings we need, and we can prioritize our hunting bow as the first thing we're getting. After that, it can be warmth and starting to plan for the hunt and different things. There's only 50 days that we have to run amok here. Another thing I'd love to talk to you guys about is stim locations. Stims are super valuable, and I believe there's a finite amount of them on the map, maybe 7 to 9. And I know about a couple of them, but I think that they're super valuable on this difficulty right here. So stim locations is something I should probably get my knowledge of a little bit more. So here's one thing I'll tell you about, is that there's a birch sapling location right here, and there's a family of them. So if we come back here with our hacksaw, boom, we have our arrows immediately harvested. Unbelievable aspect to starting here in Desolation. All right, we got a mega torch, and now right up here is where we're hoping we're going to see the hacksaw. And it's going to be the most exciting moment when I turn left and look on a shelf and I see a hacksaw, and it's going to say, "You're doing so awesome." Boom, baby. That's it. All right, so we have officially ascertained that we are on Loophole 3. So that'll be our first thing that we write down, and this means great things are happening, baby. Yo, what's up, Chad? Good afternoon to you, my man. How's it going? We're over here in the long, dark world. What's going on with you, Chad? You know what, Chad? I need your Giga Chad energy today, because we're getting serious, and we're trying to kind of get in the mix and be, official, and maybe start getting better at this game a little bit and stop floundering around. Be back later, everyone. Okay, Neo, you are the man. Make sure that you do not let the Matrix get you, and make sure that you don't fall for it. All right, how's Bezos doing over here? Because I think I feel like he's causing problems. Oh, gosh, I think Bezos is up to it again. Now things are going on. Yeah, this is crazy, man. He's trying to keep us down. He saw that we knew what was going on in this game, and he refuses. He said, "You're not going to get experienced at the long dark." No, dude, it's not happening. What a piece of work this guy is. Started raining so hard I had to come in. Planting garden today. Nice. What are you planting over there, Chad? I'm trying to think of what the most Giga Chad thing is to plant. Probably like, I don't know. What's the cool guy thing? Cool guys eat apples sometimes. Maybe you have an apple tree? I don't know. I'm trying to think of what the most Giga Chad thing is, and it's not coming to me right away. But it's amazing, Chad, to see you. I'm sorry that it rained. Ohio here, I'm planting weed. Oh, well, you would have loved it, Chad. We had a hippie takeover on Friday. We were mellowing out, man. We were sticking it to the man, and we were grooving and rising. Neo logged out and the Matrix crashed, so I had to come back to YouTube. That's it, fire. Yeah, we got some serious things going on. What's up, Sanders? How are you today? The Sandman. That's what I'm talking about. Spider-Man 2's bad guy, the Sandman. Yo, what's up, Anna? How are you guys? Well, even though Bezos is attacking us over here on Twitch, he can't hurt us on YouTube. And you guys are thriving and striving, and I appreciate it. What's up, Anna? How's it going? Oh, the Silo man, the true pro. Man, Silo, you are going to love what we're up to today. We are nerding out to the fullest degree about loot pools and getting crazy with figuring things out, man. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's good to see you, Anna. I'm just giving it a second over here because on Twitch, Bezos is trying to hold us down. Apparently, he had an all-night bender. He went to a very fancy situation where they wear outfits that are just like ungodly and very unholy. And the whole thing is pretty unholy. But that's what he was up to, and he's taking it out on us. New tourney. That's it, Sil. We are doing... I'm sorry, Silo. We are doing the Nagoa, and we're taking it serious now. We know that we have to start in a certain way, and we're actually off to the right start. Our first shot at this, Silo, gave us the hacksaw right away, so it is completely on. We're about to go get our first birches. Yeah, fire's in the mix, Anna. Yeah, so we're over here. I think that Bezos is going to give us a break, but who knows these days. So I'm going to try to get out there and go get our first birches because that would be lovely. Let's do that. I want to say, I hope that you guys are having a great day because I am definitely having a great day. You know what else is cool about this mine is that it's not very big and it takes you across the map pretty far without having to be outside in the harsh weathers. Okay, we're going back for birch. Who is this YouTube guy again? Sardoz. He should teach Bezos how to run a streaming service. Yeah, at this point it feels personal, Duncan. Feels like he's after us. I think I need to stop besmirching his name. R.I.P. Torch. Sorry, Anna. I'll get back to it once I'm done working on these episode 5 videos. Nice. How did you like the story mode, Fire? We've had some mixed reports. Our boy Silo over here has been just getting back into it after the stench of episode 5 left him furious with the whole situation. Bezos Billy. That's exactly what Duncan said, Silo. He was out partying, and now he came back for vengeance. In a hungover stupor. Okay, so we're getting a ton of lumps, and we're warming up, and we got a hacksaw and birches already. Best case scenario. Okay, this is a calm lump acquisition. This is one of my favorite things. And I got to tell you guys, another part of my practice made me realize that the lumps are the most important thing. You just keep these lumps on you. And I don't even know if I'm going to drop them off anywhere after acquiring them all from these mines. I might take all 50 lumps with me on our journey and just keep them in the mix. Because it always comes up if you drop them off for weight reasons that you want it back. So I'm going to check the traveling weather out here for us because it seems kind of nice. Yeah, it's on the fence. It's a bit blustery. It's 2 down. And it feels like a blizzard's on the way. I might be pushing it if I go for it.
Head feel thick.
All right. I don't think we're going to push it. If If I light a torch, I can stay warm in here. We'll just burn through the torch. Let's just think about that for a second here. Also, Larone has been distracting me. Oh, I'm sorry, Fire. Well, it's amazing having you here. Kicking butt, holding down YouTube for the beginning. It's overrated, having to wait all that time for just okay content. Well, there's some serious mixed reviews over here in the YouTube world as well. I feel like it was a situation where, how do you win in that situation? The only thing that I probably imagine could have made him win is Will flies away from like an explosion, right? And Astrid is like saying, "Will, help me!" And Will's got like torn sleeves on his shirt, and he's like, "Astrid, come here!" And he pulls her up with one arm, and he saves the day. And he's just like going crazy, flying the plane, pulling up Astrid, flames and like excitement, and Will being the hero. But I know what happened was probably very different. Will was probably talked down to, like 80s bully style, like Silo mentioned. "Yo, Mackenzie, you're just so stupid." And then all the people with short haircuts are pointing at him and saying, "We're much smarter than you, even though you're the protagonist." All that stuff probably went on. And then there was nonsense. That's what I imagine. They rushed the ending too much. It was kind of a mess. Some good, quite a lot bad. Oh. The ending sucked. Yeah, it's tough for Raph, man. He's got a tough situation to go against there. Yo, what's up, Allie? Heartbeat Allie, the up-and-coming rising pro. What is shaking, Allie? Thank you for those rose hips. That's what I'm talking about. Give us the donkeys. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I do want some donkeys. I've been thinking about what I would like in the sequel in different aspects. And I had a good one yesterday, and I'll keep you guys informed on what that is. I was kind of angry when I found out the survival wasn't updated anyway with episode 5. Yeah, we know it's not updated grown up because we have like bunk bed glitches and stuff that haven't been patched or anything like that too, so we can kind of tell. However, after thinking about it, it must mean that Raph thinks the game is perfect. And I have to agree with him on that, except the lack of donkeys. It's pretty good, grown up. This game's amazing. And I'll tell you guys what I realized about what's so cool about the game. When you're looting a place that's dark, like let's say we're in a place like this, you can kind of see natural shadows on things. That's what I think is really love and care made by Raph. If you go into a cabin and there's no there's no lighting source that you have, like a torch or a lantern, all the lighting is designed to almost hide certain loot in these little crevices, and it was made with love and care so that you can't easily see it without the light source. And I think that that's the intricate kind of focus on making things right that I love. Raph invented game shadows. Well, he didn't invent them, Silo, but he implemented it very eloquently and nice, I think, in this game, where it's important to find that loot, and the lighting kind of makes it appropriately disclosed if you don't have a lighting source. So that's my Raph shill comment for the day, I suppose. Bad news, man. I uninstalled during the weekend. Silo, what happened? Oh my gosh. Silo. Well, I'm glad you're here, and we will reinvigorate your love for it by dripping HP nonsensically all over the place. What exactly should we do to stop this drip is what I'm thinking. Maybe make some tinder here. And I think we might have to start a fire. Yikes. %shot, and I didn't light the torch on accident because I just went for it. Church for safe fire. Raph, don't punish Larone's for our opinions on story mode.
Damn it.
All right, we need RNG. HP is dripping at 20 per hour right now if this fire doesn't get lit. We have a 60% chance, and we're flipping the coin again, baby. Immediate 2 lumps on there to stop the drip.
It worked.
Get fire, water boiling anytime early game that we're stopping, and you can see the temperature stabilize. Looks like we've lost about 10 to 12, maybe 15 HP. We're sitting at about 85. Still looking to get these extremities covered, so we stave off frostbite and stuff like that. So we could use for sure some gloves. Right now we look a bit ridiculous. It does look like we've been putting in work in the gym though. Our shoulders look kind of strong. And if you see this guy when he's shirtless, he's actually pretty... Look at this guy. You know, for a guy who hasn't had a lot of calories in his belly because he's been stuck on Great Bear, that guy is, you know, he's pretty amazing, isn't he? Mr. Red Shirt over here. Unbelievable. Church for Safe Fire. We're going to keep on moving, Duncan. Episode 5 needed a shirtless Will. Or at least a Will who had torn sleeves. You know, he had like a knife in his teeth and he was like pulling up Astrid and saving the day. A little less of a wuss. I don't know why he's always got to be a wuss. And he's kind of a unintelligent wuss, what I see him as a story mode. It's a great game. I just didn't like Chapter 5. He can't make everyone happy. That's what's tough about being a game developer. I'll tell you, Chad, Grown Up mentioned it, I think, right up here. It is exactly the most perfect game on survival mode. So I've never played story mode, so it really doesn't affect me too much. I consider it kind of like multiple different games within one. And I love the survival mode. I think it's amazing. I liked his dad's sweater. Okay, the weather's back on our side. And it's on. I am very optimistic about this journey for us. Okay, so here's what I might need a little bit of help with. I'm going to try to drop these things as often as I can when we stop, so they don't deteriorate in our backpack or aren't being cured when we're taking micro naps. I might need some help not forgetting my saplings and curables. That's one of my kind of patented moves, is to leave them behind when I drop them off. I'm sure a lot of folks do this. So if you guys see it and I leave the cabin, maybe a hey jabroni, get your act together would help me. Okay, I'm gonna get a little tinder going so we have some more fire action. It's the warm traveling time, so we're gonna get to stepping. I want you guys to know that I think you're absolutely the coolest. Those are the type of jump scares we can all look forward to once we carry around curing guts and a bunch of meat and stuff. Better get to stepping before Johnny Law gets here. Holy crap. Johnny Law. You're Johnny Law, Duncan. You're the law man. Better call Duncan. Maybe an emote of you screaming, "Oh!" would be great for us to use to stop you dead in your tracks. Yeah, we're gonna have to get something grown up. Some sort of get it together button. Okay, we're walking the dog right now. And walking the dog is a technique that you will see we utilize when we're trying to get the ptarmigans by making nature call. So in this tournament, we're not allowed to use stones against small prey like birds and rabbits. So the only way to get that early game insulation you definitely need before your bow is crafted is to make nature call. By dragging the wolf over to the ptarmigans and then tricking him into going after the ptarmigans. So we have a very simple goal for ourselves. We're crossing through Crumbling Highway as we head westward into Coastal Highway. When we're in Coastal, we have an immediate sapling location we can check. Right there, left of the wall, next to the little... Oh, my God. Listen, man, you're freaking out, man. Good Lord. Cameraman went to the gala, too. Jabroni button. That's it, Allie. Walk the Dog is also a great song by Rufus Thomas. Man, Rufus Thomas, huh? Walk the Dog. I'm going to check that one out. Five wasn't all bad. Got answers and a new weapon. Got a cool new zone as well, but I hear they're not putting it in survival. Oh, is that so? Yeah, I would love some updates to survival. But it seems like there's been a lot of stuff done before I even got here. Throwing torches near Ptarmigan is a no-no, by the way. Have to drop it from inventory or put out a torch. Yeah, that's exactly right, Fire. I'm not going over there with torches. It's also a cool yo-yo trick. Oh, bringing it back, Inzers. There was an era when I was in school where it was actually cool to have yo-yos, and I remember having it. And I think it's very appropriate that we talk about Duncan, because Duncan is actually one of the best yo-yo brands. Death by DPI this summer. Just when you thought his mouse wasn't spazzy enough, he spun it around on accident. Oh, this summer, it is motion sickness. Okay, so I can't neglect to search in here because sometimes you'll find work gloves in here, which are actually really solid for us. Lump of coal. Oh, lantern fuel. Another thing that I think is kind of crazy about my new ideas is that I might not be carrying around stuff like lanterns. I might use the lantern fuel for accelerant more than I will for storm lanterns and just make torches. These are the kind of sacrifices I think we need to make to our carrying capacity. As well as well-fed. Let's talk about well-fed. Well-fed is something you get after keeping food in your belly for 72 hours. You can get it if you do it immediately on the third day. What if we got well-fed on the third day and never lost it? How about that for an idea? Do you guys think we could do that? Because I'm thinking we can. All we've done to prove that is do the exact opposite up until now. But I believe. Will fed. That's it, grown up. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I think I want to put a little note in there for us. This is our first note. Serious Will. Mr. Business. Loophole 3. You guys rule. Okay, Loophole 3 has been decided. Oh, Knifo! What's up, guys? Just when I thought this day couldn't get any more amazing, Knifo Nation is here, baby. We got Copper CD in the mix. What is shaking? With the cool cats, baby. Hashtag 29. I'm here to steal your rose hips. CD, that is crazy. You know what I need from you, actually, CD, is let me get some of your rose hips. I was just about to say, it's, you know, it feels like we need to. I'm over here blowing it on my Knifo situation because I'm thinking about rose hips. I got rose hips on the mind. What's shaking with Knifo, CD, and Kappa? Knifo was leaving you someone on his run. No way. I looked for you at Dave's, but neither of you were there. Oh, well, come on down. We got Knifo hanging out. It's a celebrity night down at Dave's Cave. He's going to be singing karaoke. I heard he was going to be singing, When There's Nightmare, Who Does Home Do? I don't know if that's like a Dio song or who that is. But we're going back, baby. It's karaoke night and celebrity night. Knifo Nation is here. But the onion rings are just as soggy. I left them in Dave's quiet corner. Thank you, CD. Cattail dreams. All right, now I'm getting fired up. This is the moment when I have to settle down. I got all the coolest cats here. I take a water because I'm too excited. I'm that girl. Hello, beautiful CD. Hello, Knifo. What's up? 420. Hey, man. Are you a carryover from our hippie party, man? Thank you very much for those rose hips, Knifo. I really appreciate you leaving those rose hips at Dave's Quiet Clearing. If you guys are wondering where the best place is to get half-off appetizers, then you should come on down. You should avoid a place like Allen's, and you should go straight to a place like Dave's Cave. It's good to see you guys. I hope that you're doing well, and I hope that Gunloper is treating the main man, Knifo, well. I know that Gunloper basically means you're on the tough difficulty, but rather than just a bow as your weapon, you're allowed to use a revolver and a rifle. So it's still the tough supply loot and outdoor activities, but it gets pretty serious with that stuff. Yo, what's up, Hoot? Yeah, Neo is an absolute legend. He likes to keep people in the mix, and especially you, Hoot, because we're going to hoot and holler over the excitement. We got our first full bunker today in Mystery Lake, day 3. Holy crap, that is unbelievable. I think in my first week I was playing Knifo, I found a stock bunker, and I have not since, really. Usually I go into the bunker and it's those depressing things. Did you find a bunch of beef jerky and Sprite and cured hides and things in there? It's a glorious wonder world when you go inside a stock bunker. It is truly run-changing, pretty much. Okay. So what were we up to over here? We were traveling to go get saps, and we're going to get cured guts off of a ravaged deer. I'm not going to mess around with hides. Duncan mentioned that I was messing around too much with hides, and I think he's right. We're going to let the RNG work for us, and we're going to go for things that are guaranteed. No messing around today. I found a stock bunker and a custom interloper today. I didn't think there would be any. Yeah, it's so great, Hoot. Found all that in a fancy hunter's revolver. Oh my god. That sounds amazing. No problem, Copper. You're amazing. Yeah, we'll be here. We're in it for the long haul for sure. This is as fired up as I've been. We're on Loot Pool 3. This summer, we finally finish the tournament. It is happening, baby. Yeah, I am lost, though. Kind of forget where I'm going during the whole hoopla. Speaking of guaranteed, there's a million spots for Hammer and Coastal. There sure are, Duncan. And my experience has led me to believe that they're all missing. Most of the time when you look for all those spots for the Hammer over there in Coastal, they pretty much don't show up. What I think we're going to end up doing is going to the Forestry Lookout in Mystery Lake after falling short of every Hammer spawn chance we look for. Part of me thinks about just going straight through Coastal and not messing around. Only stopping for temperature. I don't know what the odds are of the Hammer over there, but they're pretty slim shady. Unless that guaranteed thing is what you're talking about. Yeah, there is a bunch of ravine spots too. Those ones, much like the coastal ones, are actually usually empty. Yeah, serious mom spaghetti. Okay, CD, you are amazing. And I do hope that all that Gunloper stock bunker action has been treating you guys well. That sounds amazing. Okay, I would like to talk about cooking later with the cans of food and stuff, and what gives you a point. That would be an interesting topic. My understanding is there will be a hammer in Coastal. It's just that you'd have to check each location. I think of the 4 out of 6 hammer spawns in CH are easy and makes sense to check. Yeah. And what's crazy is that Quincy's, as great as it is, might actually not be the one that has it. Yeah, we all have ideas that we're going to find it in Coastal, but I have been disappointed pretty much every time I go there. There's one at Jackrabbit. There's a fishing hut between Jackrabbit and the log sort. There's Quincy's. There's a barrel outside of Quincy's. And we have the fishing 3 cabins down there under the workbench. There's all kinds of spots. And I think as we're traveling, we're going to check for them, but we're not going to backtrack for any of them. We're just going to do as much as we can to stay warm and keep moving. Each time we're going to go to a place that doesn't have a bed in between very, very close. We're going to plan accordingly by sleeping a lot before we leave, too. Let's get out there. It's the forestry lookout on Coastal that messes things up. That's it, Duncan. That one is insane. He's referring to one that's basically sky high in the air and takes like a rope to get up to. And if I was Raph, and I was thinking like maybe a hipster, I think I'd put it in those tough places. Where did you find the hacksaw? Well, Hoot, what we did was we only got a pry bar when we went to the Hibernia processing plant in DP, so we were able to ascertain which loophole we were on and figured out that it was number 3 and that it was in the abandoned mine number 5. So pretty much really close to the place we found it. Okay, since we're warming up, I just wanted to do a quick inventory. We got 5 tinder. Okay, now my return is 30 minutes for 2 scrap metal. When you guys look at the shelves later, you'll see that I think this is a good return for our time. And that helped us warm up. Now our travels are short to get to the basement. I have to be careful since I can't really light too much of a torch out here if I get jumped by ninja wolves. It's not in play on loophole 3. Yeah, I think you're right, grown up. I just have bad luck finding it in Coastal. So if it's not part of the path we're on, I don't think we're gonna stop. Ground CH could be a trailer outside the mine. Yeah, it could be. I think pretty much organically, we're just gonna walk westward across Coastal and we'll hit all those spots. Jackrabbit has kind of a nice little setup there. And surprisingly, you only miss one if you go past Quincy's. The only thing we're leaving behind in Quincy's is potentially a cup of Big Moose Kicks. Or, I'm sorry, a tin of it. I think that's one of the more valuable things there. Along with the lantern. Things that we might be able to live without. Since the coffee isn't guaranteed. I'll have a Rishi Riser and some Health Inspector stew. Nice, Duncan. Okay, we're reading an hour of Brian Gold Stay on Target to get our temperature up. But not spending too much time down here because we want to our fatigue not to drop.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
So when I just read Brian Gold for an hour, I think I feel like I could have dropped those saplings. You know, things like that are things I could start doing a little bit more official. Okay, cheeky 1 hour sleep in the car with 1 Celsius over the top. So now it'll even out if we go to sleep. It feels like -3 and the bed warmth bonus just makes it 0. Don't really think 1 extra curing is that important. Yeah, I'm probably going a little too far with all my this summer stuff, Dunk. You know, if you can open a fuel cover, we should be able to take gasoline out of the cars by doing the old siphon move or something. Okay, we're stuck in the basement since it's Blizzard Travels out there. And I think it might be a little too dark to do Brian Gold Stay on Target. So now we're just going to look for activities. Like maybe going in these dryers. No? We've already done that. All right. Well, now's when it might be solitaire or go back and sleep in the car to maximize the fact that we're sleeping and boil water at the same time. Good thing we have the bedroll and could just sleep this time off. Imagine the poor jabronis with hacksaws. Well, Duncan, your sarcasm isn't necessary. You know why? Because we're going to go sleep in that car with a fire next to the car and boil water at the same time, maximizing what we got going on and sleeping in a car. How about that? With curing saplings also that we can have. So, now that we're all thinking about that, let's drop these saplings here and not forget, once the weather gets better, to come back in the basement and grab them. And that's a very serious reminder that I'm super hoping you guys will remind me of. Please. Don't let me leave them. Okay, let's get out there. We're gonna light a fire next to the car, boil water at the same time. Making moves while we sleep is insanely professional. Trying to tell which way the wind's blowing. These saps are called Astrid, so we'll never forget. That's it. He loves her.
My fingers feel numb.
He's just prancing around out there. Look at him. He's shaking off fleas and stuff. That was awesome. All right. That's it. Yeah, it's intimidation, man. Serious intimidation. This guy's on top of his stalking game. Yeah, and he turned right around while we're starting this fire, so we gotta hope RNG's on our side. Affliction, hypothermia, risk! Oh! Alright, 2 lumps.
Pretty well.
Put this bad boy out, boil some water, and then when you go to sleep for 1 hour, you can wake up right before it burns. Now we go to sleep for an hour, and you'll be very happy to see that that water is just about to burn, but hasn't. Pro stuff. Maximizing, optimizing on YouTube, on Twitch, with Bezos. And we got plenty of lumps and firewood and everything to use, but now we're fully warm. I think we grab our saplings and get to stepping. It's happening. Yeah, that's it, Al. Since we're on Nagoa here, we have to maximize our naps whenever we can get it. So basically, any time that we have for responsibilities or something, we can't just default to playing solitaire. We got to use that time as smart as we can to get little sleeps in and keep our fatigue up, because we're going to take travels without bedrolls, and we're going to need to be super well rested for those long journeys with 2 down arrows on our fatigue pretty much the whole time. Fatigue going down quick, and so is thirst. Yeah, it's getting serious. I hope you guys are super into nerdy TLD stuff, because we're big into it as well. Okay, now we're going to leave Crumbling Highway and go to Coastal. And we'll have these beans to warm us up. Three down. The weather's kind of acting like it's going to blow my torch out. Ooh! Go the other way! As soon as he's done spazzing, he's going to get upset with us again. There he goes. Alright, we have to hug this wall to keep the torch lit. This is tough scenes. Everybody stop! Don't go that way. Hey. And then he's gonna get upset again. So now we have a car on the other side of this transition that we can sleep in with the fire next to us. And if the weather decides to change, then we keep moving. Oh, yeah, it's pretty intense, though. We're speed running over here. Okay, so one of the cool things we can do once we're warm is check for saplings, and they're going to be right here to the left. So I'm checking which direction the wind's blowing and looking for the side of the car to go to light the fire. I feel like it might be behind it. Okay. We light the fire behind the... How many Trusty Brand matches we have? I don't know. We're burning through these bad boys willy-nilly over here, Duncan. So I got to start to get a little more conservative. We do have plans of traveling to new loot pools very often. So Trusty Brand is definitely going to need to be
Turned out pretty well.
thought about. We just mentioned the water duration that it takes. If you boil 0.5, you know that it'll be ready to be done right when you're done with 1 hour's sleep. 3 up arrows on the temperature, we sleep. We need more Willy and less Nilly. That's it. So this thing's temperature is already at 46 Celsius and rising. We'll just throw a log on there for duration. Go back to sleep for an hour. We're just getting these little hour sleeps wherever we can get it. Since there's no HP rebuild multiplier for sleeping for long durations, you can sleep in 1 to 2 hour chunks more. Uh-oh, our temperature. Fire's still cooking. Look at that. Beautiful. So our fatigue is at about 25%, and we're staying on top of making sure we're keeping that thing afloat. Now that the weather's done, we're checking for the saps, and we're going for the carcass deer to get the guts out of for our bow. A bow requires 2 cured guts and 1 cured maple sapling. So if you set out to do those things in the first couple days, you can kind of get it done. I was hoping the weather was a little bit better than this. We're going back to the car. Okay, so sad news on the sapling front. We have been skunked. No maple. So maple takes, I believe, 6 days and is probably the best thing that you can hope for RNG-wise to show up in that spot right there. Now we have to kind of prioritize maple over most things during our travels. Because we need 6 days afterward, and if we're trying to get that forge and bow cured pretty quickly, we're going to want to get the maple cut down soon.
Come on. Can't feel my feet.
So what I think that means is that I'm going to go to Jackrabbit Island. So if we go over to Jackrabbit Island, we're going to hit 1 hammer chance there. And then we'll hit a fishing hut on the way to the log sort that has a hammer chance. And then a hammer chance at the log sort, fishing hut. There's like 4 or 5 ones we're going to walk right by. So I'm pretty optimistic that'll be good for us, I think. We could try that. Could be good. I love jackrabbits. I'm building a fully decked out base there right now. Nice. Yeah, the one tough thing I'd say, Bean, is the lack of fireplace, right? I like how it looks out upon the town. So our responsible water boiling is going fantastically. And our fatigue meter is rising. I think we're doing some serious stuff over here. Man, this is not traveling weather, I'll tell you that. I have a little rabbit farm going up there on Jackrabbit. Snares all over. That stinky streamer girl bathwater. You like Jackrabbit too, Al? Okay, we're getting real loose with our lumps. You can see we're starting fires all over town. That's because we can do it. We just got about 40 or 50 lumps out of the cave. And there's more where that came from.
That did it.
So we're gonna put 2 on this bad boy. We're getting straight down to business here. We go for the guts first, since they're the most important thing for our bow. And then we'll get some food if we can. I'm gonna boil up some of that stinky streamer girl bathwater. Each step of this process is important to be done responsibly so you can keep that HP drip from happening. And now, the micro harvest begins. You might be wondering why I'm cutting 0.1 steak out of this deer per time. And that is because it helps your cooking skill get spammed, because each steak you cook individually gives you 1 point of XP. So if we cut off 0.1 because we had a 1.1 steak, man, this is all becoming too much. I know that you guys, hearing it out loud, I'm getting way too nerdy about this. Listen, guys, if you cut down the steak at 0.1, you can actually spam your cooking skill. It's going to impress Raph and everybody, and Boris will be shamed. We're min-maxing today. Yeah, this is getting crazy over here. I'm probably taking it too far, but I'm fired up. Fire. No fireplace inside stinks, but it's doable. I made a meat curing box there and bring all over the fish to it. Yeah, I'll tell you, you know what else is nice, Bean, is that you're close to where the trader goes, I believe. I'm pretty sure one of the islands right behind it, you can do your trader trades back there. With the grizzled old veteran. So if we were to cut these out at 0.5 kilograms in the traditional fashion, we wouldn't be able to spam our cooking skill early game like we are now that they're all going to be 0.1 steaks. I have to restore balance after the reckless abandon of those hippies on Friday. Yeah, it does feel like that. Trader box is right next to it at Misanthropes. Yeah, I'll tell you, Bean, we've never actually succeeded in doing one trade with the trader.
A horse. I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
Okay, while the weather's kind of decent, we can try to cook up some steaks too before the storms come in. AC plus or minus the square root of 2AB divided by Raph's age gains the most XP per kilometer of deer meat. Whoa, that's it. Nice, Duncan. That was pretty cool. He sells some really cool recipes and unique clothing items. Yeah, I heard he sells pink socks, different thermoses, and one time we had to trade with him for flour, and we were going to make rose hip empanadas out of it. This is so nerdy. So we got 2 fires going so we can expedite the process. Since there are 2 burners on each little fireplace here, we doubled our productivity of cooking. So each one of those, there's a little thing probably behind my head there that shows that you got 1 cooking experience. So we'll go look at our skills in a second and see what level we're at. I want the wolfskin pants blueprint, but need to increase my trust with him before he'll offer. Increasing trust can be a grind. Oh wow, there's like a mechanic for the trader. Trust mechanic. Yeah, this game goes deep. Okay. So we're about out of here. Recycled cans are also something that I've been doing lately over everything else. The cooking pot is a little bit heavy. It gives you the opportunity to get porridge, but we might forego it for a recycled can and then just maybe get the skillet when it's time for roast hip empanadas at Mystery Lake. I wanted to also tell you guys a little something that happened over the weekend that I thought was a bit crazy. Aretha decided to get a little big for her britches. So, let me take you down dinner time story time. I thought I'd make myself a nice Italian cuisine the other night. It was wrought with, red sauce, a little bit of mom's gravy, and some nice noodles in action. And then I thought, you know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use my sandwich roll and make a nice, like a bread to go with it. I put a little butter on that bread, and I was planning on throwing it in the oven for a couple of minutes so the butter would melt and would get a nice golden brown toasty feel to it to go with my pasta, of course. I prepped that bread with butter on top of it to go into the oven, left the room to come into here. Lo and behold, what happened when I entered the kitchen? What do you guys think? Do you guys think that some sort of scallywag cat who's too big for her britches went on top of the counter, licked the butter? That's it, Corona.
Get a goldfish.
Well, that night, my lovely kitty decided that she was going to get up on the counter, lick the butter off of my rolls, and I came into the kitchen to see her hovering over the butter, acting territorial about it like she had done some great thing. She wasn't ashamed of it as much as she was trying to woof it down before I took it away from her. I said, Aretha, are you crazy? This is insane. And she was eating butter. But not only that, she licked it off of my bun from the counter when I was in the other room. She always jumps down from the counter when I walk into the room, and she also times it to when she thinks I won't be coming back into the kitchen. It's a whole thing, and it's unbelievable that she does all this. And I just wanted to let you guys know about how ridiculous that cat is. That was a first for her, licking the butter off of my dinner and with her cat lips. The cat strats. Butter infused with catnip. It was insane. It was one of those deals. Yeah, she put her cat lips all over that bread and everything. Unbelievable. So apparently she likes butter. I don't know how great butter is for kitties, but we have found something she likes this summer. Just when you thought your Italian garlic rolls will be safe in the other room when you leave, they won't. This summer brings the derelict cat. Unbelievable, man. A first for her. Something's going on with her these days. I feel like she's getting bigger for her britches. All of this, she's been hanging out with the Hollywood Moose from Desolation Point. I think she thinks she's a star or something now. Okay, so there's wolves right here to the left of us. We're going to try to avoid them with a nice wide berth. And there's a bear location on the island we're walking towards. Sometimes he'll be over here. And sometimes you'll just see him kind of stumbling out of his cave right over in this area. So we're going to go on that island, spot into the house for maybe a pair of pants or gloves or something, and then right over to Jackrabbit Island. I know you guys are thinking I'm crazy for foregoing Quincy's Quonset. And I would definitely see how you would say that. She's a star and she knows it. Yeah, she's stunning these days. 2 cat residents here. What's up, Bacon? Also have been little a-holes, too big for their britches, jumping on counters with their little misbehaving cat lips. That is amazing, Bacon. That is exactly what happened. I didn't get mad at her. I was more shocked. I just couldn't believe that she had the audacity, really, to lick my dinner because she was so into butter. She's been doing the dog thing where she comes into the kitchen and just kind of watches me cook now. I think because I don't discipline her. I'm one of those parents that kind of just lets her be a free spirit, undisciplined. And I think we're seeing the ramifications of that. She pretty much thinks she can get away with everything. My thought process was, she comes from a tough experience. I should show grace on her.
Find some place to escape this cold.
And not be too hard on her if she has quirks and things from her little upbringing. She's taking advantage. My friend Sam told me that cats are opportunists. And I definitely got myself an opportunist on hand. A butter opportunist.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
I couldn't believe it. She watches for butter opportunities. We are nice parents to some extent. But we do try to enforce boundaries. Yeah, I might need to start doing that, Bacon. Because she's running amok. All right, Misanthrope's Homestead. This is one of the 2 places that are kind of here on these little islands. So we'll just do a quick loot of this spot and we'll keep it out there. If RNG is on our side, we're going to find Big Moose Kicks in this place. Boy, wouldn't that be a treat. Cats are attracted just by anything with a high fat
Oh, I
content.
can still eat this.
Oh, gamey smallmouth bass. If your cat is a derelict and eats butter, it is because of the high fat content. Your cat even tried to eat me, the gamey smallmouth bass. Your cat is an opportunist, a derelict, and deserves to just continuously run amok because your cat's been through some time. So 1,400 calories in that fish. Oh my gosh. This is a trader's house, but we gave him permission. 1,400 calories in that fish is insane. Okay, so even these little busted open ones, Duncan reminded me to check in those ones, and you might see a bag of flour or something in there. Yeah, she went after the butter. Where does she get off doing such a thing? She licked it off of my roll. She's never done something like that. She came into the house definitely knowing not to go on the counter and things like that. I've never really told her not to. She just kind of secretly does it, apparently. The butter was too hard to resist. She knew it was going to be my dinner. That's the craziest part. Cup of herbal tea. Standard fare crackers. Whole wheat. Wonder if Aretha will lick those crackers. Worn plaid shirt. Alright, now I'm going to drop these curables. Try to maximize the amount of time we get things cured up. So we still seek the maple. So as often as I can, I need to keep moving until I get that maple. I can't get distracted messing around too much. We're just optimizing our outfit for the warmth because the island gets notoriously colder after the first week or so. So they give you a little bit of a grace period, but then things get insano. So one thing I was thinking about too was the breaking down clothes versus cloth. Is there any reason that clothes are good? Because I'm pretty sure it's even Steven across the board what it takes time to do or anything. Like if I broke down this old shirt versus tearing apart that carpet, I think it's exactly the same amount of time. So there's no real reason to save old clothes. Might as well just tear down curtains. All right, let's go to sleep for an hour or two and then head over to Jackrabbit Island. Salty crackers. Yeah, it's good to see you guys today. I do hope your weekend was fantastic. Obviously, what I was doing a little bit was thinking about the long dark and nerding out like crazy. I just wanted to minimize the amount of nonsense. Called my teacher. I'm back. Well, I didn't know that you were here to begin with, teacher. So it's amazing to have you here. Or have you back. We are definitely being as responsible as we can over here and really trying to min-max. I like buttered buns, and I cannot lie. You other kiddies can't deny. When Larone walks out and leaves the buns on a tray and there's nothing in my way, I get sprung. Duncan, that was amazing. Duncan is referencing, of course, the great, amazing song, I Like Big Booties by Sir Mix-a-Lot. What a man of culture Duncan is. Some clothes take longer to break down, even. So if they take longer, then it would seem like that breaking down curtains might be the way. I noticed certain shoes have different times to break down, where Sadie Hawkins shoes actually give you 2 leather, other shoes give you 1. All right, if the weather's good, we're traveling. Just do a quick Tinder check. Okay, yeah, we need some Tinder. is. And in the past, I might have not realized that we need tinder until it's time to make the fire and I'm freezing and dripping HP. But this time I say, you know what? Why don't we be preemptive and make a couple of them before? Who would have thought? Responsible tinder checking. Thank you, Duncan. So instead of grabbing antiseptic, we're going to carry 3 things of old man beard to optimize the amount of weight we're carrying as well, since antiseptic is 0.75 kilograms of weight, and these guys right here add up to 0.3. Now, I know I'm taking this too far, but I have to start drawing the lines with some of the nonsense I'm carrying around all over the island.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, we'll see if we can spot anything as we go. Ounces become pounds. That's it, Duncan. It adds up. Got to start creating good habits over here. Just like Aretha. Old, the party girl over there. Okay, so over here on the beach, you'll see some of the pros out here, and they call it beach combing. They look for little openings here along the shore where the waves wash up great things like that gamey smallmouth bass we found. Sometimes you'll find saplings, opportunities to further your endeavors. Maybe trusty brand matches or birch bark. So you can kind of look for little speckles you'll see along the shore here. That trunk out there is likely to be bait. So when I go out there, we're going to start to see the thin ice start to crack. I'm over it. Okay, for time's sake, since the temperature's kind of against us, I didn't even look in those drawers, and I just wanted to keep going. What's the challenge or runabout? Just wash in myself. Nice beach combing reference there, Bacon. We're on the Nagoa, so we're doing a lot of serious stuff. We're 50 days, accuracy score, but probably the biggest and most important thing is the lack of health regeneration from sleeping. So if we drip HP, it's pretty much permanent until we get birch bark. This is one of the most challenging things that we've attempted for sure. And there's a bunch of cool stuff there on that website where if you don't like hunting, maybe you like taking pictures, or maybe you want to do surviving for a long time. There's ones like that too. I would say my favorite game or aspect of this game is how cool the hunting is. So we like to get into the hunt. So now I need to sprint inside because we're about to drip HP. Sprinting isn't really ideal because it drains your fatigue, but better to be sleepy than dead. Okay, we're at Jackrabbit Island. So you can tell we've learned a lot over here. All white vitals. Yeah, fire. I kind of blew that, but we're getting back to that real soon.
So cold. Just gonna lay down for a bit.
And we might be able to leave this town with the least amount of drip that we have in the past. Salty crackers. Okay, we're heading into traveling time weather. We're going to drop our curables. Remember them responsibly on the way out. Take a nice little micro nap. Yeah, this is very fun. This is definitely the nerdiest approach we've ever taken to this whole thing. Back to all white, baby. Most important thing is keeping up our can opener stats. That's true. Can opener stats right now are not looking too great. So we're definitely going to want to inflate this 0 to a 3. And maybe break records. If we get 4... Holy. Okay, I'm not going to forget those curables. So we talked about stim locations. I'm starting to think I'm not going to find too many stims randomly in these things. I'm pretty sure they're fixed spawn locations, and I need to start learning them. I know of a couple. The Red Barn in Pleasant Valley. The Lighthouse here or over there in DP. You can kind of start to pick up on things. I pity the can of peaches that runs into this guy. I'm gonna open that thing so serious, grown up. Ooh, Duncan's secret flour, baby.
I can use this.
Oh, yeah. All mill flour, a base ingredient in many recipes. None greater than, you guessed it, rose hip empanadas. A thick crusting pie, overflowing with rose hips. All we need is cooking oil and our cooking skill to get up there. And that is exactly why we micro-harvested that deer, baby. So we can get that cooking skill up and on. And we did not get the stim at the lighthouse. That's exactly right. And another thing we're not doing is wasting our flour on Bannock. Not a chance.
I better take this food.
A Canadian classic. Ketchup chips. So, a way to min-max your time when it comes down to breaking down scrap metal. Things like toasters. Little lamps that you see on top of desks and things. Definitely good moves. You get a lot of metal for the least amount of time to break it down. Break it down. Bam, bam, bam. You guys rage against the machine fans. Or bad impression fans. Either way, that last part must have been a thrill. Ketchup chips. Standard fare crackers. All right, now we'll stop the drip for thirst. Okay. Your hacksaw will use a lot more durability that way, though. Oh, that's a good point, grown up. We do find a bunch of hacksaws along the way, so if I depreciate this one, we'll swap it out. Okay, our fatigue is a little bad right now. It's about 20%. And the only downside to that is the fact that we are going to be traveling a little bit. So we're probably going to have to sleep at the log sort. Let's check for saplings on the small island. Well, that's a good point. I need to look at the side door. Thank you, Duncan. Because there's one right here next to us that I was about to forget about. Let's go check for that bad boy.
I might have to drop some gear.
Hammer time, baby! It is on! Okay, RNG is on our side, baby. Now we're going to go and check for saplings as we exit towards the northwest exit that takes us to the ravine. We got our foraging tools, baby. And we're making moves. This is the most professional bunch of stuff in history here. Simple tools. All right, 2 down arrows with this blustery wind might keep me inside. I'm gonna sleep for an hour. Let's gather up some rose hips the Cosmos approves. Kramer. Feels so slow. Aretha with her hammer pants. Yeah, the way she's walking around here these days, she is acting like she's cool.
I just need to close my eyes.
All right, we're about to eat some burdock, baby. I think a wise man might drop his big heavy fish outside so it doesn't depreciate either. So we got two things to remember. The curables and the outside fish. Can't touch her butter buns. I'm glad that more people know about this giant scene she made. It was over quick. But you should have seen the way she acted when I took the butter away. She was like, she wanted to stay over it, so I didn't take it. She doesn't ever act aggressive at all, so don't get the wrong idea about her being a jerk towards me. She never would. She's amazing. But the butter had her mind in a haze, and she really didn't want to separate herself. So she was like, don't take it. Just let me eat it, man. I'm already committed to this. It was insane. She really went for it. I'm proud. You're proud of her, Allie. This is crazy. This is how we got here. My lack of discipline for her. I'm just letting her run amok. She's unhinged. Butter girl. Okay. I'm gonna check on the weather. No. Once we're rested, we're going to the log sort. We don't have a sewing kit yet to make ourselves a makeshift set of gloves, so we're just kind of relying on RNG in the different spots we're checking. We'll cover up those porcelain white hands pretty soon. Our warmth bonus is at 5. We're going to look to fill these accessory spots with ptarmigan insulation by making nature call, or if we're lucky, a wool ear wrap. Another set of underpants and a coat layer for sure.
Too much stuff to carry.
Now with the remaining bit of sunlight, I'm probably getting a bit aggressive here by trying to read Brian Gold, but it's about to be dark, so we're not going to be doing too much in the dark. I'll get this out of the way. Reading our second hour of Brian Gold. This book is actually helping our archery skill go up without ever even we haven't made the bow yet, thanks to Brian Gold's sage advice. All right, the sun is going down. It's time to drink some water and get some rest. Still need a maple sap. You got the hammer and the hacksaw. Let's talk game plan. Maple sap. That's the first thing we're doing tomorrow, Duncan, once we're rested. Is we're going to little islands right here off of Jackrabbit, and we're hoping for a maple. After that, the other spot is up there next to the Little Rabbit Cabin at the Bear Creek Campground. There's one that could be up there on the hill. There's also another spot along the way, so that we're about to hit 3 locations as we leave towards the ravine. All maple, all day, focusing on the weapon, and then warmth. In that order. So it's nighttime, and it's not ideal to travel at night. So let's go out here and see what the weather is. Two down, kind of foggy. You know, we could travel in this, but I can't see, and I need to find that island. That's my only issue with that. Low visibility kicks my butt. I try to leave the forlorn Muskeg Forge in low visibility, and I got turned around so bad I started ending up going back to the forge halfway. Because wolves come after you, and you're going from little snowbank to snowbank. It's It's intense.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I'm doing weather checks each hour or so for us. FM is rough and low vis. It absolutely destroys me, Bacon. And I get turned around and I start going back towards the forge sometimes when I'm leaving it. There's fog. Wolves are after me. I could drown and mess everything up. So part of me thinks about not even forging in FM and just going right through it and forging in Broken Railroad and then starting the hunt from that corner of the map. So we would start down here at Broken Railroad, making our bow and doing our forge, and then we just go right back this way and destroy every moose, bear, wolf, everything we see. That's again how it works in my head. And let's put that into action. Actually do it. You say to that? Say it's a good idea. Yeah, I'm hoping we're going to be able to see just a tad bit more outside. I'm pushing my luck with the blizzards.
Something's gotta go.
Can someone teach you a nice, pleasant route in FM? Yes, but the problem was growing up is that fog really messed things up, and it became a scene over there because there was fog where I couldn't see anywhere in front of me, and there were wolves coming at me from left and right. So they'll send you around in a different direction, then you'll become disoriented. And if you can only see 10 feet in front of you, you don't even know where the railroad is or where anything is. I try to use the railroad as a gauge as to where I'm at in Forlorn. Impossible to see. Alright, I'm pushing my luck a bit here. This is the first time I feel like I'm putting our temperature vital at jeopardy by trying to find this island in the fog. There's a little island off the Jackrabbit. I think it's, if you guys can see a couple trees and 2 rocks up there, that's where we're headed.
I need to drop something.
I remember it a little differently, LOL. I've seen people skirt the ice and just go to the perimeter of FM. VR is a nice option too. Just got to get past all those wolves before they come to prey. Ooh. What are you talking about? I remember a little differently, Duncan. I can't remember what you remember. Let's get a maple. Okay, so this one doesn't have a sapling on it, but this is the real island right here that it's all going to happen. You were looking right at the train cars in good visibility, but kept turning away from them. Yeah, that was a different time than the one I was talking about, Duncan. But even in that time, things were a bit crazy, and wolves are coming at us. And it was pretty intense, you know? It was hard to get back. Oh my, I see a maple! Boom! Holy crap. All this sucking up to Raph has killed it. Episode 5 rules, and you guys know it. Bang, baby! Green apple in the pocket. Now we have the 2 guts and the maple for the bow, and 3 sets of birch action for the arrows. This is as good as it gets. Jack Nicholson. Greg Kinnear. There's our bow.
Come on.
All right, we're just taking the drip. So we're going to need a little bit more of that RAF RNG here to get this 80% fire started. We're blowing through these trusty brand matches with our negligent fire starting without a torch.
Come on.
80%, 4 to 5. Can't fail twice. There we go, double lump, and we have an Aurora.
Goodness for that.
Let's drop smelly stuff immediately. Okay, so it's about to get a bit scary outside. If this is your first time seeing Long Dark, you will recognize that the animals that used to be regular are now green, haunted, and more serious and scary than ever.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
The ghost animals. That's it. Okay, so we're warm now, and we're gonna go right to these 3 little cabins, and that's all we have to do to get to safety here. We're just warming up. Thinking about ways we can maximize our time. Okay, so another subject of topic that I thought might be good for us is the skill books. I usually like to read Brian Gold's Stay on Target first because it gets my archery skill in place. But of these... Thought I heard a monster. Of these other ones, field dressing, wilderness kitchen, and all that stuff, what I'm starting to think in this tournament that I'm in with a finite amount of time, cooking skill might be up there on the list of things to try to spam early game to get up to level 3. But you guys might have a better idea as what things I should read first in my instructional books. Are the authors of the books the game devs? I'm not sure, Bankin. I pretty much memorized most of them. I know BT Lowe's is field dressing, LL Kingley is sewing primer, Ann Smith is frozen angler. They're all legends. I read the books, but Bashram just dumps them immediately in the fire without a thought. Okay. So not even Brian Gold's Stay on Target? I feel like that's the one that, if I were to only read one. Could we make hand wraps in the Aurora? We could, Allie, if I did have myself a beautiful sewing kit. I would love that. Right now, we're going to have to look at these white fingers. Look at this guy. He kind of looks like he's an undercover cop right now, trying to do a sting. Yeah. Can I get... Hey, hippies, can I get one of those doobies? I'm totally one of you guys. You know, he's got the Ford hat on. This is undercover cop energy right here. Yo, hippies, let me get a doobie.
Might have to drop some gear.
Quite good. Bastrop is quite good with the bow, so I think he could probably teach Brian a thing or two. Yeah. And that might be it. Let's streak! Well, grown up, it's been a quiet day during the 7th inning. You never know what'll happen. Jose usually has a lot to see. At least we have a clear visibility out here. So I'm probably just going to read Brian Gold and not read too many of the other books. And probably just use them for fire. It's always good to keep a nice book on you so that you can get early game 80% start on your fires. That'll pretty much keep it so that you won't fail twice. Where sticks are at 60%.
Never lower your eyes to an enemy.
Whoa, that one jump scared me, Duncan. Never lower your eyes to an enemy. Tatsu rules.
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
All right, we're about to make a bit of a sketchy walk. We got stink lines, and it's in Aurora. Jerky.
I think I can use this.
The second you lower your eyes, bam, your buttered buns are licked. Can you believe that? She put her lips on my buns. Yeah, it was a stunning event around here. It really shows you who's in charge, too. If she wants to, she'll just up and eat my dinner and say, what are you going to do about it? I just licked your bread, son. It was crazy. It was a power move. Alright, since it's a volatile aurora, we're going to stay here at the fishing huts. During clear weather, I like to travel, but aurora is not the time. Alright, let's micro-cure these bad boys.
Too much stuff to carry.
So between our little breakdowns of the scrap metal of little lamps and things, the scrap metal you find, you can maybe get away with not having to spend a couple hours breaking down shelves. Okay, let's not forget the curables are in the first cabin. I have curable anxiety that I'm gonna leave behind. Nice! Duncan's brand, baby. That's a big find. Matches you can blow through pretty quickly playing all these min-max games and taking your eye off the prize, thinking they'll just show up for you. We're going to get ourselves a mag lens once we get over to Mystery Lake. Loophole 3, I believe, guarantees it at the Canadian office. And I believe that we're going to get our bedroll at Allen's Cave. God help us, we might have to go over there. Maybe we'll bring some couple lamps in here. It's got the eyes. And we have an aurora too, so we can break it down. don't think you can do wall lamps. But yeah. So now our scrap numbers for the big forge, where we need about 13, we're already halfway there. And you pick up a lot of scrap along your endeavors, so you can kind of get that whole thing out of the way. It's pretty rad. Alan's Cave has luxurious comforts and premium items. That is a controversial statement, much like a paid shadow. Oh, we figured you out, Fire. You've been discovered. All right, we're gonna make responsible tinder.
Too heavy.
And we're about to get cattails. Cattail dreams, of course, where we're gonna get cattail heads and stalks. So we can get free tinder from those bad boys. Because we got a responsible 10, and I think that's enough. So I'm going to start using field dressing and most of the books as a fire starter thing, and we won't be reading anything than Brine Gold. We'll just get that archery skill a little bumped up, and we won't waste our time with BT Lowe's Field Dressing, Volume 1, as great as it is. Let's go ahead and get some rest now. Because we have a long leg of the journey once we get up there to the next spot we're going. We have to be super well rested for it. Two days and 4 hours. So, I don't want to talk too much about it, but we are recognizing that the vitals are a little more manageable than normal. Usually we have about a 50% drip on our HP before we even get going. So once we get to Birch Bark, if we can get that long part of the journey from where we're headed now all the way over to the ravine and to Mystery Lake, if we're well rested for that part, we can do things. Thank you, Duncan, for those rose hips. The day of responsibility is commencing over here. We're looking good, Larone. Thank you, Allie. And I really appreciate these nice things you guys say, even if it's sometimes just to make me feel good. It always works. I will say that. I've always been one of those people that loves compliments. You can see why those guys whose job in the business world it is just to give compliments to the boss, you can see why those guys have jobs. Because compliments are nice.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, boss, your idea to put butter infused buns on the marketplace is just brilliant, I have to say. Who is this advisor? You have this marketing expert. It seems to be a Aretha. Yeah, she's coming up with great ideas. She licked my buns. I'm hoping this wind is going to die down. Doesn't appear to have yet. No. Thank you, Fire, for those rose hips. I appreciate that. Hips. Yeah, and I know that if you guys are out there and you have some rose hips on you, it wouldn't be right to withhold them from us. So we're gonna need those rose hips. We're good for it. All right, 3 down, but I'm traveling in it.
I might have to drop some gear.
Okay, we got to get past the wolves and the bear in this direction. We'll probably stop for a fire pretty shortly from now. Let's try to hug the wall, stop the 3 down arrows. Okay. Trying to hug the wall. Blocking the wind. An amazing weather system in Long Dark. Okay. Just a quick one. Sometimes you'll see random saplings over here in these clearings, so you can keep a look there if you haven't gotten any. And we're about to pass another spot. Let's keep going.
Can't feel my feet.
Yeah, this game is so good, man. It's crazy. I've reached threat level nerd night for sure. Thank you, NL. Derping and Rose Hips. The cold Larone. Oh! Thank you, Duncan. I'm already getting too full of myself and distracted. That was a nice reminder. Okay, bit of an HP drip. ABD! ABD Larone? ABD. Okay. All something derp? Always be derpy. There it is. Always be derping, baby. Stale chocolate bars. Tins of sardine. Okay, HP took a little bit of a hit there. Big Moose kicks are for closers. Yeah, we got to get some Big Moose kicks for our travels. And we'll minimize the amount of sprinting since we have a long journey all the way through the ravine and we can't sleep until we get to Mystery Lake Trailers. So that's going to take us basically, we're right here right now. We're going to go all the way down this railroad through the ravine and then get to some trailers here in Mystery Lake. There's nowhere to sleep in the ravine. It is an unforgiving journey. Okay, we'll chain together some warmth here with this herbal tea. I feel like we have enough fatigue to make this trip, as long as I don't sprint and pay attention to the vitals. But do you guys see those vitals right now? They're so gorgeous. It makes me so happy. Aretha's buttered buns, not Larone's. Oh! I don't know when you and Aretha decided to become into cahoots together, Allie. Well, I can't even say anything. I just have to say you guys are amazing. And if you do join forces, that look out everybody else, because you guys are going to make some serious moves. The dynamic of duos. Eight minutes on this water. We're going to drink the herbal, and we're headed out. Weather might be on our side with a little bit of this fog in the air. Time of day is heading into the warm time. Perfect time to be traveling through the ravine, hoover up all the birch bark, and get to the trailer without losing our fatigue. Vital. That's probably the one that's... Okay. They always run to where we're headed, too. Piece of work. I don't know if you guys realize, but my cat's been eating butter, and she is stronger now, and she's coming after you guys. Stinky streamer girl. Is she coming up on her own right now? Is that Bezos telling me I need to stop and make some Bezos things happen? Son of a gun. Okay. We're going to take a quick Bezos as we continue. You're the stinky streamer girl walking around with those guts. Oh, okay. I got you. We got 2 down arrows on the temperature, and we're going to forge ahead. So you can see maple sometimes up there right on top of that thing right there. If it was a clear day, you might be able to see some maple. Fortunately for us, we can keep moving, and we don't have to check for any more saplings. We'll just be looking for birches along our journeys to add to our arrow count. As we stink walk all the way through the ravine. The ravine has no predators, so we should be okay. Danny Glover has eradicated all predators from the area. Arnold covered himself in mud. Said, "I'm here. Come and get me. What are you waiting for?" Sweet journey. Just a nice stroll. No problems on our mind. We're playing the hardest tournament ever. And we're becoming serious pros. Responsible pros. Can't even say that with a straight face. It's up on a hill somewhere to the left. Are you stopping at that little cabin with the rabbits? Well, I would tell you, if the weather was kicking our butt, Bean, we would. And that would be the perfect spot to stop. We're just gonna keep moving since the weather's on our side. But yeah, it would have been up there on the hill to the left. You're exactly right. One more impromptu maple sap would be all right. It sure would. One thing we can do now, though, growing up, since we have one, is we don't have to, like, change our whole plan to get it because it takes 6 days. We can just cure the one we have and kind of get the second one through our journeys for our second bow, potentially. This is perfect strolling through the fog music, you know? I was strolling one day with my pals. My cat ate my biscuits, but it doesn't get me down. She's a great cat.
To escape this cold.
She's got the moves to make some moves. I caught your pun when you said you're going to forge ahead. I loved it. Thank you, Bacon. It's all about word association. And big puns. All right, let's go into this little railroad tunnel and start a fire. No drip.
That should help warm things up.
Now we were able to save the tea for warmth, so we'll use it for this next part. Feels like 9, 10. 2 up arrows. Cattail dreams. Pretty soon here, once we go through the birch, we're going to need a ton of water. So I'm probably making a little bit more than I need to because I know I'm about to put it all into teas. As we have some serious birch in our future. It's a beautiful day here. The sun has been out for a couple days and starting to feel like the weather's finally going to not be... We've been going through... It'll get warm and then freezing and then back to warm, and it's been going up and down. So our body temperatures are kind of like wondering which angle we're going in here. And I think we're now at the point when it's going to stay. Spring has finally sprung. Once we get ourselves a nice bedroll, we can sleep next to the fire and do some moves like that. I would also like to get another recycled can so I can double our productivity here on these fires. It was almost 80 here yesterday. I don't do well with the heat. Might be busting out the AC soon. That's interesting, Duncan. I'm actually one of those folks who does really good in the heat, and I'm bad at the cold. Where I can chill at like 80 degrees even, and I feel great. I have very tropical vibes inside of me. And in the cold, I'm terrible. In the long dark. I'm having a bit of a conflict right now that I'm trying to think through. I'm trying to think through if I want to potentially get a blizzard on us by fully warming up before I go. All right, we're going to be responsible. We got a little more fire heat there. Okay, we went up to full warmth. So this next leg of the journey can be extra long, and we could get all the birch and not even have to come back to the ravine once we transition over to Mystery Lake. That's kind of the hope here. Just play TLD and pretend it's cool. That's it, Dunk. TLD got me through last summer. Those blizzard sounds coming up to my 1-year anniversary. You made so much progress in that year, Allie. It's impressive. Anything above 60, and I'm annoyed. Oh, man. Duncan is a Viking. A man of the law. A man of the long dark. Okay, we're coming up here on one of the sketchiest locations in the whole game. It's sketchy because you're walking on a very thin rail where your entire life is in jeopardy. As you can tell here, we're on a cool little bridge, and it's very serious. This is Raven Falls Trestle, one of the sketchiest things. We just walked across two little skinny rails. It's kind of broken right there. It's not for the faint of heart or those with fear of heights. This summer, Raven Falls Trestle. I associate winter with playing. Once it snows, I'm in. I'm particularly taking a break during the summer. Yeah, I gotta tell you, Bacon, I started last fall. And so it was already kind of cold when I started. And I've thought about other stuff, but nothing is exciting to me as the long dark and how difficult it is and exciting. So I just can't tear myself away from this. Even as it warms up, I find myself wanting to go back. I just love TLD. And I'm best friends with Raph. He's getting a vegetarian burger at lunch today when we go out to lunch. We're going to talk about how great of friends we are. Duncan's also friends with him. Okay, so I'm very excited. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah. Duncan's had a long history with Raph where he was actually insulting the great Raph back in the day. And he realized the error of his ways and he wanted to turn that around. So he went from one of Raph's detractors on Reddit and had a beautiful character arc to being empathetic and understanding where Raph's coming from. Okay, so beautiful weather. The whole thing is going super awesome for us so far. So with the little remaining fatigue that we have, we're going to try to get all the birch bark up before a blizzard hits, and then just get transition over to the dam in Mystery Lake. We got big plans once we get to Mystery Lake. Maglan's, Bedroll, and Ptarmigan Nature Calls moves. Along with a guaranteed bear sweater. Nice, Copper. It is amazing to see you. We were just talking about sunshine. And Copper, you are the personification of sunshine. Your energy. We're getting some decent weather over here, cops. Nice and calm. You're always so welcoming. Thank you. Hey, you guys are amazing. I very much look forward to these times when we all get to hang out and go on the island. Beef jerky. Okay, we're just methodically going through on our journey. So far, things have super been working out for us pretty much at every turn. We have acquired the hammer, the hacksaw, and all of the curables we need pretty much right off the bat. So we're going to drop those off at the trailer over there in Mystery Lake. And we're probably going to do a few adventures around the trailer while they're kind of curing there, making some moves. Let's continue. Getting a little hungry. You know, I think my belly would be full. But it's just the one thing missing from there is buttered bread that I never was able to actually have as mine. Copper, you missed it. We talked about our cat, the wonderful Aretha, going on the counter and eating my buttered bread the other night during Italian night. Licking the butter off the buns raw dog like a maniac. It's been a topic of great debate. Skipping the birch and reishi here by the rabbit cave. Dunk, I think you might have been away. We just checked it out. Like a manicat. Manicat! Yeah, we got a little bit of reishi and birch over there by that top part. Moldy beef jerky. I was trying to make sure we get some crow feathers. All right, now we're going to do a diligent search for these things. Birch. On this beautiful day in the ravine. As exciting as this deer hide is, I'm going to keep moving. This is the maniac. Okay, let me say it right. Like a maniacat, oh Lord. She's eating the buttered bread and that's for sure. It's on the floor. She's a maniacat, oh Lord. She's breaking all the rules and she don't care. Allie still calls her a queen for eating my food. Oh good, a deer carcass. You could get your guts here. Perfect. Duncan, I think you might be joking.
Cold is making my head.
So I'm just gonna keep moving, because you know we got 2 guts in our backpack. Nicely done. Thank you, Copper. Who sung that song? He's a maniac. I don't remember who sung that one. Just a little joke about not needing to carry guts across the world. Well, you might be laughing, Duncan, but let's go in there when we're warm, and we're going to look at those guts, and they're going to say like 20% cured or something nice like that. Then you're going to say, wait a second. Then you can do the meme. Now he's on to something.
Come on.
Ah!
Well, that didn't work.
Okay, hopefully we'll find a jerry can and we can just always use it for accelerant. I really love having accelerant for these spot fires, and I gotta start responsibly lighting them a little bit earlier.
Never felt so cold in my life. That's done.
All right, let's throw these pork and beans on here. So we talked about cooking and the skill you get from canned foods. I'm wondering when you get the point for cooking pork and beans and soup and things just like this next to the fire. Is it when you eat it that you get the skill point for cooking? Just wondering a little bit of nerd stuff about the cooking skill you get from these bad boys. Or do I need to put them in a pot to get the skill point, stir them around or something? Ah. Alright, hug the wall. all the way to the cave. You don't need the pot. You can see the skill point pop when you cook it. I thought when you picked it up, no pot needed. Yeah, I'm not sure yet, but I'm definitely interested in learning about it. I just want to know when the skill point enacts, basically, during the process of cooking those beans. Alright, we're dropping everything. Let's totally remember it. And Duncan, just so you know, 19% cured. That's from cutting it early, and that puts us 1/5 ahead of the game. Now I know I'm going to blow all of this time optimization I'm doing in the future once I kind of go off the rails in the run, but it puts us ahead of the game a little bit to get those guts early, you know? And I think that's a thrill. You have to wait until the maple is done. What is that at? Well, the maple could have been acquired when the deer was. It'll just kind of get everything ahead of the game, you know what I mean? It's good planning. It's responsible, some would say. Alright, now here's the moment where fatigue starts to become an issue. So that thing will turn red here pretty shortly. And we're going to have some issues going to sleep. So we might not be able to do the whole birch forest here the way we would have liked if fatigue starts to get low and this blizzard lasts forever. Now it feels like 1 Celsius in the back of this cave. Alright, fatigue is on the doorstep to being an issue. Trying to think of what ways to use my time wisely right now. It's pretty much, sorry, I am in quiet lurky mood today. No problem, Copper. And if there's anything we can do to make that mood different, we are here for you, Copper. We got great stories to regale you with about cats who lick butter off of redneck meals that are prepared. All kinds of stuff. We have responsible min-maxing that we're doing, where we cut down our fresh gut early and get things curing. It's happening. Thank you. Just need a cozy place to set my brain. Well, here it is. Do you hear the howling winds outside of a godforsaken blizzard in the ravine? That's a sound of tranquility and peacefulness and good times. This summer, just when you thought it couldn't get cozier, it became more. The vibes became tremendous. And it got serious. This summer is the chill zone. They're trying to heat it up here. No! We have to keep it chill. This July, prepare for the freeze. To continue to nerd out, guts take 5 days to cure. Maple takes 6. So as long as you get the guts by the time the maple's below 16, you're good to go. So guts take 5 to cure. Maple takes 6. So I think I understand the principle of what you're saying, Dunk. and I'll listen to more about how it all works as we move. It's right now it's just like we're maximizing and optimizing. So with our fatigue drip pretty close, I probably can't mess around too much in the birch forest. So we'll just kind of start heading towards the transition to Mystery Lake. Because we got about an hour or two before we're taking a drip from our fatigue. We're going to cancel all that drip out with this glorious birch bark, which should give us about 10 HP per cup. It's either 10 or 5. Pretty sure it's 5. I'm lurking while working too. Nice, Sanders. Yeah, I watch a lot of stuff all the time, pretty much like that. Multi-watching. Is the stem here always down at the bottom of the rope climb? I believe it is, Fire. I think we're going to forego that stem this time because it's a bit of a shenanigan going and getting it. And we're on a bit of a time crunch right now. Yeah. Thank you, Duncan.
Come on.
Try and fire. And then every time, this has been a story of my life. I feel like it's very much a way to keep me on my track. It's if I ever in life start to feel like I'm getting big for my britches, God'll just make me trip over a stump or run into a lamppost or something anytime. So I'm always kept in check pretty much, and dripping HP and not realizing it is definitely one of those ones. So I really appreciate Duncan alerting me. We'll use this herbal tea. I was trying to be cheeky and not use a fire to save the match, because I thought I was going to be able to get over to Mystery Lake with one trusty brand match in our satchel. Turns out, I got a little too aggressive, and our HP might have paid the price a bit for it. So we're just going to do this until we're at about a 60% there on the temperature vital. Use the herbal tea to get home to the trailer in Mystery Lake. So we're kind of right here, and then we're going to go through the transition and end up right there in Mystery. On the far east side, next to the dam. Alright, it's time to move.
I need to drop something.
Sapling height.
It's dusk. Red can't be far behind.
Okay, I think we might have left behind maybe 4 to 6 birches somewhere in that forest. But for the sake of min-maxing time, we're just going to keep moving and not look back. Okay, gamers, could use some advice on my Loper run. Okay, Bacon, well, you've come to the right place. We got some serious pros around here. Let's see what you got. I'm in Forsaken Airfield, fishing away my scurvy risk. Haven't made it past floor 1 on the Langston mine, and I'm not done with the tails. Also haven't explored SB at all, and would like the camera. Intimidated by both. I do have the vest now. Which adventure should I embark on? Well, they both definitely sound like adventures, Bacon. I'll say that. You sound like quite an adventurous player. You're in the outer territories.
Something's making me feel really tired.
We've arrived. Yeah, we're gonna stop the drip immediately. Going to sleep. I've often wondered why you like this trailer better than the other one. Well, Duncan, it's a bit antiquated. I'm glad you brought it up because it's very important for us to talk about. The reason I like it is because there's scrap metal. But as we discussed earlier, we're probably not going to be breaking down that scrap. So I used to come here because there's more scrap to break down. But since we've evolved our process, I don't believe that I need to come here anymore. But I will say that the disheveled feng shui of it all really brings the place together, doesn't it? How all the shelves are just strewn about haphazardly. Really looks wonderful in here. And this floor bed is to die for. I would suggest stocking up on fish pretty decently. That scurvy is a bugger. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten scurvy. Usually we fade into the long dark before we ever have a chance. Well, that's another thing I forgot to mention that we did last time. We really channeled what we were going for. So we're in a hunting tournament over here, and we got an achievement from Steam that said pacifist achievement. And it literally made us realize that we're in a hunting tournament. We got the hippie achievement during the hippie extravaganza. It was pretty intense. I couldn't believe it, actually. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. Quick Bezos. And we're just going to take a second, and we're going to be right back into the action in no time. And that's what's happening. And I'm going to be right back. realized something. I realized that I did not have my post-workout protein boost. Aretha said it would be okay if I ate it. She doesn't need it, but it's close to the things that she would eat. We got to get one of these bad boys in. Usually I eat one of these, but we actually... I knew I was forgetting something. I just forgot to eat my post-workout protein. Huge issue. So, definitely need to eat this for IRL sustenance so that we can be in it for the long haul. This is paleo string cheese. Sometimes you'll see maniacs that just bite the cheese like this, but I don't think I'm one of those maniacs. I think I'm one of the guys that likes to eloquently strip apart the bark from the cheese. Aretha, steal that cheese! Yeah, she just woke up from her nap about that, Miss Pac-Man. She's thinking about it. She's got designs. Aretha, I have a feeling that they're starting to want you to play the long dog over here, and they want me to lay down over there. That's what I think. You know what else I think? I think that you would be a star if that were the case. Play the long dog? Yeah, she's laying on this pillow over there. We got one of those big body pillows, and she's laying on that over there. She's sprawled out, making moves. She's so good, Fire. I just need to take a moment, eat some food for a sec, and then we're going to make some serious moves. Hope you guys have some great snacks. String cheese is something I got into in the last year or so. Right after I received the award for most interesting tidbits about the most boring parts of your life, I decided to become a guy who talks about the snacks he eats. Reminds me of, I don't know. I think I got him from a babysitter back in the day, maybe when I was a kid. Pretty good. This summer, just when you thought it couldn't get any more boring, he ate cheese sticks. Eating egg drop soup after being sick last night. Oh wow, egg drop soup. That's pretty fancy. Is that from a Chinese food restaurant? Throw this in there. It's for Copper. We do hope that you feel better. A lot of egg hype. Eggs and bacon go pretty well together too. It's all very true. So, we got a lovely paleo string cheese, mozzarella. Give us a little bit of that fuel we need. Let's do this. Seriousness. If I have string cheese on me, you guys are totally going to remind me. We're going to be serious. Those are good too. Sometimes barbecue sauce. Best would be Big Mac sauce, but I've never had that. Big Mac sauce, huh? Takes time these days for the stomach to bounce back. I'll tell you, it's crazy, Copper, but I actually got into ginger. I'll throw a little bit of ginger on my grilled chicken that I cook a lot and just try to supplement my stomach, where I'm just always thinking about it ahead of time. I eat a lot of lean, not too fatty foods, and try to get consistency in the vol with things like soup as well, you know, just keep it nice and chill. And I always think about the long dark when I eat soup. I think I'm getting the warmth bonus from it in my belly and stuff. I've gone full dork in this game. Let's just say that, because I love the long dark, baby. All right, so what are we doing over here? We're in the trailer. We got our things curing. So let's talk about priorities. Bedroll and Maglin's, and the bedroll's first opportunity is at Alan's Cave. I'm growing potatoes right now. Super excited to dig them up. Nice, Bean. Are we talking old school potatoes like Idaho ones? The regular ones you make French fries out of? Or are they sweet potatoes? Who knows? Yeah, we're gonna get more sleep. I'm seeing birch bark on the ground on my dog walks these days, and it also makes me think of the long walk. Oh my gosh. I've wanted to try birch bark, and I think we're going to need you, Bacon, to take some of that birch bark and try to make a tea out of it and see what it does to your health. It could be like the Fountain of Youth, where you drink the birch bark and it makes you happy. Just check the spreadsheet. Bedroll at Alan's Cave, or above Dave's Cave, or the train loading area. Yeah, that's it. Duncan, do you know exactly where the train loading area is? I'm guessing it's along the rails, but I don't know. Is that yellow train car? Beautiful. Okay, that's really close. Okay, we got some good bedroll opportunities for us, and it can kind of just flow perfectly with our route of heading westward. There's gold in them there hills. I don't know why I said that. That was stupid. Yeah, just edit that last part out. Let me double check. I'm tired of this grandpa. Oh! I believe the country should be run by my wife. I come in here hot, making fun of this old man joke coming out of this jabroni. What's up, Reagan? How's it going with you? The OG. Everybody does love Reagan, especially me. I'll tell you that. I just got done boring everybody, which might have induced that grandpa talk with non sequiturs about mozzarella sticks and other minutia that really doesn't interest anybody. Oh, well fed on day 3, baby. We're just, it says 4, but I'm pretty sure it's still 3. Day 3, right when we can. We are so serious right now. It could be better, but I got my wedding dress last week. Nice, Reagan. Are you going to tie the knot? Holy crap, you and Nancy are finally settling down. There it is. Reagan and Nancy sitting in a tree, getting married. Holy crap. And you guys are going to move into the White House. I am 10 out of 10. She was a hard nut to crack, but I got her. Beautiful, Reagan. Well, this is amazing. Fantastic news. And you are going to have a great time. This is it. There's no turning back. You guys are just going to have to put up with each other's annoying things from here on out. And that's it. He's going to be annoying, and he's going to do a lot of things that annoy you, but you have quirks too. So might as well just show grace and realize we're stuck with each other, make a good decision, and love is in the air. Well fed, let's go. We did it, Bean. And we got it as early and amazing as possible. And now our next goal is keeping that well fed. Duncan's been super generous about reminding me when my HP is dripping. So I'm hoping I can also heed the warning if I let it get too red or something like that. And I look down there and maybe I'll be advised not to blow it if I'm keeping my eyes off the road. Who knows? Such a great marriage summary. Thank you, Bacon. How are you, SK? How are you, SK? Okay, I don't know who SK is, Reagan. But we're going to make some big moves here. And now we have a couple goals that we're headed towards. Bedroll and mag lens. We know exactly where the mag lens is. And we're going to try to get ptarmigans along the way. So let's just get some rest and head over to the Canadian office. I'm hoping that maybe there'll be some wolves right outside the trailer, and we can drag them over to the ptarmigan spawn locations too. Oh, I'm sorry, Reagan. The Salmon King. Yeah, I got to get my memory jogged. That's when we found out what exactly we were. And we're just trying to swim upstream, baby. Is anything in this life? It's a great thespian. Oh! We've also been nominated for Jabroni of the Year, Least Responsible Survivor. Careful, you're blushing. Oh my gosh. Pretty sure they were russet potatoes. It was from an old bag that was trying to sprout. Just plopped them in the soil and they started growing like crazy. Nice, Bean. You just found a dusty old sack of potatoes and threw them down there and let nature ride.
We gotta stop being more responsible and focused, all right?
That's it. We do. Okay. We're gonna be responsible. It's gonna start with ptarmigans, bedrolls, and mag lenses as we head westward. Our metal numbers are pretty solid. They're at 6. I do think that we should go check for the bear sweater to replace one of these bad boys, and it's in the dam. So we'll head over there. It's guaranteed, and it's definitely worth going and checking. So while our stuff is curing, let's spot over there to the dam and get some stuff taken care of. I can feel a little pep in our step because of the well-fed. We're no longer encumbered. It's a bit loud out there. Okay. Now is the moments when I search through a lot of lockers, hoping I'm going to get some work boots or some solid RNG for shoes, or maybe the gloves. I'm starting to think those blue mittens are some of the best gloves you can get RNG-wise on the difficulties interloper and above. Unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know what happened this weekend, but us fading into Long Dark a couple times on Friday made me just super interested in optimizing the beginning of our runs. I felt like we were leaving a little HP on the table and kind of putting ourselves behind the 8 ball to start off with. let's go get that bear sweater. What do you say? There's a couple places to check for it. On this chair is usually the most common spot you'll see. And the most secret spot is in this drawer we're about to look for. Right in here. Oh! There it is, baby.
Hope
The
nobody
bear
needs this
sweater.
anymore.
A warm, durable sweater. Fit for the holiday season. Alright, so now we can take off one of these shirts and throw the bear sweater on. It's got solid wind resistance, too. Bear sweater activated. Okay, so we're just kind of minimizing the amount of drawers we search through so we can get to stepping. Now, I kind of need to do an estimate about our scrap metal because I'm right next to the mother load of these little lamps you can break down for 1 scrap. We have 6 right now. We usually aim to have about 12 for the forge. It's probably going to be too dark to break them down tonight. Just a couple more lockers. We're going back to the trailer for a little bit more sleep. And we also have a safe that we're about to open. And I heard you guys saying that I'm going to get a Mackinac maple syrup and a trillion things out of it. And that letter from Astrid I've been waiting for where it says she respects me, loves me so much.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
The letter is the most important thing, even more than the Mackinac. All right, 40. $56. 40, 56. Come on back. And the Mackinac that we're talking about is the warmest coat layer outfit, I believe, that you can get on this difficulty. And that's why we put it at such high esteem. This is the Mac times.
What have we here?
Cured wolf pelt. I didn't see that one coming. Okay. So, I don't think I could do much with a cured wolf pelt. I don't know what we do with this guy. I might leave it at the front of the dam until I establish what to do with it. I'm also going to double check the rule set on the tournament to see if you're allowed to use pre-cured pelts. I know that pre-cured guts and maple are not allowed, so I don't know if wolf pelts are when they're pre-cured, but we do have one now. It's a bit of an odd, safe thing. Not sure if there's anything we'll ever make out of wolf pelts during this 50-day run. Alright, we're going back to the trailer. Go get some rest. And we got a big day tomorrow.
Gear.
Ptarmigan Nature Calls. Maglin's Bedroll. A roasted pouch made from the finest Aurora wolf. Yeah, luxury item grown up. Affliction Frostbite Risk. And I gotta get a sewing kit. Stale granola bar. Okay, we're gonna get a bunch of rest because tomorrow we're traveling across Mystery Lake. And the biggest question is, are we gonna continue to get this lovely luck that's been on our side the whole time? Could be. It's been working out just almost too perfect, a little too Raph, if you will. Six liters of water. Definitely should craft up some teas.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Yeah, this is a little too Raph. Okay, we're at about halfway on our fatigue meter. It's about to be morning. There's a ptarmigan location right below the bridge. That'll be one of our first goals, as we're going to try to attract a wolf if one spawns there on the river and drag him over to the ptarmigan locations. Okay, let's loot this little trailer and get to stepping. Yeah, we're moving around with such lateral speed since we got that well fed. Now we are carrying 35 of 35, baby. We're right there. Time to go make nature call. What do you say? Still not a single pair of mittens or gloves found. That's it. We're still waiting. We still don't even have a sewing kit to make ourselves improvised. Okay. Getting our sleep in whenever we can if the weather's dictating that we stay inside. Now let's go make a little bit of nature calls. Everything is doing its nice cure job down here and kicking butt. Now it gets a little sketchy because we have to play wolf games. Yeah, no wolf on the river. I think we're turning back. We're gonna wait till the weather improves just a tad bit and hope that when we come out here next time, we'll see a wolf right there. The ptarmigans live right here under the bridge, and that's the scene of the massacre that we're hoping to induce with nature. We're going to trick the wolf into attacking the birds. They're laughing now. I can hear them over there. Oh, here we go. I'm worried about the drip a bit doing it right now. I gotta say that. Do we think I have enough time to do it right now without going inside and warming up? I'm a bit worried. I didn't warm up a tea or anything. I think I'm gonna drip HP trying to do this right now. So I have to be responsible and go inside even though I'm excited about these ptarmigans.
Can't feel my hands.
I appreciate the conservative coaching and just all around greatness, Duncan. Okay, we're going to be well rested for this journey. Okay, so the two things that I'm thinking about doing now are breaking down scrap metal from the dam, or right here, or maybe reading Brian Gold. All right, let's see what it's like now. Come on with it. Larone loves his Brian Gold. Yeah, I need to read about staying on target because we all know I won't once I actually have the bow in my hands. Hoping one of these days the page will just shoot my arrow towards the animal and actually hit it for once. Chapter 1. Don't be as much of a jabroni. Okay, got it. Peaceful morning in the trailer. It's heading into afternoon, and if the weather clears, we're gonna get out there, make some stuff happen. Let's read Brian Gold so we can burn it now that we're at the 5th hour. We just read it completely, so it goes over to the firewood category now. We'll use it to start a fire. But it really accelerates our archery skill all the way up there. Let's do this. I was hoping I'd see the wolf behind this trailer over here. There he is. Okay, game on. We are officially attempting to make nature call on the ptarmigans. We're taking the wolf over to the bridge, and we're going to crouch and hope he gets distracted and attacks the birds. Official attempt in progress. It's happening. Okay. Okay, so see how he draws his attention now to the birds. So he should sprint over there and attack them. Let's see if he's successful. Nature has called, and we picked up the phone. Okay. Attempt 1 successful.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Now Now, the reason why we prioritize this whole bird thing is because we are going to get the highly coveted improvised insulation if we can nab ourselves one more bird. It gives you a little snack, a couple birch saps there too. I saw some maple saps over there, Dunk. I think that's why I passed them. If they're birch, I'm going back. So that was super awesome. Now we have to take 1 hour each to grab the feather off of that bad boy that's sitting on our front porch. And we'll use that to make improvised insulation, which comes over in this department. You can make this improvised insulation. It gives you 2 Celsius. And what's so cool about this is that it goes in these categories, the accessory categories, which rarely is filled with anything. So you get that bonus warmth you definitely need in a tournament with weather so bad like this one. So that was super awesome. Okay. Trying to despawn the blizzard so we can do our second nature calls as we head towards the Canadian office there in the center of the town. Along with the bedroll spots we have to check too. So we're about to probably depart. Alright, let's get to stepping.
Something's gotta go.
Okay, we have a lot of things I'm trying to juggle. If we run into a wolf, I'm bringing him over to Ptarmigan's. Let's go check for bedrolls at Alan's Cave. Alan's Cave, a very sophisticated cave. If there is a bedroll here, you know it was left by some derelict from from Dave's cave. We would never sleep in something like a bedroll, but you could find it here. You could find it here because we provide it all. We have gamey smallmouth bass, caught from fresh waters, right here on the island. Locally sourced and highly priced. This is Alan's Cave, a place of sophistication. A place full of rocks and nothing, most of the time. Strict dress codes at Alan's Cave. Yellow train car first. Okay, just let me spot over here real quick, Duncan. We'll hit that yellow train car. I just have a feeling that the hunter's blind is where the bedroll's gonna be.
I need to drop something.
We all know my feelings. Michael Jackson accent. Well, I hope not, Bean, because that would be scary. This is a place of sophistication, not scariness. It is a place where we don't welcome many folks into it because you're mostly derelicts. This is Alan's Cave, the finest seafood on Great Bear Island. Alright, we have bedroll hopes. Then I'm going to turn into this place. And it's going to be so full of rose hips. Oh, man, I got rose hips on the mind. Look at this. Okay, no bedroll. But it's okay. We're headed to the yellow car. And we got a ton of rose hips. 6 out of 6 bushes here. Alan's Cave is a pretty good dance floor for weddings and bar mitzvahs. Yeah, if you need to rent out an elegant establishment for your big day, Reagan, you could come right over here. You and your husband will be very happy with the seafood dinner we serve your wedding people. Just come on down to Alan's Cave, where we provide you with everything you need when you're tying the knot. But don't come in here with any fishermen, because they're not welcome. They smell. We only accept the fish that they catch and not the smell of their galoshes that they wear on the boat. Thank you, Sil, for those rose hips. We're making some serious moves over here. We are on a journey like none other, where responsible vitals are the name of the game and Sir Mix-a-Lot is the soundtrack. We're shaking our butt at those who think that we can't be responsible. We're storming the steeds like the donkeys from TLD 2. We're eating cheese sticks and licking buttered bread. And it's on. It's true, I'm making 10% commissions on all bookings. Miss Pac-Man, you work for Alan. Oh my gosh. Cheddar. I can't believe you work for Alan. This is a crazy day. It turns out Allie is actually aligned with Aretha, and now I'm finding out you work for Alan's cave? As a secret plant in here to infiltrate? It's crazy. Come on down. Miss Pac-Man will guide you. I hear ptarmigans. There's a location right here where I heard a wolf, and I'm hoping he goes for the ptarmigans and not me. Let me make sure I drop what smells. Let's not forget those guts. Because if I smell, he'll be more interested in me than the... The drip is happening right now. If the fire scares off the ptarmigans, it's better than a drip.
Come on. I'll die if I don't warm up soon.
Beautiful. Double lump. There it is. So because of our lump supply, we're always able to stop the drip immediately when we start these fires. So I hear ptarmigans right next to us. Once we can walk around a little bit, I'm going to see if I can drag that wolf over here. Hear the ptarmigan, he's right there. Drip, I think, has been a problem for us. When starting the fires, you mean? Or at the beginning of the run in DP? Like when you're juggling stuff, you don't get the fire down till after you're cold. Yeah, just a little bit sooner into it. You know what I'd like to do, Duncan, is when I see it get to 9 o'clock over there, the temperature. So this little icon on the bottom left here, right now it's at about 3 o'clock. But once it gets to 9 o'clock, I need to just immediately get to it. We're going to have enough birch bark to fight off this initial drip, but I'm going to have to be more responsible as it gets colder to start my fire right at 9 o'clock. Especially when I don't have accelerant and I'm going to have RNG on my side to whether it starts or not. Tell me about your run. Well, we're doing the Nagoa Sil, and we're being extra responsible today. So I would say the run is going about as good as we've ever had at this point. We've been going for about 3 days. We're well fed, and our vitals are in somewhat of a responsible spot. We still have this frostbite risk because we don't have any gloves, and it's cold, and our warmth bonus is at 5 Celsius. So we're going to attempt to turn that bad boy around too. Okay, I'm gonna go the long way to try to drag the wolf over here.
I might have to drop some gear.
All right, let's go see if we see. Yeah, that's true. We didn't have to re-roll. Go to the birds. Okay, you can kind of tell that his pathing is off of us once we crouch without stink lines on us, and he seems to be sneaking up on the birds. This is going good. Hey! Come on over this way. What do you say? Try not to spook the ptarmigan by standing up too much. This wolf is de-aggroed by the fire. Getting a little scary.
Feels like night is coming.
Okay, so he was more interested in us, I bet. I think all this talk about butter made the wolf want to eat us more than the birds. Even though we were big and we have this great red shirt on, it did not deter him. Woo! Okay, I'm just taking a second because that was intense. I almost got mauled by a wolf. It's the nice thing about being well-fed and having full fatigue is you can get out of dodge pretty quickly. Dodge ram. Let's get in there. You know, I even sprinted towards the ptarmigans hoping he would see them and it would just make him decide. Ah! That was intense. Expert moves. Thank you, Fire. This guy's a piece of work, yeah. I really felt like I had the whole setup there for that ptarmigan. I was convinced he was going for it. It's like he's a bad waiter at a restaurant. We keep saying, yeah, isn't the service here terrible? Alan's cave stinks. He's so snooty. And then he keeps walking by the table. Oh, did you say something over here? No, we didn't. That's it. Okay, we're going to the yellow train to check for a bedroll. Dave's Cave is a more friendly atmosphere for sure. That's it, Fire. Come on down. Oh, why don't you come on down? We got everything you need. There's a bunker right next to the place, so you can stay there.
That did it.
5 Celsius. Trying to get away with not using too much, but we'll probably end up using it in one lump. Look at this spaz. Settle down, man. Should have gone after the birds. The bushy wader wolf is looming around us. Oh, did you beckon me? No, we did not. We only hire the finest wolves to serve you here at Allen's Cave. They have been vetted thoroughly. There will be no issues with service. You'll enjoy yourself down at Allen's Cave. Props for all the hours spent on the Go of Light, dude. You'll be a TL beast in no time. Thank you, Sil. I hope so. I don't think we'll ever be at the top of the world, but we sure do love learning about what it takes to be at the top of the game. And I have had the absolute best time playing this with you guys. We could eat some ptarmigan. Oh, micro harvest tarby. Maybe. I always feel like maybe I'm gonna destroy the ptarmigan and ruin the feathers by doing something. All right, we're micro, baby. Micro machines, micro action. We got some salt to make broth. All right, micro harvest is done. We're smell walking.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I'll start keeping salt if I'm going to plan on fighting ptarmigan stunt. Usually leave it behind. Never made broth before, actually. Okay, this is sketchy as can be. I'm getting way too big for my britches. Walking around in a blizzard with wolves in tow. Yeah. I think the yellow cart is my destination till this die's over. Yes, you can. I'm starting to think I passed the yellow train car. I can't see. And I don't think I'd be at the broken one first. I passed the yellow train car, didn't I? How could I miss it so big?
Someplace to escape this cold.
Dang it. Yo, what up, D-Tizzle? The man! What's shaking, DT? Yeah, we're getting after it, baby. How's it going, DT? You absolute man. Okay. Looks kind of dark, though. Yeah, and some would say it's also a bit long. Hope your spirits are bright enough to combat it. Well, they sure are, DT. We had a crazy hippie adventure, last Friday, and we're rebounding from that by curbing all that free spirit for responsible seriousness and getting after it. Okay, so I believe what we're going to have to do is go back to the yellow cart. Nice dunk. Or we gamble for finding it in other places, which I'm not as big of a fan of, because I think that we're going to get skunked if I don't check that yellow cart once the weather clears. Okay, we lost a little bit of our micro harvest opportunity, but no sweat. We'll get that cooking skill up in no time. We eat the rest of this ptarmigan and check the yellow cart. It's the first backtrack we're doing all 3 or 4 days we've been, and it shouldn't be more than a couple 100 feet to go check that yellow cart to see if the bedroll's there. stuff's kind of phasing through the floor here. Check our tendon numbers. 9 plus 15 tails is awesome. Oh! Almost cooked the gut. Back, how we doing? We're doing fantastic, Silo. I did, however, just encounter some floor glitch action here that's kind of making things a bit tricky here in the derailment. Stuff is glitching through the floor a bit. I was gone for the last 15. Did I miss anything? Well, Bean, we had a snooty waiter from Alan's Cave who was accosting us over there. He refused to go after the ptarmigan, so we still only have one. But if we get a second one, we're good. I also passed the location that we were hoping to hit for the bedroll, so we might have to backtrack about 100 feet down the rails behind us, and that's what we're going to do when the weather clears up. Trying to see if there's any more of that ptarmigan in the floor here. I think, oh, there it is. It's just like our trailer thing. The magical ptarmigan meat from the hobo derailment train car. I think we got all of it. Nothing to be worried about. Your stuff is somewhere in there. They did those train car textures during the DLC. So, just a responsible start to things. This birch bark right here and these 3 cups, plus this one, will definitely make up for the HP that we've dripped so far. So as we need it, we'll just drink those birch barks and replenish that HP as we head to continue our search for the bedroll and the mag lens. We're guaranteed a mag lens at one location. We're not going to have to search. The bedroll's a little trickier, so we're just checking each of the spawn locations for it to see if we can get lucky. Look at this guy. He's still wearing this ragged old baseball cap that he found on day 1. I'm getting nostalgic about this guy. I just feel like he's got promise, man. He never found gloves, but he kept hope. The weather wants to be good, but it's kind of playing games. How does he expect to get into Alan's Cave pass in that gear? That's true. Well, I can tell you something, Allie. This is a Dave's Cave guy through and through. We're talking about Will McKenzie right here. Do you see that face? That's the sad, depressed look of a guy who has to go to a dive bar where they serve greasy onion rings. A place where the jukebox hasn't been fixed in years. Place where there's cougar night, but but it's actually on college night because the Cougars come there to get the college guys. This is a guy who goes to Dave's Cave. Oh! I gotta apologize for not having faith in this, Will, and trying to get him re-rolled. He's got promise. Yeah, I was on that boat too, Fire. I think I need to apologize too. Depressed Will? We apologize. We believe in you now. That ragged baseball cap you have, you are true. You see this guy's six-pack? You think a guy with this type of six-pack isn't made to survive? Look at this guy. It's the real deal there. Frat Night Willie! Okay, so all that water is now being used for these teas. And this is pretty much what we got in the way of health here. If these are each 5, we got ourselves 25 worth of HP that we're carrying around. Looks like we've dripped about 20 down there, so we're going to put ourselves into the positive for the first time in our career. You're going to need the ptarmigan stuff. This outfit is weak sauce. You're exactly right. That's why we're prioritizing it as probably the most important thing for our outfit. We're going to try to throw that insulation right there. Cooking 2, baby. There it is. So all of our micro harvesting has finally paid off. And now we are going to get 2% or 10% more calories from any cooked food item. You're getting better at cooking with camp tools. You don't burn things so much, including yourself. It will help so much. Huge difference. So Silo, I've been talking about like the skills that are most important in a run like this, and I'm starting to think cooking is at the top. Chef at Allen's Cave got nothing on us. We have the most sophisticated chef down here at Allen's. He knows how to sear pan that ahi tuna like you've never believed. It will be the most glorious thing you've ever had. Come on down. Well, no, you should come, or good luck getting a reservation at Allen's Cave. Better call ahead, because there's going to be a long wait down at Allen's Cave. So since we only have field dressing, I don't know if carcass harvesting is as important as cooking 3. Okay, so cooking 3 is basically where I can stop micro harvesting, and I should just spam to get up there. Okay. We'll be making roast. Target is hunting everything. Everything else is noise. Yeah, and I'll just throw a little caveat in there, Silo. Making it to the end, we've never done. And we've attempted this one a great deal of times. So that's part of it too, is literally surviving when we're hunting because we're jabronis. Birch bark tea. You're in a go of pro now. No more jabroniing. Bars too high. That's it. Eyes on the butter prize.
I need to find a
Killing
place
it,
to
Bacon.
rest.
Okay. First, and hopefully only backtrack of our early endeavors. When you guys see how big this yellow card is, you're going to be a bit disappointing at how I passed it. You see this pump fake? Ooh, come on. Come on with it. Jeez. All right, everybody get on. This is crazy. Okay, there was a 3-fer right there. Ashford leaves his saps on Timberwolf Mountain, goes in Fortress, and backtracks all the way. Yeah, that's some serious map knowledge right there. What I've been benefiting from is just kind of keeping it simple. I'm just simplifying everything and trying to make it jabroni proof. This is the way, basically. We gather all our stuff somewhere, then do the forge. And I stroll through the blizzard. We're strolling along. So we're coming up here on the yellow train cart. It's gigantic. And we passed it. I don't know how. Okay. We're going in this yellow cart, and I've heard that there might be a bedroll in here. Hey man, just notice you're one follower short to reach your goal. So here I am. Nice. That's amazing. Well, it's lovely to have you here, my man. We're just about to get a bedroll in here. Make some things happen, and it's happening. Boom, baby. There it is, Ragnarok. We have done it. We have acquired the bedroll. Mag lens is in the future, and everything is coming up Willy over here. I always forget where I store stuff, so I walk slow to main base. We've done it. Okay. I need to settle down. I'm excited about the bedroll acquisition. This bad boy is 81%. We got another baseball cap. Double cap Magoo. Okay, so I think we might need a fire here. Smooth sailing. Okay, we're doing this fire. We'll chain together some more teas. And then when the weather chills out, we head to the Canadian office. Double cap. Double jeans. Double jabroni. This summer, just when you thought we were never going to finish the tournament, we tried harder.
That's done.
Okay. So a lot of what... I hear some footsteps outside. Well, I think your ears are acutely aware to my neighbors. These guys are pieces of work, and they like to come at me in threes in the dark. You know, Aretha would be upset with you guys if I didn't have headphones in. All right, so fatigue is becoming an issue. We don't have big moose kicks, so let's think about this. We have a bedroll! Oh my gosh. Talk about it. I don't even know how you do this. Is that funny, Sal? So I'm worried I'm gonna get a burn if I go too close to this Let it on, we put it back on. So I'm trying to watch my step carefully and not get burned by the fire. It's just a bit of a scene. These are those Mr. Magoo moments that you can take the jabroni out of the pen. Oh, that was my big hope right here. Dang. Prime jabroniing.
What'd you do?
Oh! I know, grown up. Okay. Trying to do everything I can to maximize this little space here for a bedroll. But silly solution, you can kill the fire by pulling torches and redo in a better position. Might lose a little bit of the temperature. And the chorus of jerk wolves. The slapstick bedroll action reminds me that one time I tried assembling my portable fireplace chimney cooker to brew myself some coffee in the woods. And you sit the bedroll on the bench. I feel like I saw one sliver of green in one of these spots. But it seems to be eluding me pretty well.
I'd lay down right here if I thought I'd ever wake
Okay,
up
now the
again.
drip is happening. like I mentioned, you guys, you put 0.5 liters on the fire right before you go to bed. You can sleep for an hour, wake up, and pull that water off before it burns, and double your productivity during the evening time. No big deal. I feel like I'm getting a bit loose with my lumps, but I'm going to use it here because I'm not playing any games. Trying to get the fatigue up so it's high enough energy that we can travel to the Mystery Lake place. So that one I screwed around too much before I went to bed, and that's why this one dissolved right here. Okay, after this one, if the weather provides, we're leaving. We've got the best gear and the best setup in history. It is so happening. Okay. If I'm being completely honest, I don't remember exactly which direction to go away from the dam. And it's a 50-50 shot. It's a beautiful night to travel to the Canadian office for the mag lens. So, nice. So we're talking about a forge here. We can go to Forlorn Muskeg and do the forge. That's what everybody probably thinks we should do. Or my new plan of going to Broken Railroad for the forge to minimize the amount of drip we take during the process. Also, it's an indoor forge, so that just takes a layer of complexity away from the whole deal. All right, let's make it snappy, buddy. My torch is low. All right, you guys come in threes. Okay. FM is generally offers much better loot usually. I'm guessing you're referring a better forge. Yeah, I'm guessing you mean like the combat boots and the jacket you can get at the locker and stuff right next to it, because that is true. There's some good stuff there. Okay, I'm gonna drink another tea here to warm us up when the warm-up buff for this last tea we drank wears off. Frostbite risk. Need gloves. It has some close spawn, some food, more coal. Also has a chance to see a bunker. Yeah, all that stuff is basically why I always go there. Maybe this time I won't blow it after the forge. I'll tell you, it seems like one of those situations where on paper it's all going to go smooth, and then every time I do it, it goes completely off the rails.
My fingers feel numb.
Okay, there's a wire going left off the railroad here, and that's the location of our camp office. There's some decent stuff at the whale factory in Broken Railroad, the other spot for the forge. I think there's a stem there. And then, of course, there's another stem at the camp office in the Broken Railroad. So you can get 2 stems in Broken once you travel there. Here we are, the camp office in Mystery Lake. This is probably one of the more common base locations you'll see a lot of players use. It's a nice central location on the map. It is in the middle of the middle, pretty much right there on the map. And you pass through it often during your travels. Also, it has a mag lens that we're going to be checking for. And we're going to be able to start fires with the glorious sun. Let's go check these locations for it. Oh, there's salt. Pretty good. We have our gear. We are making moves. We're being serious out here. This is the best. Okay, we have pretty much the starter kit for what you would need if you were trying to make a run in a tournament. So I know that you might be surprised when I tell you what we do is a hunting tournament, because most of what I do is just nonsense. But it's what the whole goal is. So we're picking up all this great gear and setting it up. I think I'm going to make a little spot upstairs for us. Next to the 2-stop burner. Okay, we got recycled cans for days. Okay. Bring this. And we're going to go down for some sleep. Oh, baby! RNG City today. Trusty brand. Decent sweatshirt. Yeah, it's pretty decent. I don't know if it's decent enough, though. That's it, Duncan. Yeah, we're rising. All right, let's drop our curables. 37 on the guts. And the maples at 22. And we have a lamp here to break down for scrap metal. Okay, let's think about what our game plan is here. It's about to be forging time. We're going to get our metal numbers right. And if you guys think we can do it, we're going to do Forlorn Muskeg. And we're going to try to get ourselves some combat boots or pants and a nice jacket while we get the forge going. Also, like Silo mentioned, there's a chance for a bunker. Can you believe if we found all that beef jerky and Sprite in that bunker? It's going to be the biggest celebration in history. So all of that probably gives us incentive to maybe do the forge there. Now, the tough part is, you'll see, if you're kind of new to this, once we get over to Forlorn Muskeg, it's a vast open land. But don't let that openness fool you, because you could fall through the ice. There's thin ice everywhere, and that's what we have to travel across to get to the place we're trying to go to make the tools for the bow. Yeah, that's probably it. We'll let things decide. I know that if we went to Broken Railroad, things might go smoother. So I'll say that. But since our clothes stink, we can make some moves. Carcasses to sustain us during the forge. Absolutely. Poachers is a great first stop. Okay. I like this. And I really appreciate you guys, because you're really helping me go into new territories that I'm ill prepared for, which is being responsible at this game for once. And it doesn't come easy for me. I'll say that. Okay. Bezos. Maybe Big Moose Kicks? I don't know. Maybe we go Big Moose Kicks. We heat good loot. We heat up some teas and we go. Okay, I like that. I'm motivated. What I'm thinking about doing is grabbing a banana and some real life Big Moose Kicks or throat coat tea, and then coming back serious. Exactly, Silo. Coming back super serious. So I think that's what we need to do. Bezos wants us to make moves for him. And he's what my priority is. And all of yours should be as well. Come on down to Bezos's cave, where we screw up the stream whenever we like, yo, what's up, Nick? How's it going? Nick, we're just talking about maybe going and grabbing a tea. But we got some serious plans. We're going to heat up some teas and make some moves, and we're about to forge. So don't go anywhere, Nick, because we're going to be back, full of potassium and fury, ready to storm the steeds. You guys are amazing, though. Just letting that be known. Letting it be known, serious times. Okay, this part looks a little tough to run over. I need to go to this part. I know one of these times I'm going to see that red exclamation point. And danger will be imminent. Like that. No!
Goddamn freak. Damn. Freezing.
Too far. Son of a gun. I thought that we were taking the conservative path, getting from island to island, and I knew there was going to be ice. Oh my gosh, we are about to start heart beating. Yep. It's too windy. All right, where's this bunker? Up there. I can't climb anywhere and I don't see it. Oh my gosh. This might be it, boys. You can get there. Expired restore condition. I'm spraining my ankles. Go in! Oh! I had it all. I had the RNG. We had the hacksaw, the hammer. We had it. We had it. And it's all vanished into the long dark. Oh my gosh. What an unbelievable journey. I can't believe I fell in the water. days survived 2. So we doubled our last will. We got 2 days. They were 2 eventful days, I must say. Oh my gosh. We never fired a weapon. We were trying to get to our forge here. All in 2 days. And all this crazy stuff happened. We acquired about 1 million things. Ran around, it felt like 17 different new zones. And acquired the essential stuff. Oh my gosh. What drama. I hear Wolf. Oi! Yeah, he was doing the flank sneak attack because he knew I couldn't see him. But I heard his little toe beans. Unbelievable. Try to play games. Something like that. There should be one more up here. We're going to try to keep high ground here. Up! Wiz, look. Here's the thing, man. You're a great friend and you're really cool. I look up to you, but you've been banned. And you came in here, you tried to be cool, but it wasn't enough. You've been banned. I don't know what to tell you. You shouldn't feel too bad, but you're still banned. Alright, so this guy's blocking the exit. Let's see if we can flank around this way. Okay, Duncan, you mentioned... Oh yeah, the pump fake. You mentioned that I should go left, right, to get back to Forlorn? Because right is impending doom. I believe you put it as. Oh! Alright, get on. Thanks for reminding me this, Duncan. I forgot that I could pump fake. Been on the defense for so long. The wolves always love to go exactly where I'm going here in Broken Railroad, too. They just keep on heading the same direction, so I have to pump fake the same wolf, who seems to forget about the pump fake that happened 30 seconds ago. Alright, go this way. Go that way. Look at him! I've had it. With your dog games. Right, go left, because right is wrong and left is right, or am I wrong? Jeez Louise! What is going on? Alright, you're back for the 3rd time, buddy. Don't you remember this pump fake game? Joe Namath around here with these striped arms. Don't go that way, though, bro. I'm going that way. Please go this way. Somehow he made it up there. He goaded just so he could stay in the direction. Hey. Like to inform you guys on what I ate. I just had a banana that was a little past its prime. It had a few freckles on it, but no problem. Much like Morgan Freeman in the movie Seven. That banana was able to solve crimes in a gritty world. Keep Brad Pitt from going on too many dates with Gwyneth Paltrow. Also, I ate some asparagus. I've been eating a lot of asparagus lately, and I think it's pretty good. Makes me feel healthy. Getting some vegetables in the mix. Been doing an uptick in asparagus. In addition to that, I would like to commission the great Duncan, if he would be so great as to make up a quote for us in lieu of the fact that we do not have a hippie throat quote today, because We're drinking Big Moose Kicks out of a green cup. And you know what that means? That means we're partying and we're trying to stay focused. I know that I heard nerds one time talking about they did research on their video game scores, and then they realized that around half an hour after they drank coffee is when they played the best. So I'm hoping we take a couple sips on this Big Moose Kicks over here. You guys might to see a really responsible forge about half an hour from now. I also want to bring up the fact that during those pastime nostalgia clips in the banana break, I'm pretty sure I froze my butt off crashing through the floor of Forlorn Muskeg. So if anything gives us the shadow of the 4, F-O-R-E, we're going to have to avoid that. So cool to see the evolution, or lack thereof, Fire. Will we repeat the mistakes of the past and end up swimming in Forlorn Muskeg again? Or will we storm the steeds? Go on a nice clear day across the ice both times, getting a stocked bunker and great clothes for the most efficient hunt you've ever seen. Could be. Let's get into it. I think I need to listen to Silo. He says, good, loot the area I'm in right here, and then heat up some teas, and we venture forward. I like it. Okay, so I think we should sleep for about 4 or 5 hours until it gets to the nice part. What is the last run that ended in FM? In that case, back to the saddle. Oh my gosh. Looks like we're getting in the saddle, Bacon. Will, you look tired. It's back. Saddle. Okay, belly full of cattails, and we'll use these two things as heating mechanisms before we leave. Let's get our sleep up. Now that we have the bedroll, we can sleep at Poacher's Camp, which is going to look like 2 crashed cars once we get over there to Forlorn Muskeg, train cars. All right, the weather sounds nice, but it's a bit of a journey, so I'm going to make sure we're well rested. One more little hour. Heat up the teas and the food. We're leaving this place. A pro would have checked outside to see if it's a sunny day and saved the match. It's not my style. My style is to screw up. Alright, let's get some of this Big Moose Kicks in us. Gotta tell you, I'm on a Big Moose Kicks kick these days.
Well, that didn't work.
Oh. The kind I like is hazelnut, actually. I get hazelnut coffee. Use a tiny bit of crema. It's just right.
Come on. Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, you're doing great, man. Alright, we're gonna have to be responsible with these things since we're not jiggling them. Hazelnut coffee is brilliant. You like hazelnut, Silo. Yeah, I'm over here vibing. I just got a fat cup of it. And I'm kind of excited to continue playing Long Dark right now. If you can't tell by my ridiculous grin on my face. Did I just lose food due to not having a can opener? Can we get some replay action here? What just happened to that can of beans I opened? It just disappeared in thin air. What the heck was that about? I don't know what it was. You ate it. Oh! Thank you, Fire. You do lose some percent before the can opener cooked. Yeah, I can't tell what happened there. Alright, I'm going 4 cans. Like a maniac. Or 3. Get the 4th one. Now I'm going to pause on this staircase. I'm headed to a place where I'm going to need food. Like a mangy cat. That's it, Bacon. Did we ever find out who was the one who sang that? I think I missed it. So, I just left behind the pot, Silo. But maybe I should take that pot given the fact that we might need porridge at the forge. Porridge usually ends up being more trouble than it's worth because you have to prep it for so long. Food is going to be pretty much scarce while we're there. It's going to be teas, cattails, and the deer carcasses that are nearby. And bunker, of course. Michael Sembolo. I don't know who that is. Michael Sembolo. Michael Sembolo is an American singer and guitarist. I'm guessing that he was the guy who made this happen. He's married to Lisa Paulino. And yeah, this is his big claim to fame. He sang Maniac in 1983, which is a song which he sang and co-wrote. The song reached #1 in the US and featured the Flashdance film track. Wow. That's it. Dog food at the Forge also. Up to you, Forge guarantees some food and lots of cattails along the way. Okay, we're gonna risk it with no forage. Oh, beauty. Wait. We're really utilizing every minute of this warmth bonus from the food, I gotta say. In Max City. Okay, so I think we should go to Broken Railroad after the Forge. And that's where I would like to make the bow
Getting kind of heavy.
if we don't make it at the Forge, which we probably won't. Broken Railroad is where I would like to start the hunt. So we're taking this stuff with us, baby. We're staying nomadic. What I like about this plan is that you aren't handcuffed to coming back to this town if we have to. You know? We're not forced to come back to the Mystery Lake camp office if we don't want to come here. Let's do it. And on your left up here, you might see Dave's Cave. Oh, it's an amazing place where the food is cheap and the drink is watered down. But come on down. We got the Texas Rangers playing the Seattle Mariners series. It's 1-1 in the series between the two. And in this game, the rubber match, you're not going to be able to see much of it because it's going to be a bit scrambled and up in the corner. And there's going to be billowing cigar smoke covering up the screen. But come on down. It's an experience. And you get to watch it with your friends. So you might as well. Oh.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
One time we even had Michael Cimbolo come through during Celebrity Night. Okay, the wind is behind us and it's kind of giving us a shove along the rails here. Pushing us towards our destination. Okay, it's going to be the most responsible forage you guys have ever seen. We're going to say sustained by food, and everything's going to go great. So usually there's 2 cans of dog food, like Grown Up mentioned there. One of them is kind of ruined, so we might not be able to eat it. But there's a full can there. Plenty of cattails along the way, and there's 1 or 2 ravaged deer carcasses right next to the forge. Okay, this tunnel right here is going to take us over to the Great Forlorn Muskeg. Okay, I didn't get a warming up bonus from that last Rishi tea. I have no clue why.
Too heavy.
Ain't that a bee? Alright, a lot of mysteries as we exit Mystery Lake. The can of the mystery disappearing bean can, along with not getting the warm-up bonus. Maybe it's because I had a sip at the Rishi before, and it gave me the warmth bonus, and it's not giving it to me twice from the same cup. A lot of mystery. Alright, I'm pushing it too much right now. This is referenced earlier that I take the drip too much starting the fire and I need to preemptive it. I pushed for the next shielded thing and it was too far. I also wasted a match, but nobody saw that or heard that. Dang it. You know, you try to make moves. Yeah, what's up, Skabura? How are
It's making
you?
me feel tired.
How's it going, Skabura? My man. We're over here trying to be like you, my man. Get in that Nagoa, make some moves like the Terminator. Unfortunately, we are gloveless. We don't have a Danny or a Glover.
I need to drop something.
We do have dusty floor potatoes. I'm training for this, dude. Nice. Yeah, me too, Skabura. You started in BR. We actually started down here in DP. And we had the greatest time ever. We started right at the lighthouse, and then we got Loot Pool 3, so we were able to get the hacksaw in the abandoned mine number 5. Get everything nice and set up for us so that we can forge and make moves pretty quickly. And I don't know if you recognize those vitals, Skabura, but they're actually mostly okay right now. It's pretty crazy to see that. Usually when you show up here, there's about 3 out of 4 of them on complete red. Not today. Today is different. Yeah, it's great to see you, Skabura. How's everything going? Have you been hitting the island? It's wonderful to hear that you're training. Can I ask, why do you have on you so many uncured stuff? Well, we're just kind of staying nomadic, Skabura, so we're bringing it with us each place we go, because I'm probably going to make the bow at Broken Railroad and start the hunt there. We have a big forge ahead of us, too. I've also considered doing my forge in Broken Railroad, Skabura, and not doing it here in Forlorn Muskie. But the prospect of the stocked bunker and the clothes that we could get there is actually making us do it here like we usually do at Forlorn. But I just can't, yeah. I just can't bring myself to go into Broken Railroad to do the forge because it feels so counterculture, you know? Feels like I'm going against the grain too much. But the second I fall through that ice, you better believe I'm going to be saying, I should have gone to Broken. I don't know why I don't go over there. I just feel like there's reasons I shouldn't do it in Broken. But I want to. Tomorrow I will start this. Nice, Skabura. Yeah, you've done a lot of inspiring to me when I watch you. I challenge you to a duel! Oh! Well, listen, Skabura, here's the thing. We're going to need you to play blindfolded as well. It's called a handicap match. Okay? I'm going to be perfectly sighted, and you're going to wear a handkerchief over your eyes the whole time. Even then, it's going to be close. So we're going to need you to do that. And then the duel is accepted. Handicap match this summer. Terminator versus Jabroni. It was a long time ago.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
All right, we're going to sleep at Poacher's boxcars up here. You're much better than me now. Yeah, Skabura. Come on, man. Let's be honest here. You're the Terminator. You seek the animals. They don't seek you. We got ourselves a big fat cup of Big Moose Kicks over here. We're storming the steeds. Gonna get some cattail dreams. I hope everything's going good with Mugwop and Joy and everybody. I don't really know the rules. There you go, my man. It's a nice, cool, but going inside the buildings, it's okay. It sure is. So we're going to use our bedroll to get some sleep in the boxcars up here, stabilize the temperature. And on a day like this, you could say, oh, you could easily get across the ice, no problem. So it's really going to come down to assessing it at Poachers right here as to whether I have the rebel attitude enough to do a forge in Broken Railroad. Alright, we're gonna be looking for... Yo, what's up, Odds? The man! It is the perfect day for the Odds man, especially because we are going so serious today, Odds. It's all about min-maxing, stats, efficiency. It's the perfect day for our resident genius. Score to beat first. Well, I think that one is like 4th or 5th there, Scabura. Are we in need of some hips? Because I have some for the road. Thank you, Odds. That's it. I appreciate those hips. And that is going to help us. Oh, thin wool, baby. I need to think about it. Last score. So, let's think about what we're going to do here. I need to get a couple hours of sleep. I might be able to get away with no fire during that process. Let's see what the temperature is. It's like 2. Well, this thing's going to make it 0. We're just going to keep 1 hour at a time, taking little naps here, getting as much rest before whatever our move is. Whatever it is going to take a lot of energy. Oh! Now it's too cold to sleep without it. Trusty brand matches. 32 of them. Still no sewing kit. I'm gonna start a fire, maybe do some ptarmigan stuff or sleep, probably more importantly. We can do the ptarmigan any time. I hope you guys are having a fantastic Tuesday. I'm very grateful to be here on the island with you.
All right.
Weird glitch. Alright, dusty floor potato. And some water. We'll do the water last. Alright, water's on. Sleep for an hour. Serious stuff going on, odds. We're doing mega nerd stuff, trying to stay alive on this crazy difficulty. Okay. Alright, so now we have to talk about our condition of sleep. We don't have pies or coffee, and it's about 9 o'clock. We're about to lose daylight. We'd have to leave pretty soon now if we're going to make it to either Broken Railroad's Forge or Forlorn. Weather is this right here. That's what time of day it is. About an hour or two left of sunlight. Feel like we could probably safely make it to both. It is forging time. Question is, which forge, odds? Am I going to Broken Railroad or Forlorn? So far, our run has been pretty... We've minimized the amount of mistakes we've made, sans having to walk backwards for a bedroll. So... I would like to keep us on a trajectory for success. I feel like the conservative route is going to Broken for the Forge. It's also going to be a bit of a far walk on 9 o'clock fatigue. I don't know. I'm not sure which one to do. FM counts as outdoor as far as I know. FM all day. Okay. You think so, grown up? Okay, I have another question. With this amount of fatigue, do you think it's smart to set out for the Forge tonight? I feel like I have the weather right now. I should go. No Joe. Joeless.
Something's gotta go.
You like FM, Nick? Yeah. I think that's the consensus across the board, that we do the Forge here. Alright, let's do it. Alright, I'm gonna need all hands on deck. Hope this isn't an Aurora, man. We're gonna get our butt kicked if it is.
here. Time to look for shelter.
Metal numbers are kind of low at 8, but I also think we'll get a couple when we get there. Okay, I'm already kind of off the rails. Here. It's coming. This summer, just when you thought you were gonna forge today, was an Aurora. So I think that cancels it. It's crazy to walk across with cured guts and all kinds of stuff across the ice in an Aurora, right? There's no way I can do it. Golly, RIP match, man. Yeah. We're gonna have to get a fire going to sustain ourselves, and we might be here for a while. Lump check. 26 lumps. So we have a generous amount for our forge. I don't think we'll run out trying to keep ourselves warm tonight. Nothing like that. I really don't have too many other options other than sleep and take care of stuff here at the poacher's camp. If it's curing in here, we can leave it and grab it on the way back. Yeah, I'm not sure if it cures in here, grown up. But as far as what we're doing right now, I think it's just staying put.
Just need to close my eyes.
Okay. It's heading... Okay, I hear the bear. He's rustling around out there. An Aurora bear at that. Okay, I'm not gonna screw around. Hear him rustling around? Dude, if you have guts on you, you're smelly stuff. Not gonna be nice. That's it. That's why I canceled today's plans. Okay, I think I'm about to take a nap here next to the fire barrel and get our fatigue to full strength for tomorrow's travels. But you have something on you that stinks. That's right. Let me drop that charm again. Thank you for that. I almost walked off a cliff watching you do that. Sorry, Bacon. What's going on, QC? The man. Yeah, John Candy just threw a stone at that bear's butt. I'll tell you something. Even when I throw a stone at a digital bear's butt, I still feel kind of bad, like I'm being a bit of a bully. I felt bad about that. I probably deserve a pair of shoes stolen after that routine. You know, those guys have just mauled me so many times. I've lost a little bit of, you know, they've kind of taken us out. Okay, let's get some rest here. We're here in Forlorn Muskie at the Poacher's Camp. The forge is right around the corner. We're resting up during an aurora so that we don't get hurt heading to the forge.
Well.
We're going to use our lumps. Of course, the forge has to get up to 150 Celsius, which, if they give you 20 Celsius each, requires you to use 8 lumps of coal to get it over the minimum threshold of 150. So you definitely want to go to the forge with a decent amount. And I'll tell you this about the Spence's Homestead location of the forge here in Forlorn. It usually provides you with a decent amount of lumps so that you can plan on that. It's always good to go into there or anywhere with lumps, though. Oh, fire starting too. Get in there. Fire starting too. 55% chance to start fires. The fires last 10% longer. You're quite good at starting fires now. Heck yeah. All right, we're gonna do this 1 hour at a time, baby. We're gonna boil water and sleep wisely. Improved intellect on starting fires. Thank you, Odds. All right, we're gonna repeat the same process over and over. Sleep for 1 hour with boiling water. Getting our rest up. The weather hates this, Willie. Yeah, Odds. We're not letting the weather dictate where we're going, though. We're going around with lumps and being extra responsible. And we're even thinking from now on, when our temperature drips to about 9 o'clock, we're going to start the fire then so we get ahead of it. And don't let any of that drip happen while we're starting the fire, even though we just became level 2 serious fire starters. We're going to get serious. Larone, let's play some Arc Raiders, dude. Scaburi, you've been kicking butt. Raiden, going to Speranza. the man. Never listen to Scabura. He'll have you playing Arc Raiders. It's good to see you, QC. Had to step away a bit. How we're doing? We're doing fantastic, Duncan. We're waiting out in Aurora. The sky was pink when we were leaving, and I could feel it coming before it even started. And the second I heard that music, turned right back around. Look at that haunted bear out there. Look at him. He's kind of doing a bit of a dance right now. You see him? He's bobbing his head. He's listening to Montel Jordan's This Is How We Do It. Look at him. Okay, I gotta get back. I gotta be serious. But here it is. This is the Aurora when things get serious. Not only that, there's almost a full moon, man. It's getting crazy. Werewolves and haunted bears. It's insane out here. All right, let's get our rest up. Bro is jamming hard on the Aurora vibes. Dude, you made me do it. The Terminator only knows one thing. Destroy. All right, so we are blowing through a bunch of lumps here, but we're at least going to be well rested for whatever our moves are. And this glorious bedroll. Making it great. He may steal our shoes. He may take our dignity. But he will never take our lumps. Onward! Yeah, I do believe now our calories are kind of becoming an issue. So we definitely need the Aurora to subside, and we might have to make a cold night trip if calories are serious. At least to go get some cattails. We do have teas here. Burning through these lumps like nobody's business. Not quite yet. And you have a tomato outside the train cart. Tomato outside the train cart. Wonder if we already got it. How are the guts holding up? Not rotting away, are they? I hope not. God knows. They've been across the world, those guts. From a ravaged carcass in Coastal Highway all the way to this place. All right. Let's talk about night traveling. 3 down. Definitely cold. And I can't see jack out here, by the way. So if I did do any traveling, it would be towards Broken Railroad for sure. We got about 3 or 4 hours till morning. And we'll have to use a lump, firewood-wise, each time to keep the hours going on our fires. We're with 21 lumps right now, which is a pretty healthy amount. I'm gonna throw one on while we think. I can't be rich like you, Scabura. Scabura's the man. This spooky music going on. I'm freaking out. This is bad travel weather. Okay, I can't remember if we got that tomato can. I think we did. Or it didn't show up.
There is a bomb on this bus.
Oh my.
If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, it can't blow. We gotta keep this bus moving, guys. Don't slow down the bus. Please, Sandra. You listen to me. Don't Slow down.
Bam! I'm talking about vomit coming up. The woman got the shit. This is ugly, man. Foam is coming out the mouth. You don't want to see that.
Yeah, that's ugly.
Neo the man. I think the tomato can is usually right there. Alright, we're just spotting out here for food every couple of minutes. Maybe get a few cattail dreams. And just try to sustain until my face when the bus slows down. Nice internet lingo, Duncan. That was hip. Alright, cattail dreams. Don't jinx him. Are we being super responsible or a new run? Check it out, Neo. There he is. Serious Will Mr. Business. He's on Loophole 3 and he's been going now for a little under a week. This guy is poised for greatness. I can't say it without laughing right afterward. Alright, so I think we got hunger taken care of. Now we just need to keep getting more sleep. I am a bit hesitant to waste our firewood on this, so I'm hoping I can just pump it full of sticks. It is happening. I will say that the forge is usually when it goes off the rails. And I always make a crucial mistake that drips my HP just trying to make it happen and get back. I think the returning back to life and normalcy after the forge, I have to be responsible getting back across the ice if we go to Forlorn for the forge. And it seems to be that nobody has said thank you for those hips, Neo. I've been talking, Neo, about maybe doing my forge over in Broken Railroad. It's kind of a renegade idea where instead of basically going from right here where we are and then going here for the forge, I just skip the frozen ice and go straight westward to Broken Railroad. I can do the forge there and I don't have to worry about getting hypothermia after falling through the ice. Like, lame Gretzky, if you will. Okay. I suppose we're gonna have to use lumps. I'm gonna try to check on the weather. Throw some sticks and get a torch. I like it. Top navigation for Muskeek is around the edges. Lame Gretzky, Shevskis, thank you, Sil. Yeah, I'm looking for... Can I ask why you did not go back to the Riken? I think the Riken is further from Mystery Lake, where we naturally went to get birch bark and stuff like that after getting our forging tools. So we kind of just kept heading westward, and going back to the Riken would have been further than Forlorn right here. Are you going down to the bunker, then to BR? Well, if we go to the bunker, we can go pretty much anywhere we'd like after that. I thought it'd be fun to start the hunt from Broken Railroad. It would just feel like we're in a spot where everything's ahead of us, you know? but it's still up in the air. I really haven't seen too many folks say that it would be logical to go all the way over there for the forge. I've never done a forge over there. How much longer you have on that maple sap? A good amount of time still, Dunk. It's at about a quarter cured. So I would say that's probably 4 days. Longer than I'd like. Bold changes. I've probably been lugging it around too much and not leaving it somewhere to cure. Yeah. Broken Railroad would be a brand new town. And we could hit up the lodge and different stuff like that while we're over there too. Get 2 stems from Broken Railroad. The idea is to hunt, Neo. We're going to have to wait a little bit since I've been unoptimally carrying my curing stuff all around with me. So we're probably going to have to wait maybe a day or two if we go to Broken Railroad. But that's all it is after we do a forge, is just hunt. Make our bow and make some hunting happen. We also are going to seek one more ptarmigan to go along with this one we have here, so that we can make an improvised insulation. And then we're going to throw it right on this bad boy for 2 Celsius warmth, because right now we're looking a little absurd. 2 baseball hats, 1 bear sweater, thin wool, not a glove in sight, or a sewing kit. So we're just rocking things. It's not illogical, dude. We talking Broken Railroad? Because now it's good to hear some Broken Railroad talk. Any fishing gear? No, we don't have any fishing gear, Neo. No Ann Smith. No fishing tip-up. I don't think the stuff cures in this boxcar either. That's kind of a disappointment. Not no hooks or lines. Just thinking. I don't think you'll die from forging at Broken Railroad. So if you want to do some science on seeing if it works better for you, probably won't be too big of an issue. Oh, some broken railroad support. Yeah, I used to have a stigma against broken railroad, but then I started testing some stuff out over there, and I like it. I know kind of where things are a little bit. It's pretty much just that lake area once you get down there to the big whale factory. So it's okay. And there's a moose and a bear, and you can start off just banging out some moose, bear, and wolf right there on the lake. Plus 2 stems. I think there might be another bear sweater there. I don't think we need that. Maybe some shoes. Everything in that lodge. That lodge is glorious. I sure would like this blizzard to end. But our fatigue is now rising. It's pretty much never in the upper echelon area. Calories are becoming a little more scarce, though. Alright, lump. Let's go. Nope. Man, I risked that fire because I thought for sure the blizzard would end. Barely got that one off. Alright, we're grabbing our ptarmigan feathers out of this bad boy. Blowing through lumps like a madman. Don't have cooking oil. No banning. I was gonna do it though, Duncan, I'm telling you. It's about to happen. Really bad news about our thing and getting stuck here. None of our stuff cured on the floor. So this forge could have been a lot better if we maybe would have gone around the side and gone to a cave where the stuff will actually cure on the floor if we're going to get stuck in such a big blizzard during an aurora. Not optimal for min-maxing our time right when the forge is done to be able to start the hunt, since our maple was acquired a little bit later in the week. Yeah, we could have left them behind, and we would have just been a little hamstrung into having to backtrack to an area we've already been. So it's kind of gauging all that stuff. There's a lot going on. I'm just trying to make sure I'm maximizing our time. I could fix these clothes so we get a sewing kit. We'll definitely get one of those bad boys at Broken Railroad.
Surrounded by snow. Nothing to drink.
There we go. Weather still seems kind of crappy. Okay. So our first big crucial error of the run lies with going to Forlorn ill-prepared for what could happen, given the fact that we needed to cure our stuff. So it set us back a little bit in the hunt, in the fact that we didn't go to a place with an indoor spot to cure our stuff during that 12-hour whatever spat that was right there. But we're learning. We're probably going to learn a little bit by going down to Broken Railroad for the forge as well. What I'm hoping is that, let's say we go down here and we're stuck here for a couple days until our bow stuff is ready. There's at least 2 big bases to loot during the process of our stuff curing, and it's kind of easy to get back and forth between the 2 spots. So between that, I think it might be decent enough for us. Also, it's an indoor forge, which is user-friendly, more jabroni-proof. This guy's like a troll, man. Back did we forge? Fortunately, Silo, we have yet to be gained. Indoor means your fuel doesn't last as long. Ah, that's a good point. Well, I have to hope we have our act together. There are a bunch of green boxes there for reclaimed wood. We're doing a rebellious act, Silo. We're going to Broken Railroad to forge. Never before heard of in the streets. We're basically like the James Dean of the Long Dark. I got a cigarette rolled up in my white t-shirt where the bicep is. It's right here. The pack of Marlboro Reds, man. And you know I race my car through storm drains and all kinds of stuff. I'm serious, man. Okay, we're going to continue. I hope that you guys know you're absolutely amazing. Aretha says, if you have time after the rose hip thing, if you could send her some butter. She likes the real stuff. She likes like the real authentic Irish butter. She's not into imitation butter. Okay, we're going to Broken Railroad. Broken Railroad is a nice, easy journey where literally you just have to go along the railroad to get there. And you'll end up at the tunnel right here where this big rock wall is. and you can transition over to broken. If you can get past a couple initial wolves, then you're home free for a nice base location, and that's where the forge is. In a stem. Aretha, when there's buttered buns on the counter. Yeah. Mr. Meme over here, Doug, and I'm telling you, man, you're becoming part of the future. You're fitting in with the cool kids. All these hip internet lingo phrases. Man of law, a man of coolness. All right, we're almost to Broken Railroad. Then you eat a cattail when we stop. I don't know if I can believe that our HP is where it's at. This whole being behind on the cured stuff situations got me feeling a little down on our min-maxing abilities. But it's something we will make sure to rectify if we're given another opportunity. It requires backtracking, but I believe that it would have been most responsible, like you mentioned, Duncan, to leave it at the Canadian office and just go back to the place afterward. I was really just hoping that we could keep moving.
All I can think about is food.
But it should be bow over everything, warmth right under that, and this is an area where bow would have been over, keep moving. Okay, we're going to head up to this broken train area where you have to kind of parkour over a transition. We're going to take that bad boy, and pretty soon we're going to get over. BRR is solid forge. Cursed saplings also. Cursed saplings also. We got some cursed saplings. Cured saplings. I think those might be disallowed in the Nagoa. I'm pretty sure pre-cured maple and guts and stuff is banned. But yeah, lots of carcasses. My boy DT is going to be stoked if he comes back and hears that. Yeah, that's it, DT. We got the most carcasses over here. We're going to ravage the heck out of them, man. You can hear a carcass from a mile away. What's the carcass count? Well, it's probably too many to count at this state. I mean, who even knows? I know that we shattered the carcass quota last time. Oh! Ah! I have to hug this wall to light the torch. Oh, they're gaining. There's two of them. Our temperature is kind of plummeting too. This is my only stone. What in the world? Let's think about this. I should go backwards behind me, go to the other wall, light the torch. Yeah, we got the high ground. Because I got to get a fire going. So I need to go to that other wall over there, light a torch, and get the fire going, and get the wolves off us. Next to their ungodly howling sounds.
Place to escape this cold.
Another time where the mag lens is wondering what's the phrase? Mag lens. Raph. Get in there, Raph. There it is, baby. I got Raph on my side. Going out to lunch. Was a bit sketchy. Sorry, but they interrupted all of our carcass talk. We're trying to talk carcass over here. Okay, no problemo. We're back in the game. Let's eat these cattails. That was intense. Alright, once we're warmed up here, we're going to head over to the factory. We're going to start setting up. Our lump numbers are dwindling. Probably not too many more to spare. Alright, drinking a birch tea, we're moving. Friends are back. Wait, see that? That was real. We were smelly, and it went out, and there was two of them. Trying to hug the wall so that the wind isn't blowing it out, but it might have changed direction since then. I think the wall to hug is over there now. What's he doing in that crevice? Motive engine. It's a decoy angle. I'm not sure what angle it is. It's definitely not an acute angle. I would say it's an obtuse one. And my obtuseness is how ill-prepared I am for this. Nice retro music reference, Duncan. I think we're in the clear. We have about 1 or 2 more wolves over here that we're going to be too windy to light with. So just a few more obstacles. That whole time I wasn't even looking at our temperature. It's just the scrambled eggs and bacon. Yeah, look at him. He's just oh! This is a scramble. We're the egg. I feel like that right now. So I said before that I didn't think you'd die over here, and I'd like to slightly alter my prediction, Duncan. Oh. Aretha doesn't think we're gonna pass. Jeez. Okay, so there's 2 wolves. I could leave the guts. That would get rid of the smell. I think we're blocked by the wind right here. I need to calibrate where the wind is going to see if we can get a torch going. Okay. This is such a scene. He's on the other side of the fence. We gave him the old 22. Now his buddy's around too. Okay, he's stuck by the fence. Haven't seen his brother. I'm scared of all the sounds I'm hearing. Go! Done it. Okay, we've made it to the maintenance shed. This is the location of the renowned world greatest statue of all time. Some people have tried to travel across the globe to see what can be located here. There's some great stuff going on. Thank you, guys. We've done it, Nick. Yeah, that was a bit scary out there. I was trying to remain calm while it was going on. But now that we're inside, I can say that that was scary. Much like the movie Poltergeist, starring... Oh, Neo! Neo, thank you. Holy crap. Unexpected zip zaps from the man Neo. My man. Killing the game. Zipping and zapping. Keeping people in the mix. My man, the Matrix man. I hope that the Matrix doesn't have any of you guys. And Neo would not want that. What he would want is for Keanu Reeves to be celebrated for the great actor that he is. We all know. Thank you, Neo. Thank you so much. What a wonderful award. We are alive, baby. And we are now zipping and zapping. This is unbelievable. We have to get loud with this. Long, dark, survive. The brooding music of a long, dark woman trapped inside of a cabin. She wonders if she could be zipping or zapping, but nobody's around her cabin. Her name is Astrid. She's alone in the long, dark. I miss Will. Where is my hero? His pilot skills are so perfect. Our exact same haircuts look beautiful in the family photo. Thank you, Neo. Okay, that was a terrible moment. I kind of ruined the moment a bit there. I apologize. But let's get serious here. Thank you very much for the band. That was amazing. Okay, in honor of all this excitement, we have to begin the foundation of the Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower. The foundation has been laid. It is a red chair. Keeping folks in the mix saved it. We are adding the second chair to the Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower. It has been laid. Speaking of laid, man, Craig T. Nelson in the 80s. That guy. Okay, and let's bring this third chair over here. Boom! Representing the one moment in the movie Poltergeist when the ghosts of the Native American people that were had their burial grounds tainted by this suburban house place came and made signals.
Cold is making my
Okay.
head feel thick.
Okay, now I'm definitely blowing it with regards to this run. So I'm going to try to not get off the rails with the Craig T. Nelson stuff. Get back to being serious. Oh! Something's going on. Neo! Thank you, Neo! Holy crap, the man!
Need to find food.
Neo, you're the absolute legend of all legends. This is unbelievable. Neo has just zapped and zipped his way into eternal greatness. Holy crap. Thank you, Neo. My man. We are celebrating. That's what happens when you build a Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower. It gets exciting. And we zip and zap. Zipping. We're zapping. Attacking the steeds. Rising. We're gonna be cool like Craig T. Nelson. We're gonna cure these guts in this maple. We're gonna maybe find big moose kicks in that lodge. We're gonna plan for the hunt that begins in Broken Railroad. We are gonna storm eastward across the country. The country is Great Bear Island. The goal? To hunt everything. Serious business. Serious Will Mackenzie. Excitement. Drama. Intrigue. Weren't they originally hippies? Listen, man. We're in Broken Railroad now. We have to be hippies, man. Moose kicks kicked in, I think. No, Bacon, this is totally normal activity. This is not mild amphetamine induced. The moose is kicking in. I'm making up bad songs and bad Craig T. Nelson Towers. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Neo. The man. Thank you, Neo. I can't even get my act together over here. Thank you, Neo. Okay, I know that you guys are going to be blown away. We have acquired a sewing kit. It only took us an entire week, but we have found it. I do believe there's a jerry can also right here.
Plant fuel. Could be useful.
It could be useful for accelerant. Okay, there is one down arrow to our temperature in here, so we'll keep an eye on that. I also thought under that box I was going to find a stem, so maybe it moves around or maybe it's not guaranteed. But I kind of struck out on the stem here. Finally getting some bits. Yeah, I should probably make those. Let's see if we find any mitts in one of these lockers. If not, we're improvising, optimizing.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Or make super torches. Trying to keep an eye on that warmth bonus. We might drip if we even try to do anything. Call them mega torches. All right, let's think about this forge here. We got 15 lumps. So we could just get those lumps going in this fire. We can rest right here for the warmth if we need to. We got plenty of lumps around. Is there any reason that I shouldn't start the forge pretty soon? I'm trying to think if there's anything I should think of before. I'm pretty sure we got enough scrap metal and everything we need to make it happen. We might not have food, though. So it might be wise for us to sleep or eat or do something. That's why I'm trying not to get hasty. Yeah, a lot of sleep comments. Yeah, we're going to have to get some food, too. So we might have to ravage some carcasses. Alright, I'm going to do 1 hour, and then we're going to get up and look for food around this place. To open Blackbeard's chest. I want to say thank you again to the amazing Neo. You're an absolute legend, and I really appreciate you zipping and zapping, my friend. I'm going to open Blackbeard's chest, and I'm going to see what the great Neo has unlocked from the Matrix. Oh my gosh, it's a cat being awarded! Wait. My Bezos isn't letting me chat. There it is. Thank you, Neo. That is what I'm hoping is exactly what's going to happen after this. I'm hoping that we're going to be like that cat, and Raph is going to come up and put a 1 medal around our neck and say, you are no longer a jabroni. You are known as someone who can survive something. Thank you, Neo. Oh my, trusty brand, baby. Alright, so even with the torch, we don't have enough arrow. We need to make some gloves. It's your brand.
This will keep the lamp burning.
Yeah, sure will. Already, we are quick to forget the boxcar bedroll fiasco. Boxcar bedroll fiasco? Okay. Might have to sleep one more hour before we can make improvised hand wraps. Metal car. We forgot.
I think I can
Oh,
use this.
Sadie Hawkins shoes. Okay, I guess we'll use these for leather to fix our current Nikes. Ketchup chips. Man, I'll tell you something, Bacon. I recently had ketchup chips for the first time in real life, and they were fantastic. Wool scarf. Well, I hate to see you go, ragged baseball cap, but you've been replaced by a new wool scarf. So kind of like the other forge location, you can get a decent amount of scrap metal here too, just kind of lying around. Let's do some scrounging.
I can eat a horse.
Yeah. Okay, we got an up arrow thanks to the wool scarf. We're living the dream. How much metal we have? We got 10. So we might have to forego the improvised... Oh! Brian Gold, stay on target. Our second copy. Just as good the second time around. So we might just go improvised knife and arrowheads with whatever our total number of metal is.
This could be really useful. If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Okay, we got a little more metal here if we need it. But I don't think we're going to. Okay, just a few items to check for. And we continue probably sleeping and thinking about our food supply for tomorrow. Because right now we're at these 3 items right here at about 1,200 calories. We're probably going to need a little bit more than that for a big long forge. So ravaged carcasses and stuff like that. Maybe cattail dreams on the lake as well.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
We got some work boots, baby. Best shoes that we could hope for. Now we could just get rid of the Sadie Hawkins and the other stuff like that. We can have scrap metal or scrap leather, but boy, we just got some great shoes, baby. Get in there. I love a work boot. I love, especially love 100% work boot, baby.
Getting kind of heavy.
So we're gonna go in and try on our new Timberlands. Let's get over to this bed. It's a bit chilly. But not for long. I bet when we switch these shoes, we'll get an up arrow. It's happening. Okay, no up arrow from the shoe switch, but it's still very serious. Yeah. Done it, odds. Thank you for the reminder, Bacon. We're going to try to stay responsible with our weather. Always keeping an eye on that thing. Making sure the drip is real. Can't have it. Use the Summit Soda first. And munch down on these stale treats we found here at the maintenance yard. All right, so the HP is at 95, and in our satchel, we still have 1 birch tea if we want to get up to 100. For us to be anywhere close to 100 a week or so into this tournament is insanity. And I thank you guys a lot for helping us navigate thus far properly through this treacherous water. Yo, what's up, Foil? How's it going, bud? How are you? Yeah, we're doing pretty good. I think things are about to go well. It just so happens, much like before, we're talking about making a bow, and it's going to happen soon, but it isn't happening right this moment. So you may have to wait. I know that you'd love for us to have a bow, and I apologize for not having one right now, but we're going to have one soon, I promise you. We're just about to start the forge. And we're just trying to rest up, and we're going to gather ravaged carcasses for meat and stuff, and we're going to have a big long forge here at the old broken railroad. Right now, we're kind of on the west side of the map, chilling with Snoop Dogg. D-O-double-G. And Nate Dogg. Okay, 6 days and 44 minutes. I would also like to point out one thing. This well-fed is still, we still have it. We got this thing on the earliest moment you could on day 3, and we have not left. We haven't lost it. Pretty exciting stuff. I always lose well-fed, so I know most of you guys out there think that's a pretty easy task, but for myself, that responsibility seems too much. I'm pretty excited about that. Our buns have been buttered the whole time. I don't know where the butter queen is. She's probably trancing around waiting for the next butter roll to lick. Well, I'm going to get going and set up to start my stream. Okay, sounds good, Foil. You be safe out there on the island because it's cold outside. You just go make yourself a bow. And be responsible. Cattail dreams, one step at a time. You know how it is. You make it happen. Okay, so our fatigue is looking pretty solid. And we're going to be at about full rest for this big responsible forge we're going to do. And there's ravaged carcasses right outside here and cattail dreams on the river. And all that stuff's pretty close to where we are. Okay, let's take a moment to remember this. It might not look like this at the end of next episode. Right now, our vitals are at 95. Almost all 3 or all 4 of the things are nice and bright and shiny and excellent. And this is insane. Never in a million years. It's happening, Miss Pac-Man. All we needed was a little free spirit, man. We just had to feel the vibes, man, and play a little Pong. Bust out the Atari. No? Just had to go retro. Listen, man. You need to start being serious about this, man. I'm excited. Alright, we got a little bit of blizzard out there. So once that thing out there is done, That's our moment to strike. Let's enact our first set of gloves. Okay, we're gonna make improvised hand wraps. We first just have to tear up a little bit of cloth from around this place. Another good source of scrap metal are these buckets too. If you want to break them down, they're pretty good return on your time. Alright, keep your eyes peeled for dangling cloth or things I can tear up for cloth. Sometimes you'll see a little tie hanging something. Alright, we'll use one of these things instead, and we'll tear up the other baseball hat. Perfect. Alright, you're looking better, bud. A little bit more like a survivor. Making mitts, scrapping buckets, living the dream! You've been killing it today, Duncan. Alright, one more piece of cloth. Oh. There we go. Alright, now we go make ourselves some boxing hand wrap gloves. Just like that, we finally, after a week, have found gloves. 8 Celsius warmth bonus. Okay. So we're gonna go check outside and see what the weather's like, and it might be carcass time once it clears up. Okay. So, let's plan for the future for a second. We're going to get food for the forge, and we're going to forge a bunch of arrowheads and an improvised knife that allows us to make the bow. The bow can be made right here at the maintenance yard, and there's probably even a workbench at the other base location at the other lodge, too. So we have options at the 2 spots. I'm going to go look at the percentage of the curing stuff, and that'll help us know how many days it's going to be after this forge till we're able to make the bow itself. $55 on the gut. I don't know how many days it takes for the guts. Confirm about workbench and upper lodge. Yeah, I think it's there in the basement, maybe, Bacon. Okay. So we got 370 saps, 250 guts, and 137 maple. Thank you, Duncan. Yeah, 2.5. So the forge is probably going to take about a day or so. And it's just going to be the maple's just going to take like 3 or 4 days. Well, yeah, I'm glad we got another copy of Brian Gold Stay on Target, because we're going to be staying inside. The sequel. Made by Lazy Gold. Okay. So pretty much all the food we can get is going to need to be acquired. Pretty much every cattail, all the stuff from the lodge. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe we loot the lodge and come back here with all of our goodies. Then after we assess how many calories we get from the lodge, from there we can figure out how much we have to ravage. You know what I'm saying? Leave all our curables here. Go get supplies for the pre-made supplies from the house. And then come back here to forge. And do it in that order. Loot the house, then forge, ravage if we need. Be flour and oil. Yeah, a bunch of dusty potatoes. We could probably grab a cooking pan for porridge. All kinds of gear and stuff over there. You like that plan of going to the lodge before the forge and looting it and coming back? Like it, bacon. Yeah, I think it might be solid. Trying to think of all the angles here. You know how many days it's going to take for those things to cure. I like the fact that we won't be doing unnecessary ravaging if we get extra food. It's likely that it will still be required. Let's get out there. Okay, so here's the heart of Broken Railroad. We're coming up on the big lake up here. On our right is where most of the ravaged carcasses are. You'll see crows overhead and a bunch of downed deer from all of the carnage that's gone on here in this town. There's wolves and moose and bear. And I think I just see the bear there now. He's playing games. Bear games. And he's fully aware of us, thanks to the Nagoa light. Insane detection. Let's see if we can really throw it over the hills. Uncle Rico. Ah! He knows.
Here you go. Lay shaking it. Yeah. Come on.
Okay, so as you can tell, the bear has spoiled our plans. He's trying to make it tough on us. I think this trip has been cut short by my terrible narrating and all-around jabroni nonsense. So we're probably leaving about an hour. And I'll do a little less screwing around.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Okay. One hour rest, and we're out there. And I hear it's going to be clear, or maybe even yellow warm. Hope that you guys' Tuesday is going fantastically. Butter's been the hot topic of today. As we're learning more about Aretha each and each day. Even I am. We're over here nursing a big fat cup of Big Moose Kicks. Storming the steeds. Oh. We're storming them in a little bit, though. It's a bit cold. We're going to tune up these clothes. Alright. I will search for a bit more cloth. Probably hanging off of a box or something. tear up and use to repair the rest of these clothes. They haven't really had a sewing kit to fix them for a while, so they've just been subject to the elements. Oh, there we go. Alright, we're tuning up. Leave them poor steeds alone.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
Now you're sticking up for the steeds, Duncan? Okay, we just kind of blew all of that cloth on bad repairing. We need to read more LL Kingley Sewing Primer for sure. There we go. Just call me the Donkey Defender. No steeds stormed on my watch. Yeah, Duncan will get you if you try to storm those steeds on his watch. Don't even think about it. Alright, calories are getting sketchy, and it's blizzardy out there, so we're gonna have to do teas pretty soon. Getting down to the nitty-gritty. See if we can find an eclair in here. Oh. Warmth bonus up to 9 Celsius. Thanks to all the upgrades to the quality. Different stuff going on here. That Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower that's being built, man. Alright, I'm trying to think about food right now. It's too cold outside. So we're going to be stuck eating teas and not being able to use them for warmth. Maybe I can look in the cars around the place here. Not a lot of food at the maintenance shed. Just a bunch of maintenance stuff. No oil for Bannock. That's right, Dunk. Cattails at the lake. Oh, trusty brand. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this weather to turn over, Bacon, so we can get out there. As for now, I'm going to drink a tea. It's getting a little too close. At least 100 calories in my brand. Yeah, that is your brand. Love those trusty brands. I do too, I have to say. Nothing like that blue box. All right, we got 1 T to our name. You know what else is kind of sad? That we might waste a little bit of our birch if we use it right now. We might lose like 3 or 2 of the HP that would have been given to us if we let it drip more and used it then. Okay. This is part of the plan I didn't anticipate. A giant blizzard keeping us from going outside all over the place. Under 100 cows. Well fed on the line. Birch bark going down for the 100 cows. We're sleeping to store energy. Trying to despawn that blizzard too. It's the same stuff. I'm not hopeful on well-fed remaining here. Your dreams. Secret beef jerky. It is odds. Okay. Pretty soon here, this blizzard's been going on for a minute. It's got to subside, and in that pocket, before nighttime, is a great time for us to get to the Canadian Lodge. I do wish I used the teas more as a heating mechanism and went out here earlier. I was too scared of the blizzard. So this actually isn't a blizzard. This is a high wind condition we always joked about. It's just on the go of the wind can get this high even when it's not a blizzard. Ah. There it is. The beautiful yellow warmth. So after the worst weather, we get the warmest, and now we can travel to the Canadian office. We have to go over that little bridge that's guarded by this pack of ravenous wolves here. These guys seem to just always have it out for us, pretty much. I want to see if I can distract them with the Rock Gambit. No, this guy's on it. 51 trusty brand matches. Keep an eye out for the moose. He's been known to spawn over here. So there's a couple more cattail dreams there on the water, but they're guarded right now. We don't have any torches, so we're just going to get them later. So this is a little gate you go through, and it'll take you up to the big lodge we're headed towards.
My fingers feel numb.
Rose hips. You guys just hang out over there. Okay, so whenever you see this yellow weather in the long dark, it's one of the warmest weathers you can travel in. I guess it's balmy, maybe? And there's something about this weather that's nice to travel in. And be prepared for Timbies by the lodge. Good lord, I'm definitely not prepared for that, but I appreciate the warning. We're just going to take a nice stroll over here, and I think we should now start a fire. %95 chance. Get in there.
Come on. Come on. The sun's setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon. Turned out pretty well.
All right. Okay, we stabilize the temperature. We might need a lump to accelerate this process. Man, it'd be cheeky as crap to sleep right now. All right, our gamble kind of paid off. We just got to get there in one piece because it's kind of hard to see now. Let's get it. And avoid the Timbies. Duncan, I hope that your Tuesday is going fantastic, my friend. I hope the Mariners are doing well. Well, it's probably spring training. I don't know what time of the season it is right now. No, we're past spring training. The season's probably started. And congrats, Duncan, on getting a basketball team back in Seattle. We didn't even talk about that. My boy DT was telling me the news that you guys have a hoop squad again. That's great news. Mariners aren't doing great, but neither is anyone else. So still in the mix. Wonderful. Real question is, are you guys going to draft Ken Griffey III? Is that going to happen? I can't imagine Randy Johnson Jr. is going to be in the mix. Randy Johnson seems like a one-of-a-kind type of guy. We just retired Randy's number. Awesome. You did warn me, and it was great warning because I was prepared for it a little bit more than I was right there. That was scary as crap. I sprinted away from the guys, and there was some other guy by himself just waiting there like a horror movie, staring me down. Okay, here we are. We are now at the hunting lodge here in Broken Railroad. This is probably one of the best base locations. As you can see,
Could
it
end up being
provides,
useful.
baby. Trusty brand. Talking about. And you'll see all kinds of stuff. We got a six-top stove here where you can cook anything. You got the Briar House pie on the menu now. A pie any meat eater would love. Lunchbox ready. We got some cooking oil, old mill flour. Oh my goodness. I need a new torch to celebrate this. Bask in the glory of the fact that we have found a can opener. I hope that you're seeing this, Fire. I know it's hard to believe. You might think there's an illusion, but we have acquired a can opener. Boom! 82%! An implement for opening cans. There it is. It has happened. Let's continue to loot this amazing lodge. Oh, yes. Maple syrup, and it's edible.
Too much stuff to
Salty
carry.
crackers. This is exciting. Holy Grail. Tinder plug. Forget Bannock. We're having pancakes.
Food.
Okay, so we got all these carrots and things we can make into delicious snacks for us. Those crackers really did a number on our thirst. All right, we'll save that syrup. Like Duncan mentioned, maybe we'll be making some nice flapjacks. And I have hopes that we're going to find a Mackinaw. I think there's a chance you can get it upstairs. I can't remember if it's a bear sweater or a Mackinaw that you can get here at the Big Lodge, but it might be a Mackinaw. And if that happens, then it's going to set us for success. Yo, what's up, fool? Yeah, Neo's keeping people in the mix. How's it going? How are you, fool? How's it been going in the D&D world, my man? It's great to see you, fool.
Hope I can still eat this.
Oh, Ragged 2. How's it going, fool? Neo's an absolute legend around these parts. Alright, looks like our little scarf here is actually better than this ragged cotton toque. Oh, LL Kingley Sewing Primer. Alright, let's go upstairs. Yeah, Big Mac! Yeah, are we going to get a Mackinaw here? I think there's a chance you can either get a bear sweater or a Mackinaw here, and I can't remember which one. I'm definitely hoping it's Mac. Return of the Mac. And there is, I believe, a guaranteed, oh my,
I
bedroll
think I can use this.
upgrade, baby. Oh, emergency stim! For emergencies. And now, we are prepared for all things. There's also possibly fire strike at the little shed. That's right. That fire striker could change the
Use
game.
this.
Oh my gosh. Will X's Windbreaker, baby. Look at this thing. The great Will X, baby. Never forget. What's up, Wabba? We're celebrating Will X's favorite green windbreaker and having 9 Celsius to our warmth bonus, baby. Got it. Emergency stims, Mackinaw in our future, Things are happening, baby. It's good to see you, Waba. We're hanging and partying. I hope that you guys are doing well. There's rumors of Mackinac dreams in this room. Ah, okay, it's a bear sweater. Alright, so you never want to get sad about a bear sweater. It's pretty great. We're going to keep the thin wool and lay this one here for a future Willer Astrid that needs it. Okay, I'm trying to think of what to do right now. It's going to be tough to loot without a torch. And since we found so many trusty brand matches, I think I can get liberal with my matches over here. Let's do it. Well, I tried. Yeah, we're all trying to hug Neo. It's just not easy. Trinity will try to get close, and she's gonna mess us up. Even I know you're a thick moose, but Trinity will mess you up, Waba. She doesn't take kindly to people hugging Neo.
I did it.
Alright, let's loot the rest of the upstairs and figure out what our next step is. I think we'll check for the fire striker out back too. I can't believe we got Will X's green windbreaker. So nostalgic. Okay, this room's kind of empty. Okay, I think we've checked out most of the stuff. Let's just go out back and see if that thing's out there. I would say great success here at the lodge. Like the Flower Power Day,
Drop any of
can
this
we have
gear.
a day dedicated to celebrating the redneck lifestyle? Well, that... Okay, first I thought I heard nature calls, and I was wondering if it was a ptarmigan. Maybe they did get a ptarmigan, but they were also on to me, so that was unfortunate. If it was... Yeah, the Call of the Wild. I thought about the Call of the Wild a little bit there. I thought I was going to give him the old Emil Hirsch. Go out there, storm the steeds, but I was going to end up like Emil Hirsch at the end of the movie. Stuck in the bus. Hold my beer and watch this. Yeah, I thought it might be a ptarmigan. There's a ptarmigan spot over there. We'll be spending the night here, I reckon. Yeah, those guys are on to us. Because there's ptarmigans right over there. If these guys are camping. Camp Timby. Established 1971. Okay, I didn't see a fire striker out back, so I think we struck out on the fire striker.
Too heavy.
But the consolation is we have about 1,000 trusty brand matches, so I do believe because of all of our traveling, we could be okay. Might be down in the ravine then. Have we been there yet? We have not been in the ravine. I know that we would require a rope to get down there. And I'd also say that we're going to be doing some stuff, either reading Brine Gold or burning about a day or two. Okay, it could be next to the wood bin. wood bin. I think we just looked next to the wood bin. I think that was what was out back here, right? No. Where's the wood bin? Oh, down in the ravine. Okay. Flirting with danger, yeah, that was crazy. I was in the danger zone. I heard them rustling around, and I keep thinking they're going after rabbits or ptarmigans or something, and I'm trying to scoop in on their big move. They were about to scoop in on me, Wobbs.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
We cook up some flapjacks before we... These guys are camping, yeah. Time for a hot Morgan, big cook in the morning. Okay, cook in the morning. We have pork and beans if we run out of calories and play it too close. We've survived 7 days and 45 minutes. I gotta say, each moment of these days have been super fun. Alright, time of day is kind of in the middle of the night. I think I'm gonna cook. With only one heating mechanism, I'll use the syrup and the flour and everything to cook up some flapjacks. I think that's the move right now. We need to make sure we have some good calories for us. 6-top stove time, baby. What do you say? Cooking time. What's cooking? Oh, 95 for Raph.
Come on.
Raph hit us with the 5%er. If he does it twice, he's hacking. Got Raphed.
That did it.
Okay. Oh. Okay, here's what we got. We got, man, there has never been, you know what goes good on top of a set of flapjacks like this? A good pat of butter. And there would be no cat who would ever come up and lick your pancakes while you're in the other room. Not a chance, right? Gotta say, forgot about these dusty floor potatoes, too. Oh, and no big deal. We're gonna open this can of pork and beans with a can opener. We do water. Trying to conserve our lumps for the big forge we have ahead. We also could probably grab a cooking pot over here and start whipping up some porridge, too. All right, one reclaimed at a time. We're going to keep this going. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Little tongue marks on your pancakes. Miss Backman, that's not far from truth about what happened the other night. My redneck Italian dinner. Oh, speaking of which, I think Grown Up wanted to have a redneck night. And I do have some commentary on that one too, Grown Up. So I would say that pretty much every day is Redneck Day here. But I think that that's a great idea. To celebrate the roots of our life. It's a wonderful idea, Grown Up. Our true roots. Can't believe she did that. This is so funny that you think your complicated big ziti is redneck. I can't believe that Bezos thought you saying redneck was disallowed. He let so much other crazy stuff go. It's wild. Someone say butter. Yeah. If you guys missed it, Aretha licked the butter off of my rolls the other night. I was making dinner. And everything was going wonderful up until this scallywag cat decided to lick the butter off of the rolls. I was out of the room. Listen, Yenzers, here's the thing. You come in here with your lemon pound cake, and I can't have it. Okay. Got scenes going on over here. I saw a spider, by the way. That's what's going on. I'll take some lemon pound cake. Oh man, Bezos is on you guys. Don't even think about it. The spider was close. Spider was around there. I don't know where he is now. Fast. They're trying to hold us down. It tastes so nice. Yeah, that's Aretha's butter song right there. Well, I guess I just live with this spider now because I don't know where he went. Guess I just have to accept the fact that if he wants to bite me, most likely I won't see him. But the good news is I might be able to shoot webs out of my arm and become a photographer for the local newspaper. So there's that too. My girl Mary Jane. Listen, man. The spider when Larone isn't looking. Duncan, you're so hip these days. Well, I'm confused. Can someone please tell me what in the world I just said and how derogatory it was on the scale of 1 to 10? Waba, you've been out of control. You tried to talk about lemon pound cake, and Bezos isn't having that. Not a chance. Okay. God help me. The spider's loose. The juice is loose. Don't know where he is. but I'm paranoid. I'm not even scared of spiders. Come on, guys. I'm not even scared. I'm so offended. There should be poppy seeds in that cake. I'm just looking for those little crates to break down. I think this one's going to take 45 minutes. There we go. I'm just making sure we got this thing loaded up with water. Got plenty of food here. I think pretty soon we gotta get some rest, and then we can eat all this glorious food in the morning for our big journey back to the forge area. I think there's a little cave. When you're going back, there's an area you can go left, and I think there's a cave over there with maybe a couple mushrooms. It might be smart for us to go that way, too. Minutes. Yeah, it's time for us to go get some rest. Make sure we're nice and strong for the forge. You also have the option of maybe a cooking pot if there's one over here. Now there's another skillet though. A cooking pot. Hunter's blind in the lake as well. Hunter's blind. Elegant pancakes. What is Alan's Cave offering breakfast now? Well, it's a sophisticated place, and some of the fanciest clientele gets up early. You derelicts stay up late, and you would never be here for breakfast unless you were still up from the night before, binge drinking in that dive bar you always talk about. But here at Alan's Cave, we serve fancy, elegant pancakes, and only the finest people are allowed to eat it.
I might have to drop some gear.
Let's do it. Yes, and a bear. Let's go. I've honestly had enough Dululu lemon cake for a lifetime. You like lemon cake? I think there might be a joke there. I don't understand. Maybe we become the Giga Intellectual if it bites. I'm hoping so, odds. It can't go the other way. We can only go up, right? Elegant pancakes. I've had some real Dululu people in my life lately. I'm full. Gotta get up to get down. I gotta tell you something. This is for Waba. Because I hope that you have some less Dululu people in your life. That everybody is graceful and nice to you and just is nice around you. And I don't know, you guys, just I don't know, feel the spirit. Can I share this? Because it's wild. I won't name names, but it's funny as heck. Sure, Wobbs, no problem. We're always down for a good story. Okay, maybe one more potato or something before sleep, and then we get it going. Cooked potato. It was Yinzer's. It wasn't me. Oh! Yinzer's, people are on to you. And listen, dude. I know it was just a couple days ago, but we're gonna need you to do something for us. We're actually gonna need you to come in on Sunday, Yinzers. It was Lumberg! It was not Gary Cole, Yinzers. It was you. Everybody knows it. Alright, I'm going to sleep for an hour. Oh gosh, I see the Wabba story is crazy. Has potato. Can make hash browns. That's it, Bloody Cactus. How are you? How are you? Much like the hand that has touched the cactus has now become Bloody Cactus. It's good to see you, Cactus. There's somebody who considers himself a witch and put my picture in a mirror in the freezer to cast a spell that I would self-reflect. Oh my gosh. Twitch be wild. That's wild. So, how did you find out that this lady was doing witchcraft against you by putting a picture in the freezer? I don't mean to mock anybody, but that's a crazy belief. You know what's going to happen to this lady if she keeps putting pictures in freezers? Is that a Craig T. Nelson Memorial chair tower is going to show up in her house. She's not going to like that. Don't mean you're talking about me, Wobbs. What's up, G? Yeah, we're going to need you, G. We have witches and ghosts abound. So we have to fix this problem. And you're the perfect person, the paranormal pro. We got issues. It's not G. Yeah, of course. G would be doing the opposite. G would be getting rid of the witches. G's legit. That is crazy. I actually am not a fan of spooky stuff like that. I don't think that we should be messing with stuff like that, you know? I don't know that there is any credence to doing those things, but there's weird intention. I don't understand. What's the freezer about? It's all very crazy. I don't understand why it has to be in the... Yeah. Have you self-reflected yet? All right, let's go to a mirror. Let's do this. We got any mirrors in this lodge? It's time for reflection. Okay, we're gonna have to pretend that these pictures are a mirror. I am Will. I have a green windbreaker on. I'm a man who now has a little bit more of a survivor-looking outfit. I eat elegant pancakes. I go to Dave's cave. I love Astrid. I realize that people make fun of my intellect in the story mode, but I won't let that gaslighting put me down. I am a smart man. I passed pilot school. I'm a Mackenzie, after all. I need to be humble in my quest to survive as I look for the love of my life once more. I am Will. Phasmo needs work! Alright, now these are acceptable pancakes. Okay, so let's think about this. I think the weather is going to keep us inside for a bit. All of our awesome stuff is curing back at the place. Yeah, the weather's terrible. Those Timbies are the most camping son of a guns. So it looks like we're going to be avoiding those guys on the way out of here. I'm just thinking about goating. I might goat away from here. There's a goat you can do out back. What if we goated down the mountain to get away from those Timbies by just shortcutting the system? We will miss that reishi mushroom spot I was talking about on the way
I
home.
wonder if this is any good to eat.
You know the goat. I don't know the goat, but the goat is us. We are the goat. I also don't know the goat. I'm thinking we can handle it. I think we can do the goat no problem without knowing it. Can't believe you've never used a freezer before. Me and Wops tried today, but the game is unplayable after the update. Oh, you guys played the ghost hunting game, G? You know, that's what's tough about games that get updated, is sometimes they break what wasn't broken before. Goat is right behind the houses. Yeah, I think it's pretty easy. I think we can handle it. That's it. No rope in here.
Something's gotta go.
Oh. Let's do a repair to our green windbreaker and get this thing back in tip-top shape the way Will X would want it. So the first time we found that green jacket was actually the 10th attempt of us playing this game. Now, I know what I'm about to do is crazy. Oh, there's the mirror. Is Waba a witch? No, she's not. She's amazing. Okay, thank you. Bloody Mary said that you were not a witch, Waba, and you don't belong in the freezer. Okay, I'm gonna fix up this stuff, and I know I'm gonna tear apart this bear sweater, and it might be insane because it's such a beautiful shirt. I was planning on leaving this for someone, but we need the cloth. 30 minutes for one cloth? That feels like a bad return, man. Yeah, I'm doing way too much min-maxing right now. 3 cloth for 15 minutes. Okay, we just really realized that this shirt does not belong to be torn up. It must stay on the stairwell. Alright, we're gonna wait for this blizzard to subside, and we're goading. Warmth bonus up to 10. Double digits, baby. Double D's. Yo, Tony, you see the girl we heard down at the Bing? Alright, that was inappropriate. Rent-free, G. Wabas, you gotta look at it this way. You are definitely in their head all the time. Is it blizzard or high winds? Alright, I think we're going. We got ketchup chips and acceptable pancakes. Let's throw down these acceptable pancakes. We've had a great time here at the lodge. I'm just doing one quick check to see if that pod exists. I'm pretty sure it didn't spawn here. Okay, no porridge for us, no problem. I don't even know if we have running river oats. Nope. Wasn't happening. All this porridge talk. Yeah, you can't get rent-free anywhere.
I have to leave something behind.
Alright, I would love to get a second ptarmigan, but timberwolves are no joke. You don't mess with those guys. probably got neighbors too that don't want to be there either. Landlord is questionable. Okay, it's a beautiful day. We just shortcutted the system. And now these high winds here. We're next to a cave right there. You can tell we're back on the lake. We kind of went around that way and up to there, so we just dropped down by doing the goat. Let's spot over into this cave to see if this wind will blow over. I think the wolves do follow you into the cave, but at least our torch will stay lit. I'm pretty sure he's still on our tail. Look at him. Oh! We were anticipating that guy's tricks. All over it. Oh! What is this guy's deal? There's something about the path of being back here. He's just looping back over to his aggro. Pancakes on the go, baby. Okay, the fire seemed to get that guy off us. Clothes are in pretty good shape now. Everything's above 80. Yo, what's up, Rock? The man. What's shape? Yo, Rocky. You come in here and you say no hips. But you know I gotta have some hips, man. Yo, Rocky. Let me get some rose hips, man. Come on. You just had your fight, so I know it's gonna be a couple months before you gotta get back in the ring. Get some of them hips. It's good to see you, Rock. How's it going? How's Adrian doing? We're over here stuck in a cave, kind of pinned in by a wolf, but we got 3 things of flour on us. We're storming every steed you can imagine. Got pancakes. It's happening. It's really happening. Just kind of waiting for things to settle down a bit. Weather-wise, so we can go forge. So broth takes 1 kilogram of ptarmigan and 0.1 salt. So it's pretty much just straight ptarmigan. Wonder if I should start traveling in these high winds. You can heat it up and keep in your thermos. Listen, man. You gotta share, man. That's it. They're sticking up for me, Rocky. Odds is right. Timbies are the kind of low-rent dogs that wouldn't eat a can of pork and beans even if they had a can opener and thumbs. Wow, that is very well said, Cactus. Unbelievable. Yeah, these high winds aren't necessarily cold, especially if you can block the wind. Got it, Don. They just sound like a blizzard, but not. So they do sound a little bit scarier than they actually are. And if I can use rock walls, I can probably get to my next location in like 1 to 2 down arrow situations. Elegant pancakes.
Too much stuff to carry.
I'm still not giving you any. You have a problem. Yo, Rocky, I don't, I kind of, oh, there we go. I don't think I have a problem, Rock. I admitted to you guys I have a problem, but now I'm starting to think maybe it's okay, man. It's okay, man. Let me get some of them hips, Rock. Man, it's Grand Central out here. Weather's awesome. Torch gone. I think we're okay. Blizzard. Nice, Yinzers. Package came in from Rocky just now. Thank you, Wava. Oh, and Rocky gave some. Holy crap. Okay, but only 3. Thank you guys for those rose hips. That's what I'm talking about. You know, we can truly do anything. Look at our vitals, and we're a week into a Nagoa run. And we just got hips from Rocky. This is unbelievable. Thank you, Duncan, for those rose hips. Thank you very much. It's happening. We got Craig T. Nelson Memorial Towers. This is the run. You know what I was thinking? Our tower could probably use another chair on it.
Too heavy.
It looks pretty great right now. Pretty sure this ladder can't be part of it, right? That's too crazy. Let's go get a chair. Might be a swivel chair from the old garage in here. Oh no, they wouldn't let us bring chairs in, so we made a separate one out there. This is very complicated, this chair business. We're going to get to forging in just a moment. It's just imperative that we have 4 chairs connected to our Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower here in Broken Railroad. Behold! The greatest chair tower you've ever seen, defying physics and all human logic. Science wonders at how Craig T. Nelson created such a tower. I could tell you how. He bought a middle-class home on buried Indian grounds. Incredible, isn't it, Wubbs? This is unbelievable. Well, let's get back to business over here, the way Craig T. would want us to. Yeah, I'm just going to do a quick check on our curables to see what kind of progress we made during our little trip to the lodge. Let's see what we got. All right, our 70s are done. So we have some birches that we can make, so that's at least something we could do. Admission to Larone's Mystery House. Only payment accepted is Rose Hips. I got a mystery house going now. Welcome to the House of Wonders. Here you can see the craziest setup. This is the Rose Hip Fountain, where you will see a never-ending stream of rose hip deliciousness pouring out in the lobby. And that's just the beginning of things. 80% on our guts, and the maple is 58%. It's on. Welcome to the House of Wonders. First up here, the Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower. Okay. So let's think about this forge responsibly. Listen, man, we need to plan for this forge responsibly, man. Our fatigue is at about 25%, and we're at that time of day. We can forge any time of the night because it'll be like lit. The fire will be lit, and we'll be doing an activity that you can do in the dark since the fire will create light. So we could probably get some sleep before this forge. That might be responsible. And then just do it in the middle of the night once our fatigue is at least at about 50%. As far as food goes, we got 3 cattails, 600 kilograms or whatever the metric is, 600 calories, I'm sorry, of food, and then the syrup that we've been using for pancakes. And we could always cook a set of flapjacks right up there in 12 minutes. That. So, I think we'll sleep till our fatigue is at about 6 o'clock, and then forge ahead and storm all the steeds. Do we have enough calories to get there? I think so. Is there a fire barrel here? Bet you there is. Okay, I'm bringing this. Finally forging. Sorry, Duncan. I've been bojangling. So that gives us the ability to cook twice while we're doing other stuff too, if we want to. So we can boil water and do different stuff while we're forging on the fire barrel here. Leaning Tower of Pisa TLD edition. That's right. Craig T. Nelson traveled to France. Look at that thing. Your feetsies are going to be so warm. It's all coming together. Yeah, look at how nicely decorated it is. We sleep next to the Freddy Krueger furnace and a a barrel that beatniks make doo-wop songs over. It's pretty sharp. Okay. So I think we need to do a little bit of Bezos, and then we need to do this forge once and for all. That's what I'm thinking. It just took a bit of self-reflection in the freezer. Bezos, we come here, we make the finale, every steed is stormed, we have the best time in history. Hey, what's up, Goblin? How's it going? We're just gonna take a quick 1 second, and then we are going to forge ahead like you've never seen. And it's wonderful to see you, Goblin. We've been looting so much. Okay, right back in 10 seconds. It is on. This is weird. YouTube is showing captions for another video over this one. Heavy conspiracies. We usually draw the ire, don't even have subtitles turned on. Oh, good lord. Yeah, usually we upset the overlords around here because I have loose lips and I besmirch the name of our overlords. And usually it ends up with my stream getting stopped randomly. But putting subtitles on sounds wild. This summer, it goes deep. I need that Jack Nicholson image of him in the snow, eyes rolled back, reflection written across it, new emo. Too much cake talk. Yeah, this is getting crazy. We're unhinged. I hope that you guys are having an amazing Tuesday. I am just over here, just thinking about something. Thinking about something that needs to be seen. Look at this guy. Now, the next part is kind of tough, especially doing it on the fly. It's pretty crazy. You just need to go in the freezer, man. You need to get it together, Wobbs. You need to reflect. Reflection. Something we should all have. Upon our foreheads. Beans covered. Sorry, Duncan. While we were making memes over here on the fly, reloaded and it went away. Nice, Goblin. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but we're over here trying to reflect as we look upon the popsicle Jack Nicholson from The Great Shining, and we're making some serious moves. All right, let's get back to business here. Let's do this. Okay. Get some thirst action. A little bit more sleep, and then the forge happens in about an hour or two. Jack Nicholson placed one of the warpsicles on Great Bear. That's it, Goblin. He was just reflecting as he was frozen in the freezer of life. The Overlook Hotel. Okay, we're about to forge. Forge initiated. Forging hype. Thank you, Odds. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling bad, like maybe I didn't optimize the whole plan as best possible. Heavy metal time.
That's done.
I can never play the guitar. All I can play is the air guitar. I can play the fake drums just as good as the fake guitar, though. I'll tell you. Like Donkey Kong. I'm acting ridiculous. The Big Moose is making me off the rails. It is dark without the torch, man. All right, we're going to get our Celsius to 150. Once it's there, we can make all the stuff we're looking to make. The knife, the arrowheads. And if we have extra scrap, it'll be the improvised hatchet for Wolf Slayer 5000 reasons. I'm just waiting until all the Celsius. Did you touch my drum set? I didn't just touch it, Yenzers. I put something on it. A set of something. Yeah, I think we're about to make ourselves some serious action here. Game time. Let's go for the knife first. It's going to take 3 hours. Thirst is taken care of. Enough food in our belly. Here we go. Beautiful. All right, 9 scrap metal left to make a ton of arrowheads. Oh, thirst drip. I mean, tons of water while forging. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to start doing some water, too. Fatigue is kind of catching up on us. Okay, that was fun. All right, we got 4 hours on this bad boy. Let's think a little bit more about how many arrows we're going to make. We got 7 scrap, 4 arrows to our name. I'm going to throw a lump on. I think we got 4 birch right now.
Something's making me feel tired.
It's been a big day. We might have to sleep. We have saps for 15 arrows, right? I couldn't even tell you, Dunk. I'm thinking, though, I might have to sleep in between these next 2 sets of arrows I make. I underestimated the fatigue of forging. Throw a lump on, sleep for an hour, and then forge for an hour with no drip from the fatigue. Then we'll forge another set in just a moment.
Just need to close my eyes.
We now have 10. Being responsible. Thank you, Odds. Really appreciate your support, Odds. You're amazing. It means a lot coming from someone as smart as you, too. Okay, we have plenty of metal if we want to make a ton more arrowheads. We have 10 right now. I might as well probably fire off a couple more, but we are going to have to just do the lump sleep trick to get there. Alright, lumps are getting low. 7 lumps. Now I have to think about surviving too, because those are pretty much the only thing keeping me alive pretty much on a lot of... We need some lumps to get out of here. That's perfectly timed, because that's exactly what I'm thinking, Dunk. Down to 7 lumps. I might just call it with 10 arrowheads, given the fact that the lumps are our lifeblood to do anything. Conserve these lumps. It's a shame, but it's tough. Seven lumps, 10 arrowheads. Maybe we just make... we'll drip from HP. Yo, what's up, Melito? The Jurassic Queen! Coming in with Dodo Bird energy through the roof. What is shaking, Melito? We're just over here forging. Trying to storm the steeds. If I get out of line storming the steeds, so Duncan's keeping me in check. Don't worry. It's good to see you, Melito. We're just kind of figuring out what to do right now, and I'm thinking about it. Keep him in line, Duncan. What did those donkeys ever do to you, Larone? That's right. I'm hoping they'll be my best friend. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Well, look who it is, Melito. Just when you show up. You know what? She probably deserves to be hooked up a little bit. I imagine. This is what happens. All she has to do is show up, and I start to think about giving her food. So I'm pretty sure I do have a problem. And the problem is, I'm too lenient. Can you make pies yet? Not yet, Rock, but we've been spamming that cooking skill to try to get up there, even micro-harvesting when we got opportunities. That's where we are right now. So I'm just trying to not allow mistakes to happen at any moment. So planning diligently. I know it's it takes a moment to think about, but it will pay off for us in the long run. We have 10 arrowheads. We're about to bring our curables. Well, we can probably stay here. And then make the arrows and stuff right now, too. Just get a bunch of rest. Take our 10 arrows and just say that's what it is. And make some things happen. Yeah, because we can start doing some stuff. Where's the workbench in this place? Is it outside? Yeah, I think the only workbench is the one outside. That's interesting. That I didn't think about. That'd be. Okay. Yeah, and our workbench is outside, so any stuff we do out there, we're going to have fires to keep us warm or something. Or do it during the right time of day when we make our bow action. So this is starting to weigh on me, all these things to think about right now. I think we should just, for the sake of ease, say 10 arrowheads is enough. I wonder what kind of snap a snare drum made from a Timby's skin sounds like. Wonder what kind of snap a snare drum made from a Timby's skin sounds like. Inside by the stairs. Thank you, Rocky. I'm not sure what kind of snap. I imagine the type of snap it would have would be very meaty. So I think it would have a nice snap. It's a pretty wild idea, Cactus. Oh, here it is. Secret beef jerky. This freaking legend is still at it. Let's go. Thank you, Sil. Yeah, we're making some moves over here. Snap it to a Slim Jim. Nice reference, Dunk. Okay. So, we're trying to think about all the stuff we're trying to do. Making arrows and doing this stuff. We might need to ravage some carcasses. Otherwise, we're going to blow through our cooking stuff. But we always have a backup of pancakes and bannock if we need it. We have 3 things of flour. We can ravage some carcasses when the weather's around. Let's just get to making some bow stuff after a little bit of rest. All right, we're conceding. Forge is finished. We have yielded the great improvised knife, which is going to allow us to actually make the arrows, I believe. You have the arrowheads, which we put on top of our arrow shafts, and you guessed it, it becomes a simple arrow. Something to think about. And it's on, and we'll use our simple tools to expedite the process once it's time. Okay, I think I'm gonna go to sleep. How's baby? Okay, we're just doing some sleeping, and then we're making some arrows. Or maybe ravage carcasses if the weather's nice. Alright, now we open up our ears for the ravaged. And you know what else? Gotta say, after I started this, odds, it does seem hype, but after how slow I am, I wonder if it was worth it for the temperature trade-off, because we got a decent amount of trusty brand. It took 8 years.
Turned out pretty well.
Serious flex right there. It's about to blow out. Okay, moose markings. And it's cold as crap. Abort mission. But the way we lit that fire with the magnifying lens was something else. Breaking ground. Don't get stopped. Okay, so that was a bit of a silly trip. That was kind of what we used to do back in the day. One of our patented moves, go outside, accomplish nothing, go right back inside, just having lost temperature, basically. Boy, look at that thing. 4 chairs high. Architects were wondering how it could be done. They said it probably can't be. Guess what? It's happening. Free fire making XP though. That's a good point. It's here besides the truck. It's here beside the truck? What would Craig T. Nelson do in this situation? Well, he would try to keep those ghosts from messing with his family. He would take him to a motel. If he was in Devil's Advocate, Craig T. Nelson, he'd be kind of a scallywag. He was a bit of a scallywag in that movie, to say the least. Great movie, though. We always talk about it. Okay, improvised knife. It's going to take 39 minutes to make one of these birch into shafts. Simple arrow. Oh my gosh, it's happening.
Feels like something is sapping my energy. I would do anything for a drink right now.
Devil's Advocate, the one with Keanu. It sure is, Duncan. It's probably one of my favorite movies to rewatch. I realized as I got older how much of a Keanu fan I am. I like Constantine a lot too. Me and Neo were talking about our love for Constantine. It's kind of, that one's a little more underground. I highly recommend Devil's Advocate though. I think it was 1997 it was made. Have you seen the Babies in Toyland remake with Keanu? I don't think so. Babes in Toyland? That's a wild one. Oh, Metal! The man! What is shaking Metal? How are you? Metal? It's wonderful to see you today, and I'm actually very proud to report some things to you. Let's go on this stat sheet. You can see it says Serious 1. What would somebody who's serious, what would they do? I think we're all wondering that very question. You know what they would do, Metal? Show me the candle. We got one. Now I know that's not the flashiest stat sheet you've ever seen. Doesn't look like it's filled up too much. But one can opener took us a week to get. And it's our prized possession. We actually just acquired it. Let me show it to you. Here it is. Gotta get those numbers up. Yeah, I'm trying, you know. It's like the tough love from a dad who wants you to do good in the sport. You know, I'm so proud to show my one, and I run up to him like, Dad, look, you know, I got a can opener. And he says, yeah, well, you gotta be serious. You gotta get the next one. We gotta get those numbers up. So I'm gonna try, Metal. Just want to make you proud. I think it might be his first movie. I didn't even realize it was him until I was an adult. Oh. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one, Duncan. I just don't know if I've seen it. It's probably from the 80s or 90s, I'm guessing, if it was his first one. It sounds kind of ridiculous. And we're making our first arrow of the run. And you can see that little archery thing pops up if it wasn't covered by my face. Okay, I'm gonna go check on the weather and see if there's any carcasses that we can harvest before we get sleepy. We're not gonna have a ton of time to do it. Yeah, we're making moves, Goblin. Okay, it's gonna have to be a ravage and run. It's a musical and he sings in it. Well, I went over to the toys in Toyland. They became a part of my experience. Okay, ravage and run, baby. Oh, it's the Cliff Wolf. That's what was going on. He's up there. Okay. Yeah, he's playing games. He's getting territorial from all the way up there. I got it. Oh. Let's see if we can micro this bad boy outside. It's a bit aggressive. I might go for big stakes. A little R&R ravage and run, baby. This is... I gotta stop microing this guy without a fire. This is way too reckless. We're about to take a drip from fatigue.
Can't feel my
my.
hands.
All right, we're going to take a little drip on the way home. Keanu was awesome. Yeah, we're talking about Babes in Toyland, Neo. Do you know about that one? Apparently he sang in it.
Yeah.
Ah!
Have a little sleep right here.
Accelerant, baby. Jerry Seinfeld saves the
Turned out
day.
pretty well.
Okay, we're taking a little bit of a negligent drip. This was kind of a not great job out here by us getting this meat. And it's us. I'm putting you guys in it. Making it your fault too. Can't believe this. All right, we're taking a drip, but we are okay. Just gonna warm up super fast. Aretha needs some blame as well. Oh! Aretha, she's had a big day today. The whole butter caper.
Need a horse.
All right, let's get out of here and stop this HP drip. We're losing 2 HP per hour because of the fatigue. We're gonna get home with our ravaged meat, make the rest of these arrows. Feels kind of like an aurora tonight. Wrestling chain. Paltry what? I hope we're not talking about my can opener numbers. We wouldn't be talking about that, right?
Can't feel my feet.
There's no chance. Y'all should check out Outcome. Outcome. Is that the new one that we were talking about with the Jonah Hill writing and everything, Dio? Okay, my guy, getting out of here and heading home. Got some HRV discovery coming. Proud of you, man. You took care of Will. Thank you, QC. Gosh, Aretha's beautiful. Thank you, Sil. She slays me. And you can see why I spoil her, maybe. What a sweet butter. Yeah, I'm about to turn around. I'm trying not to... Watch it again. It's really good. Wow, and it's a new movie, Neo. It's rare to find good new movies. But Keanu might be that one guy who would actually not pick like a garbage one, so it might be great. Little calico cutie. Thought you might be behind. Real Steel is better. I'm happy that we actually checked it out, QC, and I appreciate the recommendation.
I need to find food.
Okay, we slept with meat in our pocket. Got one steak left, and it's a fatty. It's about a 0.75 right there. We're just going to get some rest, cook the steak in the morning, and continue to ravage so that we can finish out our time here. It sure would be good to get going pretty soon. So I don't know how much more time we should spend in Broken. I did want to start the hunt here. I was kind of hoping that. Because we got a moose right next to us. We could take down big old Bessie. Just a little pocket meat. No big whoop. Yeah. I want to keep resting. To try to prepare for... I feel like we have a journey of some sorts ahead of us. I'm guessing that journey could be the hunt if we're rating the appropriate time. I think at this point, the stuff is pretty close to being cured up. And ready to rock. If an aurora hits, we can do some nighttime action. Firewood's actually becoming scarce. Another chair. $56 for 3. I'm loving stalker weather. Hate stalker wolves. Dang. Wolves are after you, Neo. Can I just say that you guys are amazing and that I'm having a really good time playing The Long Dark with my friends? I'm very grateful to be here. Okay. Thinking about things a little bit. I feel like there's too many numbers in my head right now. I'm having a jabroni mind moment. Where I'm trying to do all the math and it's exploding my brain cells. Four shafts, 2 arrows made. Calories are getting a little lower. We have 750 outside. Yeah, that's what's happening, odds. And there's just rose hip equations flowing by the head. How many more time on the maple? %. Bit more than a day to go on the maple then. Yeah, because we could go around. What challenge should I do next? I just finished Nomad. Well, I'll tell you, Foil. I think you should do survival mode whenever you feel ready for that. And you just get out there and start just figuring out, I just want to stay alive and keep it simple. Then after you feel comfortable staying alive, maybe you go into hunting. I would recommend Interloper if you're looking for a challenge, but it will be tough. So if the challenge is too much there, then you can go to Stalker, but just beware. Much like Neo is saying, I love the weather, but the wolves are serious. So there's that. I think that QC had a lot of fun doing the challenges built into the game. He did the one where he was stockpiling Quincy's, and he did the Nomad challenge and things like that. So you got a bunch of good options. And it's pretty exciting. As far as us, I'm trying to do all the numbers for the math of food and the things that we're trying to do to just stay alive here. Our lumps are getting low too. There's too many things. Odds, it's happening. I can't handle all this. Numbers. Fatigue is at about 7:30, 8 o'clock, it looks like. And hunger's diminishing. We have the pancake option and then the 750 0.75 kilogram meat steak outside. There's a few more ravaged carcasses around. If we get good weather, we can definitely go get more deer meat. I think I might have to cook the steak. What's around? Here we get the Ravage game, DT. We're making some serious Ravage moves. And we're going for Ravage carcasses. That's kind of the name of the game right now because that's our food sustenance around this area we're at. So if we can go get some Ravage carcass meat like we just did, we might sustain. I'm thinking I need firewood, cook the steak, just sustain until the weather's good tomorrow, ravage some more of those carcasses, finish making the arrows. We leave Broken Railroad with a bow in our hands and a moose's head on a stick. The thing is that leaving before you get the bow won't necessarily put you in a better spot. Yeah, so I'm thinking about we just start the hunt here, Dunk, and we wait until our bow is ready and rearing. Because there's plenty of Ravage carcasses for us. We just need to sustain. So let's start by looking for some wood to break down. And let's cook up some steak. Bow time, man. That's it. Bow nose.
I do anything right about now.
Yeah, I would like to save the last remaining lumps we have, and we only have 6, to get out of this town and back to another cave where we can get more lumps. I believe that if we get the Broken Railroad, there's kind of one of those caves where you can get to one end of the town, and we could go through that and grab some lumps. But until then, it's these 6 helping us survive. So, we're going to cook that steak. That Ravage steak.
Come on.
Okay, I'm going out there. There we go. Alright, we're trying to maintain this well-fed we have. We've had it since day 3, and we're probably breaking the record for the longest well-fed we've ever had. Oh. Okay, we are getting low on calories. Our syrup is gone. This is the last batch of flapjacks. We're cutting it close. 6 minutes from now, we'll be eating a fat stack of flapjacks with butter, licked by the chef, Aretha. That extra goodness. And then we go to sleep. Last jacks. Yeah, we just ate our last jacks right there, Dunk. Okay. All responsibilities pretty caught up on. Our backpack is nice and light. 96 hips. 1 can opener. You think we should leave the hammer here at the forge? It's 2 kilograms. I usually get ridiculed for lugging that hammer around after my forge. Okay, nice tight conservative backpack there. We have no excess. Alright, we're eating ravaged venison tonight. Stalker looting is nuts. Yeah. That's one thing that happened to me, Neil, when I was on Stalker, is I felt like I was getting so much loot. I thought Raph was just kind of being like, hey, man, you don't know what's going on in this, so I'm just going to give you a ton of peanut butter and all kinds of stuff. So I moved up to Interloper quickly and realized how steep of a slope it is. A good slope, but it definitely drops off quick. Alright, once we get sunlight, we're ravaging and we're getting cattails. Maybe we'll make nature call and get some deer. That would be an expert move. Or jabroni one. Don't really have the lumps to do any big cooks outside either. So can't get too crazy. It's getting a little more serious here now that the forge is done. The games are coming to a close, and now it's getting serious. I'm gonna go check on the weather. I'm expecting 3 down arrows. Balls cold. Sunrise here on Great Bear Island. This is when things get off the rails. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it, Dunk. Resources are getting low. Spaghetti all over the place. Michael Shannon staying over the night in me and Kim Basinger's trailer when I'm just trying to write my rhymes. And he's bullying me. I don't even think he loves my mom. That's the big problem. But we've never had such great HP at this point. That's another thing, Duncan. I've never played Stalker. Yeah, I played it a little bit at the beginning, Odds. I did like 2 runs of the Nagoa on Stalker, and then I said, it's time to move up. And I'm pretty sure Will 3 was the first interloper, and we never looked back. Okay, so now we can make arrows at least. Calories are pretty tough to come by here in Broken Railroad. He loves her spaghetti. Yeah, he does. We all do, though. I need the spaghetti, too. I gotta go down to the shelter tonight and take on Papa Doc. I'm gonna go check on the weather. Three down. Seeming a bit cold. I can't go far from the house. I'm probably going to turn around. See if we got any cattail dreams over here. Oh man, not a single dream. Brutal. Okay, that was one of my big hopes, that there would be some more cattails right there. There are not. So now we're going to have to wait till the weather turns warmer for some Ravage games. And we're ravaging for big time stuff now. There's another option, which is Bannock. And I think I'm starting to think that that's what's happening. Duncan, get ready to cheer, because I think we're going to have to make Bannock. Keep our well fed. What about firewood? My firewood game is even weak. I'm freaking out. It's too much responsibility. Can't handle it all. I'm gonna look for those little crates to break down for some reclaimed wood. And we cook up some Bannock. I think planks are also pretty good return. Yeah, alright, it's down to planks. Maybe RFK was trying to survive when he ravaged that roadkill bear. Holy crap. You think so, grown up? Break down the wood, light the torch again, start up the Bannock. Requires hatchet to break down. Hatchet. Okay, so there's a heavy hammer application right there. You're able to get some unique stuff. So I just dropped the hammer and picked it back up, and I was making moves. So that's one thing to think about if we do leave it behind.
All I can think about is food.
Hammer comes in. So got some big moose kicks over here. Oh. Buddying around. Yeah, we're trying to get this fire going. We're gonna throw True Reclaimed on there. Then it's Bannock Nation.
Turned out pretty well.
We go. 40 minutes. Let's see where we're at on the skills. Cooking is getting there. There's no way you get a point for boiling water, right? For cooking skill? If that is the case, then you could easily spam a bunch of fires and just boil the crap out of water with recycled cans. No XP for water. Yeah, I figured that'd be too easy for the pros to mess with. Water, no. Tea, yes. Weather seems kind of delicate out there. I might go check. See what kind of ravage weather we got happening. We're going to need just about every stake on the town. 3 down. It's a beautiful day. Maybe an hour or so it'll be warmer. Trying to hang on to our remaining 6 lumps. The last of our lumps. Go. Back-to-back batches of Bannock. Oh, Tonsa the man! What's up, Tons? The long-range pro. You know, we were just talking about pros. And all of a sudden, the Tons man shows up. What's up, Tons? How are you, my man? And how's it going? More planks. We did some Nagoa on day 80. Was good. Nice. Yeah, I didn't know if anybody else was doing the Nagoa right now, Tons. That's cool. On day 80. Well, the Nagoa goes past... I was going to say, yeah, there's a max of 50 days. So I guess you just kept playing. How's the tournament? It's going pretty good. We're doing Nagoa as well. And we are on day 10/9. We still have well fed. And we found 1 can opener. We just got the forge finished up. And I did regular Nagoa without BBT, not the tournament, just survival. BBT. Big booty tarantulas, probably. Those big booty tarantulas were crawling around my office earlier. Kind of scared me. Elegant Bannock. You could find elegant Bannock down at Allen's Cave. The finest Bannock. Man, it's a shame going through our flour, but we have 3.35 kilograms. I think I have to do it because I can't get focused on the future too much. I have to live in the now, man. Don't just leave your buttered Bannock on the counter. I know. Unattended. Birch bark. Oh. So you're doing Nagoa without birch bark. So all drip is permanent. No health regeneration. This summer, Tonsa became invincible. Okay, we're slamming Bannock over here. Becoming Bannock champions. Maple, 87. I'm gonna check on the weather. I gotta eat and get some rest then. Good luck with the tourney. Thank you, Tonsa. You're the man, and thank you for any time we get to see you. I hope that those wolves and deer are aware that even when they can't detect you, that you got them in your crosshairs. Kicking butt, Tons. This summer, Tonsa destroys the wildlife. Okay. is my thinking cap right here. This ridiculous green beanie. And now that it's on, I'm trying to think of all the calories and things we have to do. Our arrow numbers are 3 regular arrows, 3 shafts left. We got a couple more saplings we can make into those things. Time is pretty rough for us right now. We're just playing catch up. We're caught in that Nagoa loop of eat, sleep, drink, just trying to catch up. If you stay stagnant in this one, your vitals will take the brunt of it. Like ketchup chips. Wow, Duncan. You're on another level, man. They don't just give people you pass the bar. You have to earn that bad boy. And you do it with witticisms and amazing wordplay. Does he need to know about Roe versus Wade? How good are his puns? That's the question. When we're in that courtroom, things get stuffy. We need ketchup chip references. Thinking about going outside and looking for ravaged corpses. We basically can't get stuck anywhere outside. We got 6 lumps and no reclaimed on us. I'm gonna try to hoover up some sticks. 2 down, 3 down. Multi-state pun assessment is one of the harder parts of the passing the bar. Yeah, I figured. That's the real deal. Crossing state lines, you know. Some jokes fly in the Midwest that don't fly on the coasts, especially LA. I bet you there's some firewood in one of these caves. I don't know if there's going to be any in the bear cave. We already checked the one down there. Okay, this is tough. Check the hunter's blind for fire striker. I did check the hunter's blind. I didn't find anything over there, Duncan. Just flat nothing. Okay. Cheeky 1 hour sleep in the cave. Trying to despawn the blizzard so we can go ravage that deer outside. Let's continue. Alright, 2 down arrows, and it's pretty crazy out here. I'm gonna see how fast we can get this meat off this deer. It's crazy we're out here ravaging a deer in this weather. $58 minutes. All right, we're going 13 at a time. I'm pushing it.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Okay. So we're doing some serious stuff. Mini blizzard into second one. That's it.
I've been so hungry.
Yo, what's up, Patricia? How's it going? Coming in looking for Discord. Okay. Might be some more elegant bannock for us, and maybe a cheeky sleep again. Okay, let's try to warm up in our bedroll here. Okay, it's too volatile to go outside during that, so we were just waiting it out. Let's go ravage the rest of that deer. We're ravaging so much over here. Ravaging the heck out of these deer. Trying to get sticks to use for firewood, actually. We can get some things done around here. Storm the steeds, ravaging the deer. Yeah. Yeah, there was no fire striker in here for us, Dunk. Just completely empty zones. All right, 15 minutes at a time. We'll ravage the rest of this bad boy. And we're bringing home steaks. We just need the food and the resources to be able to make all the arrows. That's kind of what's kept us from making a bit more arrows right now. We want to make sure we don't blow our calorie wad on things we could do elsewhere. Ravage. Oh. It would be nice to make nature call. We're the scavengers, but not for long. Soon we are the apex predators of the island. Nice, and Bubby got in on the mix. Amazing. Oh my god, look at this. Okay, the leader has now has his eyes on us. I'm trying to think of what kind of nature calling I can do. Where are the ptarmigans? Are there ptarmigans around here? There's some rabbits up here. I think I might be getting reckless. I'm thinking of all the nature calling options around here. I'm pretty sure all the deer have been destroyed by the wolves.
My head feels thick.
So we're just gonna get inside and take what we got. Okay, let's go cook some steak. Woo! Can't wait to eat Basinger spaghetti later, man. It's the best spaghetti. I freestyle so good after eating it. Okay, I'm cooking steak. Sticks for fire, steak's on. Maple cured in no time. We make the bow, we hunt our way out of here.
Come on. Come on. That did it.
Okay. So we're gonna make the bow. I would say the only downside to starting the hunt here is that we're gonna be real short on firewood. So we might have to get loose with our 6 lumps, knowing that we're gonna be leaving soon. But if we do at least use 1 lump on a fire next to maybe a downed moose, we could cook up some food too, and that'll help us sustain for whatever plans we have to take out the bear and anything else here in Broken before we leave town. Something to think about. We got a lot of stuff we're trying to juggle here. Take a look at this guy. That's the type of guy that knows how to survive. Guy's business, man. So I'm gonna go check and see what's going on with Bezos. Just making sure he's happy still. Making sure he's on the up and up. So he gets ornery. Bezos wants us to do something. Get Bezos. Bezos and dance break. We're doing it and it's happening. I'm a pretty bad dancer. I don't know if you guys can tell by this desk dancing I'm doing. I don't really have a lot of moves. I just copy moves from people I see. You got the ride the motorcycle. I remember that one. You got the drive the car. Everybody knows the sprinkler. And then you got the basic kind of old man. Just move your hands over each other, kind of like they're rolling. Do that. There's the John Travolta. There's the Macarena. Oh, we got it all, baby. We're doing the do they call it? The old charlatan right here with the I can't remember. Starts with the CH. The Charlton, that's what we're doing. I can't believe this. I'm off the rails. Still got some big moose kicks. Go. Let's maybe stop being ridiculous. Get our act together a bit. Amy venison raw. All right, after these two steaks, we're probably going down to sleep. There's an aurora tonight. We might be able to get up in the night and do some arrow-related activities. The maple's got to be getting close. Wow. And yeah, when I look at those vitals, it's like someone else is playing the game. For us to have HP at 95% is unheard of. We lose that day one and we never see it again most of the time. This is uncharted territories. We're taking the SS Orca and we're hitting the ocean of Amity, Maine. These vitals are looking buttered. They are, Duncan. I can't believe it. I'm very proud. I'm trying to maintain at being proud of it and not being prideful. Because that's usually when I stumble on a banana peel. I'm also thinking about another batch of your glorious bannock just for, because we're gonna need it. All right, I'll make it in a little bit. Second guessing. Willie's been taken care of with a silky gloves tonight. Yeah, he sure has, Odds. This is definitely insane over here that things are okay. This right here, keeping that since day 3 is also something that we were never able to do before. We owe it all to the hippie extravaganza. It really freed our mind, man. Listen. Responsibility levels through the roof. We've attempted to level up like this before, Duncan, but I feel like now we're finally prepared and educated enough to take on the task. But I will say this. It's not easy. And sometimes to take the edge off, I need some rose hips. I make those rose hips into rose hip empanadas, and they help me deal with the stresses in the everyday life that comes with things being so tough here on Great Bear Island. So why don't we just not think about it, and you guys just send your rose hips over my way, and we call it right there. We just say, okay. Let's just do that. I don't even think we should think about it. We should just go ahead and just say, here's my hips and they're for you now. And I'll say, oh, cool. Thank you. I am getting paid this Friday. I'm just not sure that No, I'm good for it. Come on, guys. Let me get some of those hips. One hip per one can opener. Oh! You know, I deserve that. I was so proud, Duncan, to talk to Metal about our can opener. And he just gave us the dad, you gotta get more. I heard it was rose hips that killed King Joffrey. Oh my gosh. Is that true? Hasn't been in Aurora in a while. Get nice and rested. Thank you, Neo. Yeah, I was just putting all my problems on everybody. Thank you, Fire. And asking for hips. Our hips. Thank you guys very much. We will not end up like King Joffrey. We'll eat those responsibly. Thank you, guys. All right, we're going to be well rested for the big bow day tomorrow, because it might be happening finally. The hunt begins soon this summer. Okay. So I know it's way down the line, but I'm pretty sure that there is a cave system. There's a couple cave systems in Forlorn Muskeg. So I know that there's one that takes you up into an upper area. There's like a little cave you can go if you go up the river, and then you can go to an upper like island up there. That's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of one that goes from this end of the place to this end, and you kind of go through a cave and you can get to each end of it inside it. Does that exist? Or am I making this up? Because if so, that's where we're going to get more lumps. And I think it's pretty insane. The upper island one leads to Birch Bark. Birch bark would be nice, Duncan, but I'm worried more about lumps keeping us alive on the go. Does the one I was describing even exist? Or am I thinking of the one that leads to the upper island? It's lumps and birch bark. So I'm guessing that is the only transition area like that. You're describing the upper island one? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like the tunnel at the waterfall leads to Bitter March. There's another cave that goes to Bleak, but that's Larry's cave. Okay. $99. Acceptable banning. There is a cave section with lumps up on the upper area of Forlorn Muskie with the birch bark and moose spawn. Cave section with lumps on the upper section. That's probably what we're talking about there, Fire. Talking about the little... There's a cave at the top of the river, and if you take that, it takes you up to an upper... little like kind of plateau up there, So if we go through that and go up there, we're going to get birch and lumps. So we might make that trip. It's that, or we go back to Trappers in Mystery Lake and we go through Trappers to Mountain Town. So we have a few. Birch bark spot is named Bitter March. Yeah, we're going to need all the lumps we can get. We might want to go over to Pleasant Valley if our lumps are short and we can go through that mine. It will be hunting, so we can pretty much travel anywhere. Ptarmigan up there too, but can't make nature call. Ah, no wolves. I thought it was called Marsh Ridge. Let's sleep for one more hour. Time to make a bow. The moon is so close to cresting over the sun. Thought that might happen. Acceptable panic. Could actually be, well, Marsh for sure. Stan Marsh. All right. You guys know what time it is. Let's figure out how long this will take. 6 hours, something like that. 6 hours. Do I need to plan for more food before I dedicate to this whole thing? We have the Bannock Gambit. Our vitals are, gosh, those things are pristine. Where have all the cowboys gone? They've gone to Dallas, Neo. And they're run by Jerry Jones, who's making knee-jerk redneck moves in the front office that are keeping the Cowboys plateaued as an 8-8 team forever that never reaches the heights of when he inherited the team in the 90s. The team came pre-made for success. He had Jimmy Johnson, the whole thing. But ever since then, it's just been, yeah, I'll say that boy from Arkansas is pretty good. And just nonsense, anti-Moneyball moves that have led the Cowboys to muddling around. So that's where they've gone, Neo. Those heckin' Cowboys. We've established a place with a name in a cave, but beyond that, only Bezos knows. Crap. This summer. Now, as a kid, the Cowboys were like the best team of all time before the Jerry days. Yeah. That's it. Huge things are happening right now. We are making the survival bow. We are about to be strapped for the streets. So without food, I'm starting to worry a bit about our sustenance. We might go outside and look for some food before the bow is done, like another ravaged corpse, if the weather's good enough. Corpse up at that cave near to the lodge, but that's a long ways. Okay. Alright, we have to mine the moose. Three down. One more corpse on the river to the left, but the bear can be there. Is there anything left on this boy? Does Texas and Brokeback Mountain have in common? Well, I don't know, Neo. Why don't you tell us? I think if I pontificate, that's naughty. Okay, so our patented move, we went outside, did nothing, and went right back inside. Feather count. Not sure, Fire. Let me go check that. Probably a decent, healthy amount. Feather numbers are hot. 21. Pretty soon here, I might just do Bannock. Firewood's pretty weak with 2 sticks. Cowboys that suck. Cowboys that suck. That is probably where I thought that one was going, Neo. I would say we might have missed the window where Brokeback Mountain was hot on the streets, where maybe the young crowd might understand, but they might know about the great Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal classic. I think that's good times, Neo, and you're hilarious. Three and a half hours. I might have to go get Duncan's Ravage. She says there's one more corpse on the river to the left, but a bear can be there. If we can go warm enough, we can go get that meat. It's just been kind of windy out there. All right, let's do another half an hour. Keep it going. That's not even a dig at the movie. Yeah, it's definitely more towards the Cowboys. They may sell the most jerseys in the NFL, but they sure do not win the most. And it's mostly what I just described to you. The emotional decisions of a man who needs to use analytics way more and redneck philosophy way less. Yeah, I'm telling you, that boy from Arkansas, he could skim over the river with one step. It's a lot of that happening. My earworm. Oh!
Can't feel my hands.
Okay, so the outside plan's not working out so hot for us. One of these times when you're making the bow, it'll make you go for 2 hours, so we didn't want to hit that one without the proper food in our belly. So now is when I have to really decide if I'm going to waste more of my flour on elegant bannock. I got a feeling this place is hating on our poor Willie big time today. You mean the weather here, Odds? It's been against us?
Right now.
You still make bannock. Forget the carcass. This pains me, especially since we can't make deals with the trader. As soon as you go outside, the wind picks up. Yeah, Odds, we're reaching the second week of this tournament, and this is when basically that's the only weather. You get about 2 to 4 hours a day to do your hunting, and the rest of it is just insane.
That's done.
It's warming us up. "30 minutes on this bad boy. Another batch down the hatch. Bo! As soon as you go outside, the wind picks up. Yeah, it's happening, QC. We're making this bow. I'm back home. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We're making some moves. We're working towards the bow. "26 minutes. Let's eat this bannock and do a little bit more simple arrow crafting. Or arrow shaft crafting. Talking about, man. Get that bow, dog. We're doing it. Elegant bannock in the mix. All right, we got 2 hours. I'm going to eat one more bannock. This is it. Oh, we're taking a drip. Nope. And I am happy to present to you guys the greatest, the simple bow. A simple, improvised bow. Suitable for hunting small game. You guessed it. It's not a lot. It doesn't really show off with flashiness. It's kind of like a Honda Accord. It'll get you there. You can put 200,000 miles on this bad boy, give it to your kid for college, whatever you need. It's on. Okay. So now is the moment when I get a little too excited. We have a weapon. We can go get food. We have 6 lumps. And the tournament begins right here. What do we do? I think we go for the moose. We're only going to have a couple shots at this bad boy if we don't craft up some more arrows. Maybe we do 1 more or 2 more arrows here instead of just having 3 to our name. Moose satchel time. Okay, we got 2 down with some wins. Fire off caution to the wind. Forget about vitals. It's hunting time. Yeah, speaking of wind, it's a bit windy out there, Dunk. It's getting late. So it's going to be tough to do some hunting this evening, but calories are just disappearing like crazy. I could go up to where there's rabbits and the bridge is for a secret little like beef jerky or something for calories. We could also hunt the moose with 4 arrows right now. It's just we might freeze out there. The moose will give us food though. Talking about. Yeah, I'm not going too far from the house because this weather's crazy. I'm just popping over to see the moose. Larone must live. We're trying, metal. We're gonna get can openers. We're gonna live. We're gonna make some things happen. Ah, well fed is gone. Play smart. No. Oh, you scared me, odds. Maybe what you do mean, though, is now is the time when you shift your focus from everything to just all hunt. And you don't even focus on things like well-fed. But I love being agile. Okay, so it's a blizzard. Calories, pretty slim pickings. Bannock is on the table, depleting our flour. It might be the only option. It's a shame, but at least we have our Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower. My hope is that we still focus on vitals, make our fires early, stay smart. Wolves got all the deer, huh? Yeah, they got most of them fire. Alright, let's make some bannock. There it is, Dunk. Look at what it looks like in the torch of the night. Even more majestic. I hope you guys are having a fantastic Tuesday. I gotta say, I am super just fired up. I don't know. I'm just happy. We're making moves. We got responsible vitals in the mix.
That did it.
Feel like I could have got this bow made a little earlier if I would have cured more responsibly. You can definitely do this before 11 days here. Probably closer to 7 days. But that'll be something we have to do if there's another time we do this. But I heard that we were going to not pass away. Bashrub, as good as he gets, doesn't pay Coach proper respect. Well, we'll teach him, Duncan. We'll teach him the ways of how important it is to commemorate the great Craig T. Nelson. He'll teach us how to be competent in this game and pretty much everything about it. And we'll teach him one thing about stacking chairs on top of each other, staving off IRL cabin fever. All right, so we're definitely going to have to get flour from other places like Mountain Town and maybe even some of the scary towns if we end up going up there. Scary towns, of course, being places like Hush River Valley, Black Rock, Ash Canyon, and Timberwolf Mountain. All these areas down here we're definitely comfortable with, but once you get up into the northern parts, it gets a little scary. Bleak Inlet's also too scary. Pretty much half the map I'm intimidated by.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
All right, flour numbers at 2.35, and they're going down to 2.15. Pleasant Valley usually has flour at Farmhouse. HFRA doesn't get flour. Okay, so that's 2 bags. Mountain Town and Pleasant that we haven't been to.
I need to find a place to rest.
Alright, fatigue is starting to be an issue. Hopefully these calories are enough to sustain us. I'm a bit worried they might not be. Last batch. Elegant Bannock. Last batch of Bannock is on. We're gonna go to sleep. We'll make an arrow or two if an Aurora hits. Other than that, we're just gonna sleep through the night. And tomorrow, we're gonna be living off the land, and we're gonna have to do it quick because calories will be gone. It's about the moose, maybe. Gosh, what a crazy idea to start off with. Moose for food immediately after the bow creation. We're definitely jumping into the deep end of the pool. Yeah. Slamming this bannock. We're sleeping. Cooking skills got to be making its way. We've been making a lot of bannock over here. So there's a great chance we're going to have cooking 3. Woo! Roasted empanadas, man. Come on down to Dave's Cave for our new bannock slammers. Oh, we use old mill flour. We put the old in old mill flour. We just found it out back of somebody's bakery, and we just use it. Oh. Yeah, we're so close, man. We just got to cook a couple things, and we'll have cooking 3. So if that changes our strategy at all, maybe we can use that to our advantage. Minus 50%. Minus 50%? Okay. So, ooh, archery 2, baby. Archery 2. Bow sway reduced by 25%. Arrow damage increased by 10. At Dave's. Oh, half off. Oh, well, come on down. The bannock slammers are half off. And you're going to love them, Odds. They're going to make you an intellectual. You can come in for breakfast. There still might be a few lumps left over from last night, but they're passed out. Just step right over them. Brian Gold ain't got nothing on us. Come on down. Okay, now we got some serious weaponry going over here.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna sink.
6 arrows. 6 arrow shafts. Oh, cabin fever risk. I think what that means is they want this tower to be bigger and better, is what they're really telling me. They're saying you need more chairs. Is that so? Is this a completely normal thing to do? Guess what? Just when you thought it couldn't get more majestic, we added a 5th chair to the Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower at Broken Railroad's maintenance yard. It's on. It's so high up in the sky. The finest architects in the world marvel at it, much like the ancient pyramids. Are we ready for this moose hunt? Just gonna wait till the weather warms up. We're going right out there. I don't think I've seen the moose, but I'm pretty sure it's there. The signs are written on the bark. All right, calories are going to be light. We're going to be looking for cattail dreams. There's a few down there by the fence that leads up to the place, so we'll scare off the wolves and go get it. It will spawn there 25% chance each day. All right.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Okay, buddy, we're gonna get you some cattails. We just can't go yet. Cabin fever risk is getting a little high. I don't even think I can make it to the cave to sleep in there. Okay, getting intense. Three down arrows. It's a cold morning. It's super cold out here. I don't know how long we can look. Rabbits. We can make nature call. Not seeing the moose. I think he spurned us. We're gonna have to leave our rose hip mementos out for him. And court him.
Need a horse.
Okay, so I'm cold. I don't even know if I'll make it back without a drip to the whale factory place maintenance yard. I have 6 lumps for a spot fire. I was hoping to get those calories right there, and there's not a lot of time to play the pump fake game with wolves when we're freezing to death. Coming out too early, I think. I'll light a torch, pump fake the wolf, grab the tails, but even then I'm gonna freeze to death. Accelerant fire with lump is on the charts, but there's just 6 lumps to our name. Trying to block the wind.
Can't feel my feet.
Jeez. I'm draining food too by sprinting. Irresponsible.
Just want to lay down for a bit.
Okay, we took a tiny bit of a drip there, and our fatigue, our well-fed is on the line like crazy. Trying to think fast. It's a long shot, but it might be the best option to check the trucks out front while not dripping HP. That's the only thing I can think of that might have calories in it.
Damn. I'm freezing.
Jeez. Alright, we're in a tough spot here. That little trip out too early to get the moose stuff really screwed us up. I think I was miscalculating how easy it would be to get back. I blew it! I don't want to, Duncan. I'm so proud of it. What do we do? We're gonna freeze and drip HP like wild if we try to go outside at all. I'm just gonna have to take a lap around the maintenance yard and see if I see any sort of bins or anything I can grab a chocolate bar out of. It's gonna be too cold. I'm accepting ideas. Genius ideas are welcome. You eat trees. That's funny, Fire. Oh my gosh, I was gone for a few hours. I can't believe you're still at it. How's it going? Any crazy developments? Well, Bean, things are back on the line. I'm back for a few minutes. How's the run going, Larone Bud? Well, I'm going to give you guys the update. We just made the bow. It's glorious. I would show it to you, but we're dripping. We're dripping. All this HP going in and out isn't ideal. So right now, we're trying to get food to keep our well fed, but there's no calories anywhere. It's too late to make Bannock before we lose it, so that option is out. And we're trying to do long shots to save the remaining 70 calories or so. So things are going really good, but we are about to lose 5 kilograms of carrying capacity. Calories down to 16. Well, I think it's time we get our well-fed shoes shined and our suit pressed. This ain't great. Dearly beloved, made any arrows yet? We sure have, Bean. We're strapped up. We're gonna go out there. We're out of cattails. Yeah, we're gonna go out there and try to make it happen, and that's all we can do because we have 16 calories. Don't worry, we will get well back in a few days. That is true. Once we get some moose meat and everything, 16 whole calories. All right, everybody, this is it. We're about to lose it. We've had it since day 3. And I was really proud of it. And I was proud of showing all the pros how we had it. But it's about to leave us. Listen to the echoing sounds of well-fed drifting away in the distance. Let's look upon the Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower there in the distance as we try to be calm about this. Because we're about to lose well-fed. It's going to happen right now. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Odds. That's a great point.
I'm so hungry.
There it is. Dearly beloved, well-fed was pretty great. It made me feel agile, and more importantly, there was a morale boost it gave me. We no longer have it, but we'll always have this skyscraper of a Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower. Boy, that's impressive. Okay, let's warm up. We're going to be taking 1 HP per hour hit on our stuff as we sleep. So we're about to drip some HP. We're going to wake up with 1 less. Craig T. Nelson, T-E-A. Nice. Very good. Yeah, it's good to see you, Versetti. I appreciate you coming in talking about Craig. Versetti, were you impressed by how they memorialized the great Craig T. Nelson with this tower? As you can tell, it is just soaring through the sky. A lot of people are impressed by it. We're going to get lumps and birch bark when we leave the area, so remain calm. All right, I'm trying. You get well fed back after a hunt. I really appreciate you guys' words of encouragement right now. I'm going to try not to be discouraged by the recent update. We're going to warm up. We're going to get out there and hunt. I'm impressed. Yeah, there it is. It's almost reaching the rafters at this point. We've never had one 5 chairs high. This is a new development. It's an emotional time. You guys ready to hunt a moose? Grab some cattails? I think I am. Waterfall Cave has some lumps, I think, and second option would be the transition cave to Bleak Inlet. Waterfall Cave. Is that the one at the top of the river in Forlorn odds? Okay, it's a bit cold outside. Oh, cattail dreams! Call it waterfall cave. It's the entrance next to a waterfall in Forlorn.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
I don't even know if I can go back to... You're going after a moose at the hunting lodge. Yeah, we're thinking about it, Bean. I don't think he spawned there today, so I went for cattails to sustain us. And I'm also thinking I might have to run back to a cave to sleep in so we don't get cabin fever. Because we need to go inside. I might make an outdoor fire with our dwindling lumps, just because we're going to drip our HP too. Cattail dreams, get off the drip. Be nice to get some teas in the mix. Yo, what's up, dude? How's it going? How are you this evening? Are you ready to storm the island? How's it going, dude? We could use some dude energy around here. Some Jeff Daniels action. I did see the cabin fever risk. There's a car right outside the hunting lodge you can maybe put a fire next to if it's too cold. Excellent. Nagoa is brutal. That's it for SETI. So you know about Nagoa. Yeah, it's been kicking our butt. We just got the bow made and we're going to begin the hunt. And it's day 11. But now we can make bannock, baby. We're bad. Ah! We're out of cooking oil. We're off. We're back to being not back. Come on, ref. To me, boss. Little bed warmth bonus. Make some oil with animal fat. Okay. The bannock era was short-lived, but man, what a time. Do you hear that, Duncan? Rossetti loved the bannock era. It was pretty short-lived. Warming up some Craig T. Nelsons. I wish. We're going to get there soon, I promise you. We just got to get out there. I could use roast hips for teas. We all know that I hoard my roast hips. And I'm pretty sure we've eclipsed 100 almost. This guy's creeping. Alright, we're gonna be getting stalked by these guys the whole time, but this is our moment. So we don't really have any herbivore meat. Yeah, they're lurking, man. I can check for deers up this way if we want to get some food, but other than that, the moose is the only herbivore meat in town. So unless we have some deer that have been able to stay alive... That looks... Is that a deer? Oh my goodness. Come on over this way, man. I think nature is about to call. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot this guy. There it goes. No? There he is. Okay, he's got 30 wolves around him. This guy cannot survive this. I hope you guys are impressed by this hunting. I'm chasing a deer all over town. A deer that is not delicious looking to the wolves. They're only interested in festive sweater wearing wills. Yeah, he is. This guy wants to live. He's dodging everybody, and the whole town's after him. Okay. Ah! Nature calls. We're hunting, baby. The most courageous way possible. Chasing a deer around town to maintain your accuracy score with skittish opponents. Like this Survivor 10-point buck over here, who was absolutely built different. If he didn't have all of the odds against him, I believe this guy could have lived. Get some deer burgers, baby. That was an intense battle. Alright, we're going lump. I'm not going to micro harvest this guy because we're pretty close to cooking 3, and that's pretty much the goal. And I think we'll be getting there pretty quickly after a couple of these steaks. And this is a juicy 10 point. 10 kilograms. I hate to say this, but I was rooting for the deer, to be honest. Yeah, I think we all were, Versetti. After a while, he just seemed like a survivor. That was cool. I appreciate him helping us sustain in this treacherous world out here. If we get up to cooking level 3, fatigue will be far less of an issue too, and we'll be making those empanadas. These bad boys right here. Oh, cooking oil. Ah! Animal fat. 1 kilogram. Okay, so 10 of these bad boys, and we can make animal fat out of it. Interesting. Alright, we might be making homemade animal fat. I don't think I've ever made any of that.
All I could think about is food.
We're gonna need everybody to settle down. Okay. Weather stays on our side. We might even go after the bear. Now that we have some food. I got a feeling, Pups, with some of those burgers, they do odds. Trying to maintain our 4 remaining lumps. 'Cause I think I'm gonna need those to get out of this town. So I'm trying to play conservative a bit with those lumps and use sticks for this steak cook. Okay, that was awful. Somehow he was at our fire. I didn't have any stink lines on me. What the heck? We got real lucky. Will you guys leave me alone?
It's like something is sapping the energy.
It's going off the rails, man. I can't even tell you what that was with that guy. He was at our fire instantly after we left from the sticks, almost like he spawned there. And I could barely sprint to get around him. Ah! No stink lines. Got to make sure to make some bandages soon, though, yeah. I don't know how much more of this steak I can get. Dude, those wolves were serious. They just destroyed our HP. Okay, cooking 3 hype. It's on the, I'm starting to feel like we should yeet from this place soon. Yeah, I'm thinking that too. They're mad you stole their dinner. They're holding grudges. Oh! They're pulling the old Sarah Michelle Gellar on me, Vassetti. So, the pies are going to take a little more firewood than we have right here. They are going to keep us up, though. I just don't think I have the duration in my fire game to get it going. We could do a lump fire, get more steaks, but we are leaving soon too. So with our 4 remaining lumps, we have to be extra smart. We can go back and sleep in a cave to stave off cabin fever and then leave. We can do more deer meat. There's a couple options. And we have pies on the menu. Need to make oil for pies, right? Yeah. But if we commit to make an oil dunk, we are going to lose our 4 remaining lumps, and those are the only things that are going to keep us alive when we leave this town. And we have to go all the way through Forsaken and up the hill and through the road to Grandmother's house to get the rest of the birch and lumps from that cave. That's a far way away. Basically, we have to go from right here all the way here, and then up a river through a cave and go up on some plateau, and it's going to take us a little while. The only firewood we have to make it there is 4 lumps and 2 sticks. And our clothing crafts going ASAP. You mean custom clothes odds? Our clothing got destroyed by that guy, by the way, too. I forgot about that. Did some damage to all our clothes. I swear one day we're going to leave this town. And we'll see. Hides curing. These guys are playing freaking games, man. Thank you, Melito. This is a death trap. I still want to know what happened with that wolf that got us, man. That was crazy. He spawned at our fire. I think he cheated. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so as soon as the hunt began, I ran into a bit of a problem and got my butt kicked all over town. They were definitely not happy about us stealing their dinner, and they took it out on us. Cabin fever is getting there. I wonder if you get cabin fever when you sleep outside. If something is blocking the fire from their view, they ignore it. Yeah. Pretty sure the outer area of the workshop is considered outside. That's what I was just thinking, Bean. What if we sleep out there? Sometimes protecting the fire from the wind leaves you vulnerable to the wildlife. That's a good point, Don. Let's see what kind of warmth bonus we got outside. Gosh, that was lucky that we beat the wolf off with that improvised knife. Can go away so quickly. It can get cold out there, so don't sleep for too long. We're headed into the night. It might be scary to leave this evening. Oh my gosh, they hate the light. Okay, let's think about the best course of action. I really wanted to get the moose before we left, but I'm worried that we're going to get our butt kicked too. We could go for the bear too and get a bear done before we take off here. We got one deer steak and we can go back over there. I could also break down some reclaimed wood here inside, as long as I'm staving off cabin fever while doing it. .5% shares waiting around for it is a fool's errand. Yeah, we got a bear over there, Dunk. I think we should take that guy out before we leave town. Get a solid amount of points under our belt. I'm also not opposed to taking out all those wolves who played games against us. Too tired. Oh, sprained wrist. Can't even fire the bow. Yo, what's up, Twig? How's it going? The Ptarmigan man. You'll be happy to know that we do have one ptarmigan down. We're not able to make the insulation until we get the second one, but we're going for it. We will become the Terminators. We are running the Nagoa over here, Twig. And it has been pretty much a blast. We just made our bow, and we were also just attacked by a wolf. And we're trying to stave off cabin fever. And another thing, Twig, is that we have a Craig T. Nelson Memorial Tower here. You can tell, 5 chairs high. Tower's nice. Thank you, Twig. And we put a lot of serious effort into that one. Okay, healed sprained wrist, so we can fire the bow now. Cabin fever is still pretty prevalent. Bed is getting real close to not being warm enough. Ptarmigan Nation rise! Yeah, we got Tarm Nation in here, Rossetti. Okay. So this is all way too much for my brain to handle. We got cabin fever. We're getting wolf attacks.
Something's making me feel tired.
If I repair our clothes, it might be warmer outside. We're kind of short on cloth right now. This thing is hanging on its last 3%. Our boxing gloves have seen better days. Those little hand wraps. I don't think we could tear apart the flag. Yeah, that's not happening. Even if Raph said it was cool, we wouldn't tear apart the great Canadian flag. I'm just looking for cloth to maybe improve our clothes. We got to get outside for sleep because this cabin fever risk is getting pretty intense over here. I can't handle all this. I'm freaking out, man. There's too many things going on. I'm just looking for cloth at this point and trying to find some sort of an idea to approach this better with. Not seeing a lot of cloth things. It's gonna be too cold. No? Ah, it's because of the torch. Yeah. Ain't that a pee? I like the cave over by the hunting blind for CF risk. Yeah, I'll tell you, dude, you're exactly right. We would go over there if we could make it there. Technically, those chairs have cloth. Yeah. It's the same thing as the shoes. I think there's some cloth on one of these shoes, too. It's just going to take a whole couple hours to do it. Gotta hope we don't get the curse of the cabin. Alright. So the weather's super unforgiving with 3 down arrows, and it's going to be almost impossible for us to get to a cave in time before the drip happens. I feel like we're about to run out of fuel if we stay in this zone for too long. I'll tell you what the hope is, odds. A bear or a moose hut on the way out. And we just say goodbye. We have fuel here, but if we break it down, we're inside. So we're kind of just doing this crazy game of... we're stuck. And we're risking cabin fever like crazy. I keep thinking I'm gonna wake up and see you are insane. We do want to try to get warmer clothes ASAP since we're being colder by time. Yeah, I'm worried, odds, that we don't have time to make custom clothes in the finite amount of time. We've been trying to rely on RNG to get a decent outfit. So for clothes, we have to kind of invest a lot of time to get the hides and make moves with them. So we were trying to just get a decent amount of good gear we found to sustain us for those 50 days. There's tons of pallets to break down in the yard outside, but I guess you have to worry about wolves and weather while doing it. That's it. And your cabin is now fevered. Oh! It's getting there. 64%. There's so many variables right now I'm trying to juggle in this peanut brain of mine. Yeah, this weather will not give us anything. Yeah, I need to try to find clothes while waiting for cures to hide. Oh, Empress! What's going on, Empress? How is the rose-hip queen? And what is shaking? I hope that you're doing very well, Empress. We are just going nuts over here. Thank you for those rose hips. She'll be very happy to hear that the cooldown expired on this treats thing because we've been going for so long. Just got home from book club. Amazing. Good stuff. What was the book you guys were talking about, Empress? Let me jiggle this party mix for the great Aretha. Is her favorite treat. And let's see if I can hear the buffaloes storming the steeds on their way into the office. Looks like the buffaloes arrived. It didn't take long. Yeah, this is from Empress. Thank you, Empress. cat treat rockin'. We're rockin', baby, with cat treats. The party mix is on. Next month, we're reading a thriller. Okay, this is gonna get us hyped. Here we go. It's probably my favorite part right here. With the piano going behind the metal and the double bass pedal. Okay, we gotta take it easy. Any cat on Earth will hear that packet sound and go wacky. Yeah, she's got some serious Pavlov action going, and she knows the crinkling of everything. I even open like mixed nuts or some sort of thing in the house. She comes in the mix, thinks it has something to do with her. Everything, of course, has something to do with her. I checked earlier and it was on cooldown. Well, thank you for always looking out for our girl, Empress. Sophia, too. Sophia is Empress's ginger cat. All right, we got a couple hours until morning. If it crinkles, she's in my face. Granola bar fruit strips. Yeah, it always has something to do with her, huh? Yeah, we've been in Broken Railroad for far too long. So we did a great job in that first... Basically everything before the Forge. And the Forge is when it really... If it crinkles, she's in my face. We have rabbits, and they go crazy for banana. Oh, yeah, we like banana around these parts. They can smell it from across the house if we peeled one for a snack ourselves and start wilding out. We got rabbit drama from the bananas. They come over the hills. All right. Let's leave this place as much as we can with all these guys fade into the long dark. These jerk wolves, these bears, everybody. We gotta take revenge. That wolf, still cheater. I'm saying he cheated. A lot of sleeping. We're going to be well rested for this journey. I also heard the moose might come out today. Now is when it gets a bit serious. If the weather allows us, we're going to do some morning hunting. Weather around here is not great. What's up, boys? Who wants to come try to ruin this run I put all my love and heart into? You guys don't go across the fence? Or you do? The heck was that? There it is. I don't know what happened. I think that they were stuck by the fence, and then I did something to make them flee. That didn't warm us up too much. We gotta repair these clothes. We got too much to do. Look at that temperature just plummet. Alright, 2 more hours. They have heard of the Great Willie. Yeah, the man who got archery too by never firing his bow. He sneaks up on wolves to attack deer. He's ferocious. He builds Craig T. Nelson Memorial Towers. The hunt's coming, I promise. One of these days. Massive as well. You guys see any cloth in this whole place? Any sort of rugs or anything hanging over the side? We're gonna tear it up and try to make some better shirts out of it. Not happening. Okay. Back to sleep to get rid of this blizzard, and we hunt. Or to brine gold. It's our big day. I'm telling it. It's going down. Sounds like the weather's still kicking.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
Okay, so I'll tell you guys, we came to Broken Railroad as an experimental forge to see what the results were. Some of the results that I'm finding are, it was a terrible idea. We've been lampooned here for way too long. We're about to get cabin fever. And we have this. Survey says you blew it. Oh, I think I dripped. Jabroni! Oh my gosh. I think I dripped. I might have lost our calorie streak too. Okay, no drip. I'm drinking nothing out of this jug.
Only a couple jabronis come out here without skates on. You keep using this word jabroni, and it's awesome.
It is awesome. All right, we don't even have water. And our hat's about to just disintegrate into thin air, 1%. We're not impressed, except for the mighty tower. Oh my gosh, I'm blowing it. I'm gonna go check the weather. Seek the bear and the moose.
I need anything right about now. I would drink almost anything about now.
We're taking a drip right now from thirst. Toilet water time. It would be amazing, Versetti. Unfortunately, there's not too many toilets here in this town. Even the big lodge didn't have many. I'm not sure where that guy used the restroom. He had a big old lodge, but no bathroom. Does he have a bathroom? No, he doesn't. Okay. I'm gonna shoot this wolf. This wolf has a chance to kill me. We got archery too. I want to make sure we take him out. So we're just gonna wait. We're gonna try to line him up. As he runs into our line of sight, we just pop the arrow right in his dome and he goes down. Everybody cheers, celebrates. Try to get him on flat ground. I took a bad angle. It looked like it went right through his darn eye. So this is what I've been telling everybody about wolf hunting. You go after wolves and it just feels like RNG. I shot that guy in the eyeballs. How much more damaging can we do? Oh, that was intense, Rossetti. And he still came after us. That was a shoulder shot. Yeah, the angle was bad. I took way too wide of an angle. It should have been more down like that, and it was more like this. Not an expert at wolf hunting. Okay, we got some points, baby. We got our first wolf. All right. And we're getting really lucky about the damage they're doing. All he did was mess up our clothes. He was pretty hurt. %100% accuracy. Yeah, we're doing it. We shoot the crap out of their shoulders. R.I.P. our black hat and our boxing gloves and our green jacket. Oh! We commemorate Will X. He's a great man. So is his green jacket.
I need a horse.
Windbreaker. Appreciate you guys.
so thirsty I can't think straight.
Sit, please. One rock. I'm headed to work. Nice place. I have a feeling he knows. Yeah, he knows. Alright, I'd like to get this bear thing out of the way so we can boil up some water and stop that drip we're taking right now. We're taking 2 HP per hour drip. Gotta shoot him. Gotta get a crit shot on this boy. You define a Greenie Jr. Yeah, we're taking the... Not a lot of wind resistance
Pretty
here.
well.
Still cold. Might have to use a lump. Okay, we stabilized. Spaghetti all over the place, man. I waited too long on that bear. I didn't know what he was going to do after he stood up on us. Turns out he charges you and then sprints away once he's de-aggroed. Okay, critical mistake. Golly. Here we got reishi mushrooms on the menu. Can I get a small increment in this place?
I could eat anything right now. Yeah, I wish odds. We are gonna go fight him though. Away from the campfire.
he's going back to his cave. Boo-boo, is that a pick basket? Nice Yogi Bear reference, Melito. Boy, this is a small little thing to stand on.
All I can think about is
He's coming back. Emergency stim time. Bandages never made.
feeling faint.
Food?
I'm feeling so drained. That's done.
Septic for the infection.
Dusk, so night can't be far behind. You could eat anything.
This is Fool's Cave. I lost all idea of where the cave is. feeling this guy's gonna come in here. He's not gonna be too happy about where we decided to sleep.
All right. Mouth so dry.
We're gonna eat roast hips. Cloves are bad. The bear Walter Cronkited your butt. He did. Cronkited me. This has been a bit of a nightmare. I'm just gonna say that. We're running around in our underpants. Can't believe that bear
Dying from starvation.
ran up on that thing like that. I should have gone backwards a little bit more. I thought we were safe. Really did. Good roast hips. Sadly, this Willie was not invincible.
I'm getting weaker.
I would normally
There's
be
a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
That's it, Neo. We can get a break in this blizzard. We can go back home. bear's coming home. I think he's gonna maul us. Pet the dog. What's up, Substance? Pretty sure the bear is like right in front of me. I think he's snarling and walking over to us. Dropping a stick beaten here. What's up, Tier? How's it going, Glow? What is shaking, guys? He's purring. Oh, it says that you came in, Metal, but I haven't seen the... Bezos blocked the raid from me. But I'm glad that you guys are here. Let me get this in the mix, and then I will get back to dying over here. It is fantastic to see you guys. Okay, it's going to be too cold for us to sleep too. It's minus 16, and our bed warm is only 4. I'm pretty much I'm out of things to think about. To do. Getting my clothes ready for the funeral. Ah! I'm kind of out of ideas, guys. Hey, what's up, Kubi? How's it going? How are you? We're just getting in the mix over here, fading into the long dark after an insane day of being responsible. As soon as the hut began, off the rails. Okay, looking at the vitals here, fatigue is that way, hunger is the other way.
Never been so hungry in my life.
We have one torch with 13% to our name. That's pretty much it. I see those vitals. Yeah, we did do some dog petting a couple minutes ago, Substance, but then we got pet by the bear. Feels like minus 16. It's bad news, gang.
Can't feel my hands.
Alright, we're gonna wake up the bear, get destroyed by him, and we're gonna go out like champions. Are you guys ready for this?
Wait. I'm so cold, I'm warming up again.
We got our revenge, baby! We ain't making it out of this bad boy. No! I'm so sorry, guys. Thank you, Substance. Long Dark is cruel. I'll tell you guys, We spent a good portion of this day with about 95% HP. The second the hunt began, the jabroni stuff kicked in, and I blew it! Oh, gosh! Oh, that was tough, man. I blew it, Waba. I looked in the mirror, and what was looking back at me was a jabroni. Waste of a perfectly good... Oh, it's too soon, Metal. I'm still reeling. It was pretty instant. Well, you know what, Duncan? Again, too soon. Everybody's jokes need to wait until later. Famous comedians in the chat. The bear was letting you sleep in his cave, and this is how you repay him. That bear tried to take us out for City. That bear was a jerk. You deserved it. All right, let's go in here. Let's see what happened, because I blew it. As Metal detailed, we only discovered one can opener. I'm pretty proud of that one we did find. Our record is 3 when we were on the Pilgrim, and we got 2 one time on Interloper and Misery, maybe. As far as the rest of things go, my accuracy score left the second I went for that bear. We were a glorious 1.1 before that. We hadn't missed. But we were swaying around trying to shoot that bear, and we shot at him. We were able to take that boy out of here. At least we took the bear with us. 1 bear down. And the wolf is... 2 wolves killed right here. Not bad. The bear dead. I think you should name the bear. I name him the Jerk of the Year, Substance, for ruining everything. I know I'm the Jerk of the Year. You need to assert dominance over the dog. Yeah, it really wasn't the dog that did us in as much as it was the bear. The wolf did take our HP down. Every death is a lesson. Thank you, Kubi. Oh, that was bad. Okay, 2 wolves, 1 bear, and a broken heart. Boris. Jerk of the Year. So, we were on Loophole 3. You guys definitely rule. And we were trying to be serious business. I do think we learned some things. What I learned was that I need to get my guts and things curing better instead of bringing them around. So I need them to stay in one place a little bit more instead of me traveling with them, because they didn't get cured as much because I was too much on the go. Thank you, Goblin. I have a nutcracker decoration named Boris. Oh, does that nutcracker show you up at charity skiing events? Make everybody think that you're the true hero? Is that what happens? I'm so bitter. I'm like the bitter marsh right now. Okay, so we had Cookin' 3, but I am very sad to tell you guys that we never even made 1 batch of rosehip empanadas. Golly, we got Cooking 3 in 1 session. That's impressive. Now, Boris is passive. He gets mogged by the other nutcracker named Chad. Oh, okay, there it is. Boris in our world is kind of the Chad, and he makes us look like the Boris in that case, I would suppose. Spyless Sadich. We got our archery up to 2 by reading a bunch of Brian Gold and making some stuff. And we tried. We lived for 2 weeks. Right after the hunt began, like Duncan so eloquently put, we died immediately. Was not easy. What we went into was the hunt. I was kind of off my game when the hunt started because our vitals were so low. We were actually having to go hunt for food and water and everything, and our fuel was low. Pretty much all the things we needed, because we spent too much time in Broken, were shattered. Intimate moments shared. I'm glad we raided before the end, though. Yeah, it's amazing to see you, Substance. And Metal's the man. I'm sure you guys were watching cans being opened left and right over there, and animals being slayed. Over here, Will Mackenzie was the one who was slayed. Sad. I'm sorry, guys. Ah.